Welcome to Paranormal M. Huge thanks to all of you for sending in your paranormal stories and for always supporting and listening to the channel. Keep those experiences coming. We love reading them. It's me again, all comfy and relaxed, ready to sit down and share these paranormal encounters to help you drift off to sleep. So go ahead, turn off the lights, snuggle under your blanket, and let's dive into tonight's stories. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so you never miss the latest videos from the channel. So, before I tell you what happened that night, I need to give you a bit of context, otherwise it just sounds completely insane. At the time, it was early October 2021. I was living in this tiny ground floor apartment with my boyfriend Eli. It was in the back of a courtyard, just a little 2-story building. Our place on the ground floor, the same layout above us. I really loved that apartment. It felt bright, calm, a good place to live. We were honestly very happy there. Eli is an extremely light sleeper. Normally, if I so much as turn over too fast, he'll grumble, and if I turn on a light, forget it. He's awake instantly. On my side of the bed, I had this small, very classic night lamp. You know the type. Little fabric lampshade, open at the top, and when you turn it on, there's always this soft, yellowish circle of light on the ceiling. That detail is important. Another thing that matters, my mom, Sabine, is very into the paranormal. She's one of those people who has a pendulum, does energy work, cuts fire for burns, that kind of thing. I've always been more down to earth. I'm not a hardcore skeptic, but I'm the let's find a logical explanation first type. Or at least I was, before this. Anyway, that autumn I'd been sick for a while. Just this stubborn cough that wouldn't let up. It was keeping both me and Eli awake at night. He started finishing his nights on the couch because my coughing fits would jolt him awake over and over. It wasn't ideal, but we were managing. One night, my cough was especially bad. Eli was sleeping next to me in the bedroom, and for once, he seemed completely knocked out, which was already weird. I was lying there on my back, eyes open, just trying not to cough, trying to swallow it down, but the more I tried to control it, the worse it got. On top of that, I started to feel this anxiety. Not just, I'm sick and can't sleep stress, but a kind of creeping dread I couldn't explain. It felt like something heavy was slowly settling on my chest, and not just in the physical, I've been coughing for weeks way. Finally, I gave up and reached over to turn on my bedside lamp. The second the light clicked on, I got that something is wrong feeling in my stomach. At first, I thought it was just because Eli didn't react. No annoyed sigh, no rolling over, nothing. This guy wakes up if I breathe weird, but the light and my coughing didn't seem to touch him. Then I realized it actually looked darker in the room than it should. I frowned, blinked a few times, and looked up. Normally there's that warm circle for my lamp on the ceiling, but this time, the ceiling was in shadow. It was like the light from the lamp couldn't reach it. And the instant I really saw that, a wave of terror just ripped through me. It wasn't rational fear. It was that deep animal kind that makes your whole body go rigid. I tried to shake Eli a little, but I didn't insist. I just nudged his shoulder and whispered his name. Nothing. He didn't even stir. So I kept staring at the ceiling, which was just this dark, flat shape above me where the light should have been. And then, this is the part that's burned into my memory, I saw the shadows start to move. It looked like somebody had poured thick black paint on the ceiling, and now it was slowly sliding downward. These heavy streaks of darkness started crawling from the ceiling down onto the walls, very, very slowly. That was the moment my terror snapped me into action. My whole body screamed, "Get out!" The living room was right next to the bedroom, basically just a few steps away. I went in and turned on the main ceiling light, just a bare bulb with no lampshade. Bright, white light. The ceiling lit up perfectly normally. No strange shadows. Nothing. I sat down on the couch, clutching my phone, heart racing, eyes glued to the ceiling as if something might show up there too. And then, a few minutes later, I saw them again. The wall between the bedroom and the living room was in front of me. I was watching that wall when I noticed the shadows kind of bleed through it. They slid across from the bedroom side, spread over the living room ceiling, and started creeping outward. It was like the darkness itself had decided to move house. My instinct was to call my mom. I didn't even really think about it. I just opened WhatsApp and hit video call. It was around 2 in the morning. She picked up instantly, before the first ring even finished. I didn't say a word. I didn't even have time to say hello. She looked at me, a little dazed, and said, "I just dreamed that shadows were coming down from your ceiling." I remember my whole body going cold. I flipped the camera around and showed her the ceiling. You could clearly see the shadows spreading there, moving slowly, like they were sliding toward the light bulb. I told her I felt horrible. I was shaking, my chest tight, my cough worse than ever. I told her I was terrified. She told me to hold on, put the phone down for a second, and went to get her pendulum. To paint the scene a bit more, earlier that evening, Eli and I had watched a movie and eaten popcorn out of this big ceramic bowl. We'd left the empty bowl on the coffee table with a few kernels and some crumbs in it. I held the phone up so my mom could see the ceiling while she did whatever she does with her pendulum from a distance. I don't know exactly what she was asking or saying. She was murmuring things I couldn't make out clearly. While she was doing that, I started feeling worse. My cough got harsher, more violent, and I suddenly felt really nauseous. My whole body was buzzing with this horrible energy, and that anxiety I'd felt in bed was now full-blown panic. The shadows on the ceiling had mostly stopped moving at that point. They just hovered there, thicker around the bulb, like they were clinging to it. Then it hit me all at once, a huge wave of nausea. I grabbed the popcorn bowl and leaned over it, fully expecting to throw up the way you do when you're really sick. But what came out wasn't normal. It was like half a liter of clear, stringy mucus, almost transparent, thick, slimy. Not food, not bile, not anything I recognized. It looked exactly like what people describe as ectoplasm in those old stories. It was absolutely disgusting. And somehow, seeing it made everything 10 times worse. My fear shifted from, "There are shadows on my ceiling," to, "What on earth is leaving my body right now?" When it was over, I tilted the bowl toward the phone and showed my mom. She didn't look surprised, just very serious. She told me, "Go throw that in the toilet right now. Flush it a couple of times. Then wash the bowl really well." So I did exactly that. I went to the bathroom, dumped the whole mess into the toilet, flushed again, then scrubbed the bowl with way more soap than necessary. The whole time, I felt shaky and exhausted, but also strangely lighter. When I walked back into the living room, the energy felt different. I sat down, phone in hand, and my mom and I talked for a little while. We tried to make sense of it, but neither of us could come up with anything that really explained it in a way that felt satisfying. Eventually, we were both wiped out, so we said goodnight. I still refused to go back into the bedroom, though. So I made myself a little nest on the couch, left the living room light on, and tried to rest. Eli stayed in the bedroom the entire night and never woke up once. Not from my coughing, not from the light, nothing. In the morning, he told me he'd slept oddly well, which, honestly, was the creepiest possible thing he could have said. By the time I got to work the next day, I hadn't slept at all. I was exhausted and still rattled, so I ended up telling 2 colleagues I trust about what happened. One of them, Clara, is very Catholic, very devout. The other, Nina, practices Reiki and shamanism. A pretty unexpected duo, I know. They both listened quietly, and then they offered to come back to my apartment with me after work to see if they could do something about it. Normally, I'd be skeptical of that kind of thing, but after the night I just had, I was willing to try anything that might help. When we got to my place, it was still daytime. Warm, sunny, no jackets needed. We decided to open all the windows to air out the energy, as Nina put it. I didn't want to go back into the bedroom yet, so I stayed out in the little courtyard while they went in. They both started saying they felt strange in the bedroom. Heavy, uncomfortable. I watched from outside. Both the bedroom and living room windows faced the courtyard, so I could see what was happening. Clara knelt down by my side of the bed and started praying. She said an exorcism prayer, St. Michael's, I think. Her lips were moving steadily, her eyes closed in concentration. And then I saw her breath. You know how, in winter, you exhale and you see that little cloud of mist? That. Except it wasn't winter. It was a mild, warm day. I wasn't seeing my breath at all outside. Only hers, inside the bedroom. She paused, looked out the window at me, and said, "You see that too, right?" I nodded. She told me it suddenly felt much colder in there. Meanwhile, Nina was walking slowly around the living room, burning sage. The smoke drifted lazily through the air. At one point, she stopped, took out her pendulum, and started asking questions out loud, reading from a small book she'd brought with her, using it as a guide. This went on for a while. Prayers in the bedroom, sage and pendulum in the living room. I just stood in the courtyard, watching, not daring to go in. Then, gradually, things changed. Clara's breath stopped showing in the air. She said the temperature in the bedroom was rising again, back to normal. Nina said she felt something unhook or lift. They both looked less tense, more relaxed. They came to the window and told me they thought it was okay for me to come back inside. I stepped into the apartment and there was a difference. The air felt lighter. It's hard to describe, but it was like an invisible pressure had been pressing down on the place, and now it was gone. Clara had to go home, but Nina stayed a bit longer to keep me company until Eli got back from work. Important detail. Nina had never been to my apartment before that day. She didn't know my building, my neighbors, anything. As we were talking, she asked me about the upstairs neighbor. I barely knew her. I knew her last name from the mailbox and had seen her a few times in the courtyard. That was it. We'd had short, polite chats, nothing more. I hadn't told Nina or Clara any of this. It just hadn't seemed important. So we're sitting there, and Nina is still kind of feeling the energy of the place, and out of nowhere she asks, "Is your neighbor upstairs called Mael?" I froze. I said yes. The mailboxes only had last names, so there was no way she could have seen it earlier. Then she started describing the neighbor, roughly how tall she was, how she wore her hair, the general vibe of her clothes. She got most of it right. She asked, "Is she okay? Is she very depressed?" I told her what the landlord had said, that she'd been gone for weeks, that she was in treatment somewhere, but as far as I knew, the lease was still in her name, and her things were still in the apartment above. Nina thought about it for a moment, pendulum in hand, then told me what she believed had happened. She said my neighbor, Mael, was so unhappy and so deeply attached to her apartment that her sadness had sort of imprinted itself on the place. According to her, that emotional imprint had turned into some kind of entity or presence. And because I was physically weak, sick, exhausted, drained, that night I was more vulnerable. That's why I'd felt it, and that's how it had managed to reach into my apartment. She told me she'd done what she could to seal and protect my place. She said I should be safe now. And you know what? Since then, nothing strange has happened there again. The rest of the time we lived in that apartment was completely normal. When I eventually moved out a few years later, I found little signs of that day left behind by my friends. Tiny bottles tucked near the windows, small pentacles hidden in corners, a little prayer card under the foot of my bed, and a rosary I'd never noticed before. Quiet little protections, left there without telling me. I still don't have a good explanation for what happened that night, but I will never, ever forget the feeling of watching those shadows crawl down from the ceiling toward me. And sometimes I still wonder, has anyone else ever felt something like that? So, this happened on Halloween night, back in 2018. And honestly, it's still sitting with me like it just happened last week. At the time, my girlfriend, her name was Lena, and I were renting this 2-story apartment. Nothing fancy, creaky stairs, thin walls, that kind of place. Downstairs was where I spent most of my time. I had my computer set up down there, my little gaming cave. Upstairs, we had a small bathroom, our bedroom, and then this extra room. Lena had turned that extra room into her space, closet room, makeup table, a little fold-out futon for when friends stayed over. It always smelled like her perfume and hairspray up there. We weren't technically allowed to smoke in the apartment, but I was a pothead and not very creative about it. So my solution was always the same. Go up to that extra room, crack the window, and smoke there. I'd been smoking for over a decade at that point. Like, I had a high tolerance. Weed didn't make me see things or trip out. If anything, it just made me feel normal, calm. Lena worked nights at a restaurant, so most evenings I'd be home alone until around 10 p.m. or so. On this particular Halloween night, I'd finished my shift a little early. I got home, did my usual routine, grabbed my stuff, went upstairs to that extra room to smoke and hang out with my dog for a bit before heading down to the computer. It was around 6:30 or 7 p.m. It was already dark outside, the kind of early darkness you get in late October. I cracked the window, lit up a joint, and sat down on the futon. My dog, Max, he's a medium-sized mutt with way too much personality, hopped up next to me. I started scrolling through my phone, just zoning out on Instagram, taking lazy hits off the joint. I must have smoked about half of it when I suddenly realized something. Max had been barking. Not just one bark, like continuous barking. And I'd kind of tuned it out at first. You know how you can just disappear into your phone? But then it clicked. He'd been going off for a good 20 seconds, non-stop. That's not like him. So I pull my attention away from my phone and look straight ahead. Right in front of me is this old 3-drawer dresser that Lena used for some of her clothes. It had these 6 little metal drop handles, 3 on each side. For a second, my brain didn't really register what I was seeing. The top right handle was flapping, like actually lifting up and dropping down. Up, down, up, down, over and over. And nothing else was moving, just that one handle. At first, I was in total autopilot. I stood up, kind of annoyed, like, what is this thing doing? I walked over and grabbed the handle to stop it from moving. And the second my fingers touched it, my whole body went ice cold. I don't mean, oh, I felt a chill. I mean, it was like someone opened a walk-in freezer and shoved me inside. My chest tightened. The hairs on my arms stood up. In that exact moment, everything just clicked in my head. I let go of the handle. And the moment I let go, it started moving again. Up, down, up, down. A steady, weirdly rhythmic motion. Not fast, not frantic. Almost like someone on the other side was gently flicking it over and over. That's when my brain went from curious to pure survival mode. I bolted. I practically flew out of that room, down the stairs, heart pounding, adrenaline pumping so hard my hands were shaking. And then when I hit the bottom of the stairs, this horrible realization smacked me. Max is still upstairs. My dog was still up there, in that room, barking his head off at the dresser. So I swallowed whatever courage I had left and went back up. When I reached the top of the stairs and looked into the room, my stomach dropped. The handle was still moving. Same one, top right, just calmly, steadily flicking up and down like an invisible hand was playing with it. I rushed into the room, grabbed Max, he was still barking at it, growling a bit, and I ran back down the stairs with him, straight into the living room. We just sat there together, both of us wired and freaked out. First thing I did was call my friend Aaron. I didn't want to be alone, even if it was just over the phone. I told him everything, step by step, while I was still shaking. Just hearing another human voice helped a little, but I was still terrified. I think we stayed on the phone for a couple of hours until Lena got home from work. When she walked in, I unloaded the whole story on her. I could tell she was trying to stay calm, but she was freaked out too. From that night on, I hated going into that extra room. I still had to go in there to smoke, but I'd do it as fast as possible. Quick joint, eyes half on the dresser the whole time, and then I'd rush right back downstairs. I always kept the door to that room shut after that, because I didn't even want to see inside when I walked past. Our bedroom was right next to it, so at night, every time I went to the bathroom or downstairs for water, I had to walk past that door. I can't tell you how many times I speed walked that hallway like a little kid in a dark basement. A few days later, I ran into our neighbor, Marisol, who had lived in that apartment for over 10 years before we moved in. I tried to play it casual and asked her, kind of jokingly, if anything weird ever happened when she lived there. She got this look on her face. Not dramatic, just thoughtful. And then she said, "Well, actually, yeah." She told me that in the early 2000s, a young woman had overdosed in one of the upstairs rooms. She pointed upstairs, right in the area where our extra room was. Then she told me that her sister had been really sick at one point and moved in with her, staying downstairs, and that she'd passed away there, in the living room. I just stood there, nodding, trying to keep my face neutral while my brain was screaming, Of course this place has history like that." After that, little things kept happening. Not all the time, but enough that I couldn't just ignore it. One morning, for example, I had a half-full coffee mug sitting on the kitchen table. No one bumped it, the table was steady, and it slid. Just a good foot or so, right across the table. Slow, smooth, no spill. I stared at it for probably a full minute, waiting for my brain to come up with some kind of explanation. Vibration? Slanted table? Someone messing with me? Nothing made sense. But that dresser handle, that's the one that really stuck with me. I've gone over it in my head hundreds of times, trying to explain it away. Maybe the window draft did it, but the air was still that night. And even if there had been a breeze, why only that one handle? Why didn't any of the other 5 move at all? Why did Max notice it before I did? Why did I go ice cold the second I touched it? I've tried to be logical about it, I really have. But nothing fits. Nothing feels like a real explanation. Lena was so freaked out that she ordered sage and decided we were going to cleanse the place. So there we were, 2 scared people who had watched way too many paranormal shows, walking around the apartment with sage, putting salt on all the windowsills. We opened the windows and, out loud, told whatever was there that it had to leave, that this was our home now, that it wasn't welcome anymore. I keep thinking about that night though, about the handle, about Max barking before I even noticed, about that unnatural cold that went straight to my bones. I was always kind of a believer in the paranormal, open-minded about it, you know? But that night took maybe and turned it into I'm sure. It completely shattered what I thought reality was supposed to be. And every Halloween, when it starts getting dark early and the air feels just a little heavier, I can still see that handle moving on its own, like something on the other side wanted to make sure I knew I wasn't alone. So, okay, let me tell you about one of the weirdest nights of my life. A couple of times a year, my whole family piles into cars and drives out to visit my grandpa. He lives in this tiny town tucked into the middle of the Mark Twain National Forest, like proper middle of nowhere. If you know the area, it's not too far from Elephant Rocks and Johnson's Shut-ins. Now, my family is kind of split down the middle on the whole paranormal thing. Half of them are very ghosts aren't real, pass the potato salad. And the other half is, I absolutely will sage this rental car before we leave. I fall solidly into the I believe something's out there camp. And so does one of my cousins. Let's call them Rin. So this one weekend, we've got my parents, siblings, aunts, uncles, cousins, all crammed into Grandpa's little house. There are like 12 of us in a place that feels like it was designed for maybe 4 people and a dog. It's cozy and loud, and honestly, a little overwhelming. Plus, Grandpa's house has its own creepy history, but that's a whole other story. Anyway, not far from Grandpa's place, there's this small town park. It's got a little playground, swings, a rusted merry-go-round, a couple of picnic tables, and right up the hill behind it, there's an old cemetery. That park has always been our spot. When we were younger, my cousins and I would walk there in the afternoons to get away from the noise and just hang out. On this particular day, it's late afternoon sliding into early evening. The sky's going that soft golden color, and the air is starting to cool off. Rin is getting really overstimulated by all the chaos in the house, so they decide to walk to the park alone for a bit. Totally normal for us. We've been going there for years. They're gone maybe half an hour when the front door suddenly opens and they come back in, looking off. Not hysterical or anything, but definitely unsettled. They pull me aside into the hallway and go, "Okay, don't think I'm crazy, but there's this deer at the park and it is not acting right." So I ask what they mean, and they tell me they were sitting on the merry-go-round, just spinning gently, zoning out, when they noticed a deer standing at the edge of the field. At first, no big deal. We see deer all the time out there. But this one was just standing there, staring straight at them. Not grazing, not flicking its tail, not even twitching an ear. Just locked in. And then, instead of spooking and running off like normal deer do, especially in a place where people hunt a lot and you hear random gunshots pretty regularly, it started walking toward them. Slow, deliberate steps. Still staring. Rin told me, "I know it sounds dumb, but the way it looked at me, it didn't feel like an animal. It felt like a person in a deer suit." Naturally, this is exactly the kind of thing that gets my attention. Rin is spooked, and I am, unfortunately, the idiot cousin who responds to fear with, "Oh my God, let's go back and investigate." So I grab my backpack. Inside, I toss my tarot deck and my spirit box, the little radio device that flips quickly through stations so you can supposedly hear spirits talk through the white noise. Back then, I mostly used the FM sweep. Now I prefer AM, but at the time, FM was my go-to. We head back up the road to the park together. The sun is lower now, and the shadows from the trees are getting long. It's not dark yet, but we're inching close to the time when we're technically not supposed to be out anymore. We get to the playground, and sure enough, there it is. I remember slowing down and whispering, "Okay, that's weird." Because usually, by the time you get within sight of a deer, it's already decided you're a threat and bolted. But this thing? Nothing. It's like we were the ones on display. We sit on the merry-go-round because I figure if we're going to have a paranormal encounter, I at least want a place to sit down. I set the tarot deck next to me, pull out the spirit box, and turn it on. Normally, on FM, you get bits of music, commercials, little snatches of DJs talking, just chopped up noise as it flips through stations. But this time, nothing. Just static. No voices, no music, no station IDs. Just this low, constant hiss, which should be impossible, because literally the night before, we were using that exact spirit box in Grandpa's living room, maybe half a mile from where we're sitting now, and we were getting all kinds of radio bleed through. It was a clear day turning into a clear night. No storms, nothing that would mess with the signal. Rin and I exchanged this look like, okay, that's strike one. The static itself isn't terrifying, but there's something about it that makes the air feel heavier. Like we're sitting in a bubble cut off from the rest of the world. The deer is still staring. Every once in a while it takes a step closer, never breaking eye contact. I shuffle my tarot deck a little, mostly to give my hands something to do. I remember saying quietly, if anyone's here, you can talk through this, like I've done 100 times before. And that's when things really start getting strange. First, this low fog starts to appear. I swear to you, it looked fake, like bad effects from an old horror movie. It clung to the ground and only came up to maybe my knees. I've seen ground mist before, but this felt placed almost. It stayed mostly around the field and the path, like it was avoiding the playground mulch. The deer starts walking closer again, slowly, carefully, like it's stalking us. At this point, it's close enough that I can see the shine in its eyes, and something about them just doesn't look right. Not glowing or anything dramatic, just too focused, predatory. And then, out of nowhere, this huge gust of wind slams into the playground. It's the first real wind we'd felt all day. It hits hard enough that my tarot cards scatter right off the merry-go-round, like someone slapped them out of my hands. A couple of them land face up in the dirt. I remember Rin saying, "Nope, nope, I'm done. That's it." I laugh, but it's that nervous laugh where you're trying not to show how much your stomach just dropped. I turn off the spirit box. The static suddenly feels unbearable, and we both start hurriedly picking up the cards. By now, it's getting pretty dim. The sun's almost down, and we are absolutely, definitely not supposed to be outside after dark. Between the fog, the deer, the radio doing its best impression of a void, and the wind conveniently timing itself to our little ghost hunting session, we both decide we've had enough. We start walking down the path that leads back to the street. The deer is still behind us in the field. We don't look back right away, but we can feel it. You know that feeling of being watched? It's like that, cranked up to 10. My skin feels tight, like I'm waiting for something to grab the back of my neck. We've got our backs turned when we hear it. Heavy, fast footsteps, hooves pounding the ground. We spin around just in time to see the deer bolting, not away from us into the open field, but across it and straight toward the tree line that leads up to the graveyard. I say this because there's a small building, a maintenance shed or something, between our path and the section of woods the deer ran into. In my head, that means we're safe. Line of sight is broken. There's a solid structure between us and it, so logically, it can't just pop up on the other side of us, right? We keep walking, a little faster now. We're about halfway to the street when we hear it, a rustle in the woods. But not from the side the deer just ran to, from the opposite side, the side with no building in between. We both freeze. The fog is thicker down by the path, and the trees just look like dark shapes pressed together. There's this strange silence, like the whole forest is holding its breath. No birds, no crickets, just our breathing and the fading echo of the spirit box static in my memory. And then we hear it. This laugh. That's the only word I have for it. A laugh. But it doesn't belong to any animal I've ever heard, and it sure as hell doesn't sound human. It's high and low at the same time, like two voices overlapping, one trying to sound like a person, the other trying to sound like a beast, and neither of them quite getting it right. It's wet and sharp and wrong. It feels like it crawls under my skin. Rin grabs my arm so hard their nails dig in, and that's all it takes. We don't say anything, we just run. Full on sprinting down the path, hearts pounding, not looking back, just focusing on the glow from the streetlights near Grandpa's road. We don't stop until we're back in his driveway, gasping for breath. The second we're inside and the door is locked behind us, the house feels weirdly normal again. Loud, warm, smelling like whatever's in the crock pot. We glance out the window once, but the road and trees are just dark and still. We tell a couple of our cousins what happened, but we keep it pretty low-key. Part of us is trying to rationalize it. Maybe the fog was just the temperature dropping, the deer was just oddly tame, the spirit box was glitching. Maybe the laugh was some weird bird or animal we don't know. But I can still hear it, even now, when I think about that night. And I've never heard anything like it before or since. We did go back to that park on later visits. Same playground, same graveyard up the hill, same little path back to the street. We never saw that deer again. Sometimes I wonder if it really was just a bizarre combination of normal stuff that our brains wove together into something terrifying. But if there's one thing I took away from that night, it's this. I don't really believe in coincidences anymore. So, I was 8 years old, and my brother Leo was 11. We were doing what kids do, racing our bikes up and down the street, when we heard this sharp screech of tires and then a car horn just blaring. You know that sound where, even as a kid, your stomach just drops because you know something bad happened? It was Clover, my girl. She was this little black cat with gold eyes, always getting into places she shouldn't. Laundry baskets, cardboard boxes, my backpack. But she didn't deserve what happened. I remember someone shouting, and then my mom pulling me back so I wouldn't see too much. But I still saw enough. It was a lot. Way more than an 8-year-old should ever see. We buried Clover in a corner of the backyard under the maple tree. I gave her my favorite blue blanket, the one with the rockets on it, because in my head, that meant she wouldn't be cold. Leo and I found a flat rock and scratched her name into it with a nail. It was crooked and messy, but we tried so hard to make it nice. Safe to say, it messed us both up, but it hit me harder. And being 8, I didn't know how grief worked. Nobody really sits you down and explains how your heart can hurt in a way that isn't physical, you know? So I came up with my own solution. I just decided she didn't die. That was it. In my mind, Clover was still alive. Every day after school, I walked home the same way. And every day, in my head, she'd still be there waiting at the streetlight on the corner, the way she always used to. I'd picture her trotting beside me down the driveway, into the garage, where I'd pour her food into this little metal bowl. The thing is, I actually kept doing it. I kept feeding her. I'd open the big bag of kibble, scoop some into the bowl, and talk to her like she was right there. "Hey, Clover, I'm home." Just like before. Over time, the food started piling up. The bowl would stay full, then the floor around it. You'd think I'd notice sooner, but I didn't. To me, Clover had to still be eating. In my mind, if she was still alive, it wouldn't hurt as much. A few months went by like that. One night, I was in my room getting ready for bed. It was one of those late fall nights. Dark way too early, a little windy, tree branches tapping the windows. I remember it so clearly. I was pulling on my pajamas, and something made me glance at the window. And there she was, sitting on the outside windowsill. A black cat, small, with those same glowing golden eyes, just staring in at me. For a second, my brain didn't question it. I just went, "Clover," like it was the most normal thing in the world. My heart started pounding, but in this weird, hopeful way. I yelled for my mom, then stopped because I thought, no, this is our thing. Mine and Clover's. I ran downstairs and out the back door, socks sliding on the tile. The air was cold, and the grass was damp. I could see the shape of her still sitting by my window, perfectly still, like she'd been waiting for me. "Clover," I called. She didn't look at me. She just turned her head and bolted toward the garage. I followed her, of course. I don't know what I thought I was going to do. Pick her up? Copy? Say sorry for letting her get out that day? I just knew I had to get to her. By the time I got to the garage door, my hands were shaking. I grabbed the handle, pulled it up, and it rattled on the track like it always did. And there she was. I took one step in, then another. That's when I heard it. A deep, low growl. Not like a cat. Too deep. Too wrong. It vibrated through the concrete floor and straight into my chest. Before I could figure out where it was coming from, a couple of paint cans on the shelf just fell. They crashed down onto my dad's drum set, this old set he kept in the corner. Cymbals clanged, the snare rattled, sticks rolled across the floor. It was so loud in that closed space that my ears rang. I froze, completely. Clover was gone. She'd been by the bowl a second before, I swear, and then she just wasn't. No running, no darting away, no sound, just empty space where she had been. I looked toward the back corner of the garage, where the light didn't quite reach. There's always that one corner in every garage that's darker than it should be, right? For us, it was where my dad kept boxes and old tools and stuff he meant to fix one day. And that's where I saw it. A shape. A black, shadowy figure that didn't look like it belonged to anything. Not tall enough to be an adult, not shaped like a kid, just wrong. Like darkness had peeled itself off the wall and decided to stand up. It started to move toward me. Not walking, more like gliding, slow, inch by inch. Every muscle in my body screamed at me to run, but I couldn't. I remember noticing how quiet it had suddenly gotten. No cars outside, no wind, no fridge humming. Just my heartbeat and the sound of my breath catching in my throat. I don't know how long I stood there. It felt like hours, but it was probably seconds. And then, like someone hit a switch, I could move again. I turned and ran. I sprinted across the driveway, tripped on the step, slammed into the back door, and fumbled the handle until it finally opened. I got inside, flew past my parents, who were asking what was wrong, and went straight to my room. I dove under the blankets and didn't come out. Not for a long time. After that night, I never saw Clover again. Not at the window, not in the yard, not in the corner of my eye, even when I wanted to. I don't know what I saw that night in the garage. I don't know if it was Clover's spirit, or my grief making me see things, or something else. Something that wasn't her at all. But I miss her. I still miss her. I think about it almost every day, honestly. I replay it in my head, trying to line up all the pieces like a puzzle that's missing just one corner. Why did she run into the road that day? Why did I see her at the window months after we buried her? Why did whatever that was in the garage feel so angry and so focused on me? I don't have answers. All I know is I loved a little black cat named Clover. She was my best friend. Losing her broke something in me. And that night in the garage, whether it was her or not, made sure I never forgot her. So, this all started for me back in the year 2000. At the time I was in the British Army, and I'd just come back from a 5-month tour in Bosnia. I'd picked up an injury out there, nothing heroic, just one of those stupid things that happen when you're tired and in the wrong place at the wrong time. When we got home, instead of going back to barracks, I got sent to a military hospital for treatment and rehab. Now, if you've ever spent any length of time in hospital, you'll know this. Once the immediate drama is over, it gets really boring. Endless white walls, same faces, same routine. You're just sitting around with your thoughts. So one night, me and a few of the lads decided to mess about with a makeshift Ouija board. We didn't have a real one or anything. We tore up bits of card to make letters and numbers and drew a circle on a bit of cardboard we'd nicked from a supplies box. None of us had any idea what we were doing. It wasn't serious. It was just something to pass the time and spook each other a bit. Nothing dramatic happened with that, to be honest, but it kind of opened a little door in my head. A couple of days later, I heard from one of the orderlies that there was a disused morgue in an old wing of the hospital. It was in a part of the building that wasn't being used anymore. Down in the basement, no lights, locked most of the time, that sort of thing. And for reasons I still don't fully understand, one night I decided to go down there on my own. So I limped down this dark corridor, no lights on, just that awful hospital silence where you can hear your own breathing and the echo of your footsteps. I find the morgue, push the door open, and it's absolutely pitch black inside. The sort of dark where you can't see your own hand in front of your face. I walked into the middle of the main room, sat down on this cold floor, flicked on my little cigarette lighter, and just started saying out loud, "Show yourself," over and over. I know how that sounds. It sounds dramatic, or like I thought I knew what I was doing. I didn't. I'd never read any occult books, never studied rituals or spells or any of that. I was just a bored, injured squatty in his early 20s, doing something stupid in a dark room for a bit of a thrill. Show yourself. Nothing happened. Eventually my lighter burned my thumb, I swore, laughed at myself, and left. I didn't connect any of this to what happened next, not at the time. About a week later, they gave me a weekend pass to go home. My mom, her name's Carol, lived about 180 miles away from the hospital. So I went home, did the usual. Cup of tea, catch-up, a bit of family tension like there always is when someone comes back from deployment. One evening, me and Mom got into an argument in the living room. I honestly couldn't tell you now what it was about. One of those stupid, emotional things that escalates when everyone's a bit tired. Rather than keep it going, I just walked out. I went through the kitchen and headed for the back door to get some air. I opened the door, stepped out into the garden, and there it was. Hanging in the sky behind the house was this enormous electric blue orb. It was hovering, almost perfectly still, maybe 60 or 70 feet up in the air. It was big, about the size of a minibus or one of those large transit vans. And it was glowing, like a ball of light but with substance to it. My first thought was, I'm seeing things. I'm more tired than I thought. I remember actually blinking hard, rubbing my eyes like a cartoon character, expecting it to vanish. But it stayed there. Same place, same intensity. Now, bear in mind, he'd just heard me and Mum having a row, so when I called him, he knew from my voice that this wasn't a joke. He came out into the garden and stood right next to me. I didn't take my eyes off the thing. I just pointed and said, "Can you see that?" And he said, "Yes." We both just stood there, staring up at this massive, silent blue orb. Then, without any sound at all, it dropped, just about a meter, like a tiny little dip, and then shot off horizontally at an unbelievable speed. It was like someone pressed fast forward on reality. 1 second it was there, the next second it was a streak, and then it was gone. It had been so close that, honestly, I felt like I could have hit it with a stone if I'd thrown one hard enough. We were still trying to process what we'd just seen when we noticed a second orb. Same kind of thing, glowing, blue-white, drifting across the sky, not quite as close this time, but still clearly visible. We watched it for a bit, and this is where it gets really strange. At one point, the orb did this distinctive maneuver. It sort of curved in a wide, smooth arc and then paused. A few seconds later, we suddenly realized we were watching it do that exact same maneuver again. It was like time had folded, like we'd watched something, then somehow slipped back a few seconds, and were watching the same moment replay. It didn't feel like missing time in the usual sense. It felt like extra time, as if those few seconds had been added in rather than taken away. Eventually, that second orb shot straight up, vertically, into the sky. It accelerated so fast it vanished into the stars in about half a second. Years later, I tried to estimate how fast it must have been going, assuming I'd still be able to see something that size at airline cruising altitude. My rough maths put it somewhere around 40,000 miles per hour, going straight up, and all of it in total silence. Then came the third orb. This one looked like it was just going to pass by in the distance. I almost relaxed a bit, thinking, okay, I've seen enough. But then it suddenly changed direction. It did a clean 90-degree turn and came straight towards us. It stopped directly overhead. Again, it was so low I felt like I could hit it with a decent throw. Just hanging there above me and Mike, absolutely silent, this massive, glowing blue sphere. Mike looked at it for a moment and then said, "I've seen enough," and bolted back into the house. I stayed out there a bit longer, staring up at it. And then I started to notice the air around me. You know that feeling you get just before a lightning storm, when the hairs on your arms stand up and the air feels thick and charged? It was like that. The atmosphere felt static, heavy. That's when my bravado ran out. I remember thinking, this isn't just lights in the sky. Something is interacting with us. And I did exactly what he did. I turned and sprinted into the house. A few days later, I went back to the military hospital. Life went back to its odd little routine of physio, boredom, and bad food. I told no one at the hospital about what I'd seen at home. I didn't want to be tagged as the weird bloke who sees things in the sky. Then, one night, something else happened. I just got into bed. I remember it clearly because I wasn't even drowsy yet. I was fully awake. I lay back, my head touched the pillow, and in that exact moment, something appeared right next to my bed. It was a figure, an entity, about 7 feet tall, standing on my right side. It was so close it was practically pressed against the bed. It was completely cloaked, head to toe, in a black hooded robe. I couldn't see skin. I couldn't see a face, nothing. Just folds of dark fabric. Two things about it really stuck with me. Second, the way it was leaning over me. If you or I lean over someone lying down, we bend our back in an arc, right? Head and shoulders forward, spine curved. This thing didn't do that. Its back stayed perfectly straight, like a board, and it just tipped forward from the hips, as if its whole upper body was a single solid piece. The posture was so unnatural that it made my skin crawl. Its arms hung straight down at its sides. It didn't move. It didn't speak. The moment it appeared, I realized I couldn't move, not even a finger. I wasn't asleep. I know sleep paralysis, I've had it on and off my entire life. This was not that. This was instant, total paralysis the second my head hit the pillow. The only thing I could move were my eyes, so I used them. I remember my eyes flicking up and down, scanning its cloak, noticing the way the fabric fell, seeing individual folds in the material. It was there. It had weight. It was casting a sort of presence into the room that you could feel. I don't know how long it lasted. It might have been 10 seconds. It might have been a minute. Time goes strange in those moments. And then, just as suddenly as it appeared, it was gone. My body unlocked. I could move again. I lay there in the dark, heart hammering, absolutely terrified. I didn't tell anyone at the hospital about that either. The next night, I'd just had a shower. I was walking back down the corridor towards my room with a towel over my shoulder, thinking about nothing in particular. As I got close, I saw my roommate, we'll call him Lewis, standing outside our room in just his boxer shorts, talking to a couple of nurses. He had his back to me at first, but even from behind I could tell something was off. His body language was wrong. He was stiff, sort of hunched. When I came around to the side and saw his face properly, I've got to be honest with you. I've never seen anyone look that frightened in my life. He was gray. His eyes were huge, pupils blown wide. He was trembling, really shaking and mumbling, not making much sense. I asked the nurses, "What's going on? What's happened?" One of them said, "He says he saw something. A tall, cloaked figure leaning over your bed." My bed. The bed I hadn't been in yet. Apparently, he'd woken up in the night and seen this black cloaked being, tall, hooded, leaning over my empty bed, just like it had leaned over me the night before. I never mentioned my own experience to him. He never once asked me if I'd seen anything. We just lived around it, both of us clearly shaken, but no one wanting to open that particular door. For years after all this, strange things kept happening. Back home, I'd get bursts of electrical disturbances, lights flickering in ways that didn't feel like normal wiring issues, little balls of light, orbs, drifting across rooms and then vanishing, appliances turning themselves on and off. It became almost routine. At one point, the energy company sent me a letter saying I owed them thousands of pounds, which was impossible because I was on one of those pay-as-you-go meters and I was actually in credit. They sent a technician out to check. He looked at the meter, checked the readings, scratched his head, and basically said, "I have no idea how this much energy is being recorded. This shouldn't be possible if your meter's in credit." All the while, I kept seeing UFOs. Not every night, not even every month, but often enough that it stopped feeling like coincidence. Usually they were higher up, further away, points of light doing impossible maneuvers, rather than those massive, close-up orbs I saw that first night. I can't prove any of this to you. I don't have video footage or fancy measurements. All I have are my memories, and the fact that my stepdad saw what I saw, and my roommate saw what I saw, without any of us comparing notes in advance. I haven't had anything major happen for a long time now. No dramatic visitations, no huge orbs hovering over the garden. And honestly, I'm okay with that. I'm grateful for the quiet. But those nights, the morgue, the orbs, the cloaked figure in the hospital, they changed the way I see the world. I used to think everything had a neat, rational explanation, and a lot of things probably still do. But I also know that one night, I stood in my mom's garden and watched something impossible hang in the sky and then move in total silence at a speed that shouldn't be possible. And once you've seen something like that, it never really leaves you. So, let me tell you about the one time I swore I'd never step foot in a certain farmhouse again. This was quite a while ago now. I was maybe 17, 18 at the time. My girlfriend back then, let's call her Mia, Her family owned this old farmhouse way out past town. It had been in their family for generations. You know the type. Peeling paint, sagging porch, a roof that always looked like it was one storm away from giving up, but somehow never did. The place sat on this little rise above a narrow creek, just trees all around. No neighbors, no lights from the road, just woods and water and that kind of silence you only get way out in the country. It was old and kind of falling apart, but Mia's family kept it going. They mainly used it as a hunting place in the winter. Her dad, her brother, their buddies would go out there, disappear into the woods at dawn, and drag themselves back at dusk smelling like cold air and campfire. Mia's parents were pretty relaxed about it though. They'd let her take friends out there some weekends and throw these little parties. Sometimes her brother Caleb and his friends, Jonah and Ty, would go out there just to do what country boys do. Shoot targets, ride four-wheelers, drink cheap beer, you know. By the time this happened, I'd already been out to the farmhouse a bunch of times. I knew the creaks in the floor, the way the wind whistled under the door, all of that. I wasn't really scared of the place, except for one thing, the hallway and the back bedrooms. So the way the house was laid out, you had the living room and kitchen up front, and then this long, narrow hallway that led to the bathroom and 3 bedrooms. And I don't know how to explain it, but that hallway always felt wrong. Like you were being watched from behind even when you knew nobody was there. The air just felt heavier back there. I'm not usually dramatic about that stuff, but I hated it so much that if it was late and I had to pee, I'd literally go out into the cold, dark woods with a flashlight rather than walk down that hallway alone. And we're talking pitch black country darkness, where you can't even see your hand in front of your face without a light. Still chose the trees over that hallway every time. Now, Mia had told me this one story about the farmhouse that stuck in the back of my head. Apparently, when she was younger, she and some friends had done an Ouija board session there one night. She said weird things happened, knocks on the walls, stuff moving a little on its own, that kind of thing. It scared her so badly she didn't go back to the farmhouse for a few years after that. Now, I'm weird with that stuff. I actually do believe in the paranormal, but for whatever reason I've always been skeptical about Ouija boards specifically. Like, I kind of figured it was people subconsciously moving the planchette or just freaking themselves out. So I believed her in the sense that she was scared, but I didn't really buy that it was anything more than some girls psyching each other out in a creaky old house. Anyway, fast forward to the night. It was me, Mia, her brother Caleb, and his 2 friends, Jonah and Ty. So 5 of us total. All 3 guys, Caleb and his friends, were your textbook country boys. Good dudes, super chill. They were out there mainly to hunt, but when they came back in for the night, we'd all hang out, drink a little, smoke, play games, just mess around. So this particular night, it's pretty late, maybe close to midnight. We're all in the living room. We'd rigged up this bed sheet against the wall, and we're using a projector to play Mario Kart on it. There's bags of chips everywhere, empty cans on the coffee table, controllers getting passed around. It was just one of those cozy, dumb, fun nights. We're mid-game, right in the middle of a race, when suddenly, boom, like the loudest crash I've ever heard inside a house. Not just a noise, but one of those sounds you feel in your chest. The kind that snaps everybody out of whatever they're doing at the exact same time. All of us jumped up. The controllers hit the floor. Nobody was laughing anymore. For a second, we just stared at each other like, "Did you hear that too?" And then we all kind of agreed it had definitely come from the back of the house, from the hallway, from the bedrooms I already hated. The first thing we thought was, a tree fell on the house. It made sense. A big limb, maybe, or an old dead tree finally giving out and slamming onto the roof. That had actually happened before to one of the sheds on the property, so it wasn't a crazy idea. We're all talking over each other a bit, trying to act like it's not a big deal, but you could see it on everyone's face. We were spooked. So we grab a couple flashlights and head down that hallway together. Nobody was volunteering to go alone, I'll tell you that. First bedroom on the left, totally normal, nothing out of place. Window intact, no branches through the ceiling, bed where it should be. Second bedroom, also normal. Same thing, quiet, untouched. Then we get to the last bedroom at the very back, the one Caleb had claimed earlier, the one I already didn't like. And the second we step into the doorway, my stomach just drops. Everything in that room, everything, was piled up against the wall on the right side. Not messy, like someone had been rummaging around. Not knocked over randomly. I mean the bed frame, the mattress, the recliner, both dressers, a couple of lamps. Every single big piece of furniture had been shoved or thrown into this angled heap, pressed against that wall. The bed was almost upright, like somebody had grabbed it and tried to stand it on its side. The recliner was tilted at this weird angle on top of it, one of the dressers halfway over, the lamps crushed in between. It looked like a giant invisible hand had swept across the room from left to right and just dragged everything with it. And here's the thing that really got me. That room had been completely normal earlier that day. I'd seen it. Caleb had dropped his duffel bag on the floor by the bed. His stuff was spread out a little, nothing dramatic, just a regular, slightly cluttered room. Now his bag was nowhere we could see, and the room looked like it had been hit by some kind of, I don't even know. Not an earthquake, not an animal. It was too precise and too strong at the same time. My whole body went cold. You ever get that full body chill where your fingers feel numb and you can feel your heartbeat in your throat? That was me, standing in that doorway. Nobody said anything for a good few seconds. We all just stared. Then, all at once, everybody started talking. Bro, what the? How? That's not funny. Who did this? Jonah, who was usually the loudest skeptic about any kind of ghost stuff, just kept saying, no, nope, no way, that's not real. Over and over, like he was trying to convince himself. I finally managed to find my voice and just said, we need to go, like, right now. And everybody agreed instantly. No argument, no macho, let's stay and figure it out. We backed out of that room, down the hallway, and then it was full panic mode. We grabbed whatever we called essentials in that moment. Keys, phones, wallets, one or two random jackets, and bolted out the front door. Caleb didn't even try to go back for his bag. And this dude was the type to double-check the truck doors 3 times before leaving somewhere. That night, he just left it. Didn't seem to care at all. We piled into the truck, slammed the doors, and Caleb just drove. I remember looking back at that dark outline of the house in the rearview mirror and thinking, I am never going back there again. We ended up at Mia's parents' place in town. It was late, but the lights in the living room were still on. They were sitting there, watching TV, completely relaxed, having no idea what we'd just seen. We all start trying to explain at once. 5 freaked-out kids tripping over each other, talking about how the whole back bedroom had been rearranged in a single instant, how everything was piled up, how there was this huge crash. Mia's parents are pretty religious too. Not mean or anything, just very firm in their beliefs. Her dad, Mr. Walker, listened for a minute and then just kind of sighed. You could tell he thought we were exaggerating or trying to scare Mia or playing some dumb prank. Mia and Caleb kept insisting, though. They were practically begging him to go out there and look. It wasn't unusual for him to drive out to the farmhouse to fix things or check on the place, so finally he said something like, "All right, I've got errands to run out that way. I'll check on it." He didn't go that night. He said it was too late and he didn't want to drive the back roads half asleep. So he went a couple days later. When he came back, we were all waiting to hear what he'd say. I remember my heart pounding, hoping he'd at least admit that something was off, that maybe a beam had fallen or a floorboard collapsed, anything that would make sense. He walks in, puts his keys down, looks at us, and he is annoyed. "The house is fine," he says. "Nothing's out of place." We're all staring at him like, "What do you mean nothing's out of place?" He goes on, "The bedroom's exactly how it always is. Bed is made, dressers where they belong, chair by the window. Caleb, your bag is sitting on the end of the bed, right where you left it." I felt this weird mix of anger and dread, because I know what we saw. I can still see that bed nearly vertical, the chair on top of it, the way the lamp was crushed. And now he's telling us it looks like a normal room again? Like nothing ever happened? In just a couple of days? He thought we were messing with him. He actually got kind of mad, said we'd wasted his time, that we'd cooked up some ridiculous story, maybe moved stuff around ourselves and then forgot we did it. We tried to explain, but he just wasn't hearing it. In his mind, there was no room for that kind of thing to be real. I didn't argue. Honestly, I didn't even have the energy to. I just remember thinking, either something supernatural happened, or I'm losing my mind. But here's what I know. 5 people saw that room in total chaos. 5 people heard that crash. And 5 people were scared enough to leave a bag of hunting gear and clothes behind and drive off into the night without looking back. I never went back to that farmhouse. You know, every time I talk about this, my chest gets tight all over again. This happened about 12 years ago now, but it still feels like last week when I let myself really remember it. Back then, I'd been married for a couple of years, and my husband Arun and I were living in his old family home, the kind of place with creaky wooden floors and doors that don't quite close all the way. It wasn't a bad house, just old, full of history, full of shadows. One evening, his mother, Lila, suddenly got very sick. High fever, too weak to even sit up. Arun had work early the next morning, so I told him, "You stay home and rest. I'll sleep over at your mom's tonight, just in case she needs anything." His younger cousin, Mira, who was about 12 at the time, also decided to stay at her auntie's place that night. She adored Lila and didn't want to leave her alone. So, it ended up being the 3 of us in the same bedroom, Lila on the bed, Mira at the other edge, and me on the floor beside them. I remember saying, half joking, "You 2 princesses get the bed, I'll sacrifice myself to the tiles," and we laughed a little. I spread a thin mattress on the floor, laid a blanket over it, and wrapped myself up as best I could. It was raining that night, proper monsoon rain, the kind that rattles the windows and makes the whole house feel damp and colder than it actually is. The wind slipped through the cracks and made this low whistling sound, like the house was breathing. Sometime after midnight, everything went quiet. You know that deep silence when even the rain slows and all you can hear is your own pulse in your ears? It was that kind of silence. I was lying on my side, facing the bed. I could see the outline of Lila's back, Mira curled up at the edge. I was just slipping into that space between awake and asleep when something changed. At first, I couldn't tell what it was, just this feeling, like the air around me had gotten heavier. And then I heard it, breathing. Not mine, not theirs. It was right next to me, right above the blanket. Slow at first, then heavy, strained, almost wet sounding, if that makes sense. I could feel it against my face, this warm, uneven breath, like someone was leaning over me, inches away. My first thought was that Mira maybe got scared and climbed down to sleep next to me. I tightened my fingers under the blanket, about to lift it and say, "Hey, it's okay, I'm here." But I realized the breathing wasn't at my side. It was above me, directly above, like something was bending over my body. My heart started hammering. Suddenly, I was very, very aware of how cold the floor was under my back, how every little sound in the room stood out. I thought, no, I'm just imagining it. I'm tired. I'm worked up from the day. So I tried to calm myself down. I told myself, just turn on the lamp. Once there's light, you'll laugh at yourself. I slowly slid my hand out from the blanket, feeling for the little table where the lamp was. I knew exactly where it should be. I'd turned it off myself. My fingers were still halfway there when it happened. Something stepped on my foot. Not lightly, not like a brush or a nudge. A full, solid weight pressing down on the top of my right foot through the blanket. Heavy, deliberate. I can't describe the kind of terror that hits you when your mind cannot explain what's happening. It's like your whole body just shuts down. The breathing was still there, right above me. Slow, labored. And then I felt the blanket move. You know how it feels when a cat walks across your legs under a blanket? That slight dip, that shifting weight, step by step. That's what it felt like, except it was heavier, and it started near my feet and moved up, across my shins, my knees, my thighs. Nothing was touching my bare skin, but I could feel the weight through the blanket, dragging the fabric with it, creeping up my body. I thought, if I don't do something now, it's going to reach my chest, my face. I don't know where the courage came from. Maybe it was pure panic. With my hand still shaking, I grabbed the edge of the blanket and, in one quick motion, flung it off my body. The breathing stopped. The weight vanished. And there was nothing. No one standing there. No one crouched over me. Just the dim outline of the room, the old cupboard, the chair, the curtained window. The bedroom door was closed, the latch still in place from the inside, just as I'd left it. I jerked my head toward the bed. Lila was lying on her side, sleeping soundly, breathing slow and even. Mira was on her back now, mouth slightly open, soft little snores coming out. Neither of them had moved. My thin mattress was still where I'd laid it on the floor, but the blanket I'd thrown off, that's what made my stomach drop. It wasn't spread out beside me the way it should have been. It was crumpled near my feet, bunched up and twisted, as if someone had actually been standing on top of it a moment ago before stepping away. That was it for me. I grabbed the blanket, scrambled off the floor, and practically launched myself onto the bed between Lila and Mira. I didn't care about waking them. I didn't care how ridiculous I looked. I pulled their blanket over all three of us and just lay there, eyes wide open, staring at the dark ceiling. My heart wouldn't slow down. Every little sound, every creak, every gust of wind felt like something creeping closer. I didn't sleep for even a second. I just waited, counting the minutes in my head, begging for the sky to lighten. Eventually, a faint gray started to seep in through the curtains. You know that soft color the world turns just before sunrise? That's when I finally dared to move. I carefully eased myself off the bed, trying not to wake them, and looked down at the floor where I'd been lying. The mattress was still there. The blanket was still crumpled near my feet, just like I remembered. I told myself again, you imagined it. Nothing stepped on you. You were half asleep. It felt real, but it wasn't. And then I looked at my foot. Right on the top of my right foot, where I'd felt the weight, was a mark. Not a bruise exactly, not a clean shape. It looked wrong. Like a burn that wasn't really a burn. Angry red, faintly swollen, with this odd shape that wasn't quite a hand, wasn't quite a footprint either. Almost like long, stretched out fingers or claws that hadn't fully formed. I remember just staring at it, feeling my throat go dry. I pressed around it with my fingers. It hurt, dull, deep pain, as if something had really pushed down hard. The skin felt hot to the touch, even though the rest of me was cold. There was no way I could explain that to myself anymore. A dream doesn't leave a mark like that. An overactive imagination doesn't burn itself into your skin. For days, that mark stayed on my foot. It faded slowly, like a bruise, but the outline, the weird, finger-like shape, lingered longer than it should have. Every time I glanced at it, that night came rushing back. The breathing, the weight, the way the blanket crawled up my body. Even now, after all these years, when I really sit with the memory, I can hear it. That slow, heavy breathing right in front of my face. I can feel that pressure on my foot. I remember lying there on the floor, knowing that something was in the room with us. You can call it a trick of the mind if you want. Maybe that makes it easier to sleep at night. But I was awake. I remember the sound of the rain, the chill in my fingers, the exact position of every piece of furniture in that room. I was fully there, and whatever pressed down on my foot left something behind, both on my skin and in my head. What haunts me the most isn't the breathing, or even the strange print. It's the feeling I had in that moment on the floor, that absolute certainty that whatever was standing there was not human. Alright, let me tell you something I don't usually talk about in detail. My name is Kareem. I'm an engineer, and these days I live and work in Cairo. But what I'm about to share with you started years ago, in my hometown in Upper Egypt, near Minya. This isn't a short story. It stretched over almost 10 years, from 2012 until 2022, right up until a few months before I moved here. And I swear to you, those years changed me completely. Even now, when I remember some of what happened, I feel my skin crawl. Back then, I'd been married for about 4 years. My wife Salma and I were living in this tiny apartment in the middle of the city. It was noisy, cramped, full of life, but it was home. When our lease ended, we thought, why not look for something calmer? Something a bit bigger, a bit quieter. So we found this apartment on the outskirts of town. It was in a small building, away from the traffic, with some trees around it and a nice empty lot where the kids could one day play. Peaceful, fresh air. It felt like a good new beginning. We had no idea we were walking straight into a nightmare. At first, everything was normal. We unpacked, we painted a wall or two, argued over where to put the sofa, just the usual stuff. The neighbors upstairs were a small family, and they were going on a short trip the week we moved in. We heard them dragging their suitcases down the stairs, laughing, talking. They waved goodbye. They never came back. On the way home, they had a terrible accident. A bus hit their car. Every single one of them died. After that, the building changed. People started moving out. Within a few months, it was basically empty. Just us on the first floor, and one locked apartment on the ground floor that no one ever seemed to visit. That's when the nights started to feel longer. The silence wasn't peaceful anymore. It was heavy, like the whole building was holding its breath. While we slept, we'd hear footsteps in the living room. Slow, careful steps, as if someone was trying not to wake us. I'd get up, heart pounding, tiptoe out, switch on the light. Nothing. Doors closed, windows locked. Just that ugly old couch staring back at me. Then came the knocks. Very soft at first. 3 light taps on the front door. I'd look through the peephole, and the hallway would be completely empty. Sometimes I'd fling the door open right away, just to catch whoever was messing with us. Nobody. Not even a sound on the stairs. We told ourselves, it's an old building. Maybe the pipes, maybe the wood is expanding. You know how it is. You try to rationalize. But the sounds didn't stop. In fact, they got louder, bolder. The feeling that someone else was in that apartment with us grew stronger every single night. Eventually, Salma looked at me one evening and said, "Kareem, I can't sleep here anymore. Let's leave. Let's just start over somewhere else." So we left. We thought distance would solve the problem. We moved to a new city, into one of those half-finished developments out near the desert road. Wide streets, new buildings, but very few people. At night, the whole neighborhood was so quiet that you could literally hear your own breathing. From the first night there, I felt it. You know when you're not alone, even if you can't prove it? That's how it was. A presence, watching, waiting. The noises came back. Soft shuffles, things nudged out of place. Sometimes a door would be slightly open when I was sure I'd closed it. The house felt aware of us. My son Omar was around 8 at the time. One afternoon he walked up to me, very serious, and said, "Baba, why didn't you answer me yesterday when I called you from the bathroom?" He said. "At night, after you and Mama went to sleep, I called you, and you came out of the bathroom and went into your room. I saw you. Why didn't you answer me?" I just stared at him. "Omar, I never got out of bed last night. I didn't even go to the bathroom." He looked at Salma. She shook her head. "Neither did I, Habibi." I watched the color drain from his face. "Then, who was it?" he whispered. "I swear I saw you. Same clothes, same way you walk." I didn't know what to say. I felt this cold weight settle in my chest. A few days later, Omar and my daughter Lena were messing around with my phone, taking selfies in the living room. Suddenly, they came running to us, almost tripping over themselves, both of them shaking. "Baba, look! Look at this!" In the picture, you could see Omar and Lena smiling awkwardly, their faces close together. But behind them, between their shoulders, there was a third face. It wasn't even a proper face, just this pale, smudged shape where a head should be. No eyes, no mouth, but somehow you could feel it staring. That night, the fear came right to our bed. I woke up in the middle of the night with this heavy pressure on my chest, like something was sitting on me. My muscles hurt, my head felt thick. I forced my eyes open, and what I saw still haunts me. Someone, was sitting on Salma's pillow. Not on the mattress, on the pillow. Its hands were wrapped around her head, not squeezing violently, but firm, deliberate, like it was testing how much force it needed. I yelled and pushed myself up. The figure turned its head toward me. I couldn't make out its features clearly, but I could feel its attention. Then it slid off the bed, no sound, just this gliding movement, and walked on the tips of its toes toward the living room. I ran after it, my heart in my throat. The living room was empty. That was the first time I called a sheikh I knew, Sheikh Abdullah. I told him everything, every detail. He listened quietly, then said, "Kareem, it may be the spirits attached to the house itself, or to something you brought with you. As long as they don't harm you, try not to be afraid. Fear feeds them. But if it gets worse, recite this prayer every day." He dictated the prayer to me. I wrote it down, then later that evening I sat in the living room with my phone in my hand, reading it out loud. I got halfway through a verse when the phone just flew out of my hand. It didn't slip. It didn't fall. It was yanked. It shot out of my grip and landed in the middle of the room with a loud crack on the tiles. Salma saw the whole thing. She screamed, "How did that just happen?" I was shaking. "Good," I said. "Good. At least you saw it too. It's not just in my head." I called my friend Mahmoud and told him everything from start to finish. He said he'd talk to another sheikh he knew and get back to me. 2 days later, just before dawn, Salma shook me awake. Her hands were ice cold. "Kareem, wake up. Please wake up." I sat up, half asleep. "What's wrong?" She said, "I was asleep, and I felt something holding my hand, like a small, cold hand. I opened my eyes, and there was a white shadow sitting beside the bed." She swallowed, tears in her eyes. "It didn't have a clear face, but I heard it, Kareem. It said, 'I can't go on anymore.'" I asked her, "Who said that?" "The shadow," she whispered. "The shadow said it, and then it turned into smoke and disappeared." That was my breaking point. My nerves were shredded. I couldn't pretend this was old pipes or noisy neighbors anymore. I told her, "We're leaving. I don't care where we go. We're not staying here." We started preparing to move. For a short while, strangely, things quieted down. We thought, maybe it's over. Maybe it knows we're leaving. The day we actually planned to move out. That was the worst of it. I was in the living room, chatting with Mahmoud on the phone, giving him some details about the movers. Salma was in the bedroom, getting dressed so we could go sign some papers. Suddenly, a scream tore through the apartment. I dropped the phone and ran to the bedroom. Salma was standing in front of the mirror, her back to the bed, one hand on her chest, gasping, pointing at the mattress. "Look! Kareem, look there!" I followed her finger, and my blood ran cold. On the sheet, right where she'd been sitting just minutes before, there was a face. Not drawn with a pen or dirt, more like formed in the fabric. A twisted, inhuman face with a mouth stretched too wide and dark hollows where the eyes should be. The strange thing is, from where she was standing, she hadn't noticed it at first. She only saw it in the reflection of the mirror. Then she turned around and realized it was really there. I pulled out my phone, yes, the same one, and took a picture. I still have that photo. There was no, "We'll wait until tomorrow." That very night, we left that apartment. We found another place in the same city, closer to my work. It seemed safe, normal. New building, families around, kids riding their bikes in the street. I told myself, this is it. This time, we'll start over for real. But during the first week, little things started happening. Not dramatic, just wrong. I was unpacking, moving bags between rooms. I set one bag by the door to take it to the kids' room. I went to get something from the kitchen, came back, and the bag was in the middle of the hallway. No one else was even upstairs. I pushed the thought away. Maybe I forgot. Maybe I left it there myself. The next day, I was putting up curtains. I left one of the curtain rods on the table in the living room while I measured and drilled a hole in the wall. When I turned back, the rod was gone. Salma came in and said, "Didn't you just put it right there?" We searched everywhere, moved the sofa, checked behind the fridge, even opened suitcases we hadn't unpacked yet. Nothing. That curtain rod was just gone, as if the floor had swallowed it. Then came the day that finally broke me. One morning, after the kids had gone to school, I left for work as usual. Around noon, Salma called me. Her voice was shaking. "Kareem, when are you coming home?" I said, "What's wrong? What happened?" She took a breath and said, "After you left, I tried to get some sleep. I lay down, closed my eyes, and suddenly I heard this loud banging above the closet, like something jumping." She continued, "I opened my eyes and looked up, and there were so many of them, Kareem. Tiny creatures, maybe 20, maybe more, hopping and running on top of the closet. Their faces were blurred, not like human faces. My whole body went cold." She said, "I felt something grab my hair and pull it upwards. I couldn't move. And then a voice in my head said, "Look, don't close your eyes," I whispered. "What did you do?" She said. I answered it in my mind. I don't know why, but I said, "I want to see your face." She paused for a moment, then went on. One of them stopped, turned toward me. It took off a little hat it was wearing, like a small cap, and underneath was this white face. Pale, smooth, like porcelain. A little like those Japanese masks you see in movies. But the eyes were full of hatred. It stared at me like it was saying, "Are you challenging me?" And then, she said, "The moment I heard your key in the door downstairs, they all ran. They jumped into the closet and disappeared. When I got home and saw her, she looked like she'd been sick for a week. This wasn't just fear anymore. It was exhaustion, like her soul was tired." We packed what we could, left some things behind, and we left that city. Since then, alhamdulillah, nothing. Hello, dear viewers of Paranormal M channel. Today I'm a little tired, but now that I can sit here and share mysterious stories with you, I feel much happier. Thank you to everyone who has sent us your experiences. To other friends who are watching, don't hesitate to send us your own mysterious encounters as well. Please remember to subscribe and turn on notifications so you don't miss the latest stories from our channel. Thank you very much for your support. And now, let's move on to today's stories. You know, if you and I were sitting together over coffee right now, this is the story I'd tell you. A few years back, I signed on as a volunteer deckhand/engineer aboard this marine conservation vessel working in the Gulf of California. Most people know it as the Sea of Cortez, off the coast of Baja. I'd never been on a trip like that. Every day felt like I'd stepped into a nature documentary. We'd see pods of dolphins racing the bow, whales spouting in the distance, manta rays flipping out of the water like they were showing off. And the crew felt like family within a week. Honestly, it was one of the best times of my life. But it was also weird, in ways I absolutely did not expect. I was out there for just under 4 months, and during that stretch, a few things happened that I still think about all the time. Let me start with the first thing that really messed with my head. So most nights, after everyone settled into the rhythm of watches, somebody would mention the lights. People called them different things. The lanterns, the fireballs. But I just think of them as the orbs. The first time I saw them, it was sometime after midnight. I was on watch and stepped out onto the aft deck for some air. The sea was calm, sky was clear, stars everywhere. And then I noticed these faint, orange-yellow balls of light out over the water. At first I thought, okay, flares or something, no big deal. We were in waters where there's military activity, so drones and flares weren't exactly sci-fi. But these lights didn't behave like any flare I've ever seen. They drifted around in this kind of lazy, erratic way, almost like they were exploring. One would fade out while another appeared a little farther off. Sometimes there was just a single orb, sometimes 3 or 4. And every now and then, one would dip low enough that you'd see its glow shimmer off the surface of the water. One of the senior crew, Marisol, joked that they were curious spirits of the sea. Another guy insisted they were some kind of secret tech. Everyone had a theory, but nobody really knew. One night, I decided I wanted a closer look. I grabbed a pair of binoculars from the wheelhouse and stepped out onto the side deck. There was one orb in particular, brighter than usual, kind of drifting along the horizon. I raised the binoculars to my eyes, trying to steady myself against the slight roll of the ship. But the moment I focused in that direction, I saw something else. Above the orb, farther back and higher in the sky, there was a shape. At first, I thought I was just seeing patterns in the stars. But then I realized the stars were disappearing behind it. It was a triangle. Huge. Dark. Not like a solid object with sharp edges that you'd see in daylight, but more like this enormous, perfectly shaped absence, an outline you could only see because it blocked out the stars. On each of its 3 corners, there was a point of light. Not blinking like aircraft lights, not streaking across the sky, just steady, cool glows. I remember my jaw literally hanging open. I'd heard stories and seen videos online about triangle-shaped craft, and I'd always rolled my eyes a little. You know, sure, another UFO video. But this was right there in front of me. It moved slowly and smoothly across the sky, like it was on rails. No sound, at least none I could hear over the low hum of the ship. I had no real sense of scale. Out at sea, in the dark, you lose all reference points. But my gut told me it was massive, and probably farther away than I wanted to believe. That night changed something in me. I went to bed a skeptic, and woke up a very confused, open-minded skeptic, I guess. But that wasn't the only strange thing that happened out there. Part of my role on board was standing engine watch. Every hour or so, I'd go down into the engine room, log readings, check pressures and temperatures, make sure nothing was leaking or making a new, scary noise. The engine room housed 2 giant diesel engines. Being down there was like standing in the chest cavity of some mechanical beast. Everything vibrating, everything humming, metal and heat and the smell of fuel and oil. I wore a headset for ear protection, but even then, the sound wasn't just noise. It felt like it went through your ribs. And yet, every single time I went down there, it felt like I wasn't alone. It started small. I'd be noting down a temperature gauge, and I'd feel this prickly sensation at the back of my neck, like someone was standing right behind me. I'd turn around. Just pipes, valves, ladders, shadows. Nothing. Another time, I thought I heard someone shout my name. "Hey!" underneath the drone of the engines. I spun around, expecting to see one of the other engineers, maybe Diego or Kara, needing a hand. No one. The only other person on watch was up in the wheelhouse. And then there were the shadows. Little movements in my peripheral vision. A shape slipping behind a bulkhead. The sense of someone stepping out of sight the moment I looked their way. I kept telling myself it was just the flicker of the overhead lights, or my eyes trying to adjust to the bright white glare down there. But the feeling didn't go away. Every round I did, that unease was waiting for me. I never told anyone at first. I didn't want to be that person on a professional vessel, you know? The one talking about ghosts and bad vibes. Then one evening at dinner, this still makes me laugh a little. The second engineer, this super practical, no-nonsense guy named Rafi, took a bite of his food, set his fork down, and said, totally casually, "By the way, the engine room's haunted, in case you hadn't figured that out yet." Everyone at the table kind of chuckled, but I could tell from the way he said it that he wasn't entirely joking. My heart did this weird little flip like, okay, so it's not just me. Later that night, when things were quiet, Rafi told me there'd been an incident years before I ever stepped on board. Some local fishermen had been harassing the ship, getting dangerously close, throwing things, that kind of thing. It escalated. In the chaos, one of the fishermen fell into the water and was injured. The crew managed to pull him aboard and tried to resuscitate him right there on deck, near the entrance to the engine space. They did everything they could, but he didn't make it. Rafi glanced toward the floor when he told me that part. Then he shrugged a little and said, "Ever since then, the engine room's been weird. People hear things, see things. You get used to it." I don't know if what I was feeling down there was connected to that man, or if it was just my brain trying to make sense of stress, noise, and shadows. But after hearing that story, those rounds felt different. I still did my job, still went down like clockwork, but I always said a quiet, respectful, "Hey," when I stepped in, just in case I wasn't alone. The last thing I want to tell you about is what we ended up calling the ghost vessel. It was one of those calm, almost boring night watches. Around 2 or 3 in the morning, The sea was pretty flat, the sky was overcast, and I was up in the wheelhouse with the third mate, a guy named Luis. We were just chatting quietly, watching the radar, doing that slow, steady scan out the windows. Not much out there. Just us and a whole lot of dark water. Luis leaned in, adjusted the gain, watched it for a second and said, "Looks like a small boat coming up behind us. Fast little thing." We both kept an eye on it. It was moving at a decent speed, heading right up our track, and it looked like it was going to pass pretty close down our port side. So, I step out onto the port bridge wing to take a look. If a boat was that close, I should have at least seen running lights. But when I looked out, nothing. Just darkness. Water. Our own ship's lights reflecting off the surface. I went back in, thinking maybe I'd misjudged the distance. I checked the radar again. According to the screen, that contact was right next to us, easily within visible range. Luis frowned, stepped out himself, scanned the horizon, then came back in and checked the displays again. Same thing. The blip slid past us on the radar, clear as day, well within range for visual contact. We both watched, completely confused, as this boat continued ahead of us, maintaining speed and direction, like it was just another vessel cruising along. Only, we never saw it. No lights, no silhouette against the horizon, no wake, nothing. Eventually, it moved out of range and faded off the radar, just like any normal vessel would. Luis and I looked at each other, both sort of half laughing, half waiting for the other one to explain it away. No explanation came. We logged it, of course. Time, bearing, speed, the whole thing. But between you and me, the note "no visual contact" felt pretty strange to write. By the time my contract was up and I stepped off that ship in Mexico, I was not the same person who'd climbed aboard months earlier. I went out there for the wildlife, the adventure, the chance to help with conservation work. And I absolutely got that. I still think about the sunrises over the Sea of Cortez, the way the light hits the water, the sound of whales breathing nearby in the pre-dawn dark. Those memories are some of my favorites. But I also left with this expanded sense of what might be possible. I don't claim to know what I saw. Those orbs, that triangle in the sky, the figure I sometimes felt in the engine room, the invisible boat we tracked but never saw. I can't prove any of it to you. All I can tell you is that it happened, and that it changed the way I look at the world. So yeah, I guess you could say Mexico turned me from a skeptic into someone who's willing to believe that the universe is a lot stranger, and maybe a lot more interesting than I used to think. So, I'm 32 now. I grew up in Kazakhstan, in a small apartment in Almaty, and even after all these years, I still get goosebumps when I think about that night. Back then, I was around 14. It was the start of the summer holidays, late June. You know those long, warm nights when everyone else is asleep and you feel like the whole world belongs to you? It was like that. It was about 3:30 in the morning. I was in my room, lights off except for the glow of my monitor. I was playing World of Warcraft, raiding with my friend Daniar. We were talking through this cheap little headset, whispering so we wouldn't wake our parents. Everything was normal. The quiet hum of the PC, the clicking of the mouse, the distant sound of a car passing outside. Just a regular summer night. And then, something shifted. At first, it was just this sudden chill, like someone had opened a window behind me. The air felt heavier. A bead of sweat rolled slowly down my back, which was weird because I suddenly felt cold. I wiped it away and kept playing, trying not to think about it. Then I felt another droplet, and with it, a light pressure between my shoulder blades. Just a tiny scratch, like a fingernail tracing a line on my skin. I shifted in my chair and brushed my back again, thinking, it's just sweat. I'm imagining it. A few seconds later, the pressure came back, stronger this time. Not painful, but deliberate, like someone pressing a finger right between my shoulder blades. My first thought was that my dad had come in to tell me to go to bed and was messing with me. So I spun around in my chair, already starting to say, okay, I'll sleep. But there was no one there. Instead, I saw a shadow. And I don't mean a vague dark patch or a trick of the light. It looked solid, clear. It had the shape of a head, shoulders, and upper body, but no arms, no legs, just this torso hanging in midair. It stood there for a moment, as if it was facing me. Then it moved backward, like it was sliding away into the darker part of the room, and vanished. I just froze. My heart started pounding so loudly that I could hear it over the game. The room suddenly felt too small, like the walls were closer. I told Daniar, "Bro, I just saw something, like a shadow person or something." He laughed nervously and said, "You're just tired, man. We've been playing all night. Go get some sleep." So I logged off, took off the headset, and crawled into bed. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. You know that sensation, like there are eyes on the back of your neck? It was exactly that. I lay on my side, facing the wall, pulled the blanket over my shoulder, and closed my eyes. I tried to slow my breathing, tried to convince myself it was all in my head. Then I felt it again. A very light scratch between my shoulder blades. Just once. So soft it could have been imagined, but I knew it wasn't. I swallowed and whispered, barely audible, "Go away." About 5 seconds passed, long enough for me to think, okay, maybe that's it. Then the scratching came again. Same spot. Same slow, deliberate movement. Something inside me snapped. Fear and anger mixed together. I turned over sharply, ready to shout, and the shadow was right there. It was so close that if it had been a real person, our foreheads would have almost touched. Maybe 10 centimeters away from my face. I couldn't see any features, just this dense, dark silhouette, like a person-shaped hole cut out of the air. That was it for me. I jumped out of bed, my legs shaking so badly I almost fell, and ran out into the hallway. My older brother, Timur, had a room just across from mine. I didn't want to tell him what I'd seen. I just desperately didn't want to be alone. I opened his door, peeked into the hallway first, and said, "Hey, let's watch that new cartoon, yeah?" Like it was the middle of the day, like nothing was wrong. The corridor was dim, lit only by a little bit of light from the kitchen window. No one was there. But as I turned my head to the left, I saw it. In the middle of the hallway stood something. It looked like a figure covered in a black wedding veil. The fabric, if it was fabric, fell straight down, smooth and heavy, almost touching the floor. There was no face under it. No eyes, no mouth, no nose. Just emptiness under the veil. It didn't move. Not at all. But I could feel it focusing on me, like its attention had weight. My chest tightened. I couldn't breathe for a second. Every instinct in me screamed, "Close the door, now!" So I did. I slammed the door, turned on the light, and rushed to my brother's bed. I shook him awake and said, "Timur, let's just watch a cartoon, okay? Please." He grumbled, half asleep, but he sat up. I put on some random animated movie, something bright and silly, just to push the darkness out of the room. I didn't tell him what I had seen. I couldn't. Saying it out loud felt like it would make it more real. After a few minutes, when I finally got a bit of courage back, I opened his door again. The hallway was empty. The first pale light of morning was coming through the window now, soft and gray. The corridor looked ordinary. Same old carpet, same walls, same doors. Nothing strange, nothing out of place. Little by little, the terror started to fade. My brother got absorbed in the cartoon, and the familiar sounds of the TV made everything feel safer, more normal. Eventually, completely exhausted, I fell asleep sitting next to him. And that was it. No dramatic ending, no explanation, Just a night that has stayed with me for almost 2 decades. Even now, when I talk about it, I can feel that same chill along my spine. I still don't know what I saw or felt. Maybe it was some kind of sleep-deprived hallucination. Maybe it was a nightmare that blended into reality. Maybe it was something else. I honestly don't know. All I know is, it felt real. The pressure on my back felt real. The shadow inches from my face felt real. The thing in the black veil, standing in the hallway, felt real. And sometimes I still catch myself wondering, did it choose me for some reason? Or was I just there, awake at the wrong time, in the wrong place, when something passed through? I don't have the answers. I'm just sharing what happened as honestly as I can. So, let me take you back for a second. I was about 7, maybe 8, and I was lying in the front bedroom of this old house my mom had inherited from my great-grandparents. It was one of those big, creaky family homes. High ceilings, long hallway, the kind of place where the walls feel like they've seen everything. The first floor had 3 bedrooms, a dining room, a living room, and this long, narrow kitchen that led to the back door. Above that, there was a whole unused apartment. 3 more bedrooms, a tiny kitchen, and a bathroom. My mom, Elena, was planning to rent the upstairs to a cousin once their lease ran out. So for the time being, it just sat up there, empty and quiet. My mom and most of her brothers and sisters had grown up in that house. By then, my great-grandparents were gone, but my grandparents were still alive. The house felt full of them anyway, like their presence was baked into the floors and the wallpaper. Back then, on weekends, I had this little routine. I'd curl up in my mom's bed and watch TV with her until I got sleepy. Either I'd crash in her room, or I'd drag myself to my own room, which was closer to the back of the house. This particular night was a Friday, so I was allowed to stay up late. I remember the TV casting that blue, flickering light across the room, and my mom half watching it, half dozing. Around 11:30 p.m., we heard it. This huge, violent crash came from the back of the house. Not just a creak or a bump, like someone had slammed their way in. You had to go through the dining room and kitchen to even see the back door, so from where we were, we couldn't see anything. We just heard it, and then this weird, heavy silence. My mom shot straight up in bed. I can still hear her sucking in her breath. She jumped out of bed, went to her dresser, and pulled out her gun. I remember my heart pounding so hard it felt like it was echoing in my ears. I grabbed the first thing I could find, a heavy metal candle holder from her nightstand. She turned to me and whispered, "Stay here. Get behind the bed. Don't move." But I just couldn't. I was terrified, but the idea of letting her walk down that hallway alone scared me even more. So when she moved toward the door, I followed her, barefoot, clutching this candle holder like it was a sword or something. We crept through the dark hallway, the only light coming from the TV behind us. My mom had the gun raised, ready, and I stayed a step or two behind her. I remember the floorboards under the old carpet groaning with every step, like the house was protesting. When we turned into the kitchen and got close to the back of the house, that's when it happened. The back room was glowing. Not just a little bit of light, this full-on, strange, otherworldly glow filling the doorway and spilling into the kitchen. It wasn't from a lamp, and it definitely wasn't from outside streetlights. It was this soft, almost shimmering bluish violet, kind of like the flame on a gas stove, but brighter and somehow thicker. It felt like the air itself was lit up. We stood there frozen. My mom had her gun pointed straight ahead, but she wasn't moving. I remember my hand tightening around that candle holder so hard my fingers hurt. We only saw it for maybe 2-3 seconds. just long enough for my brain to register, this is not normal. And then, just like that, it vanished. Everything went pitch black. For a second, we couldn't see anything. Then our eyes adjusted, and that's when we noticed the back door. It was standing wide open, but there was no one there. No footsteps running away, no car doors slamming, no voices outside. Just the night, and the cold air drifting in through the open doorway. My mom tried to call 911, and that's when we realized the phone line was dead. Not just, is there a dial tone, dead. We later found out the line had been cut. That's when I saw true panic on her face. She grabbed my arm and hurried us to the front room, where she had this little panic button connected to an alarm system. The alarm itself wasn't set for the night yet, but that button still worked. She pressed it, and we just stood there in the dark, waiting. Those few minutes felt like an hour. Finally, we saw red and blue lights flashing outside, and the police came. They checked the yard, the alley, the upstairs, the whole house. Whoever had been there was gone. This was back in 1994, so we're talking over 30 years ago now, and I still remember that glow like it happened last night. The color of it, the way it lit up the doorway, the feeling that whatever was there wasn't trying to hurt us. I've always believed someone came there that night with bad intentions. They cut the phone line, they kicked in the door. It wasn't random. They were planning to come in and do something. But I also believe that when they forced that door open, they saw something we didn't see fully. Something in that glowing light, and it scared the hell out of them. Scared them enough to make them run before they even crossed the threshold. In my heart, I've always felt it was family. My great-grandparents, or someone else from our line, still tied to that house somehow, stepping in between us and whoever meant us harm. That glow, it didn't feel evil. It felt like a shield. The weirdest part? My mom and I never talked about the glow. Not that night, not the next day, not for years. We talked about the break-in itself, the cops, the footprint, but not the light. Fast forward, I'm about 20 years old, and we're sitting around talking about old stories from that house. The break-in comes up, and I say, kind of casually, "You remember that weird blue light in the back room?" My mom just stared at me. Her eyes got wide, and she said, "Oh my God, you saw it too?" She had never mentioned it to anyone. She told me later she thought maybe she had imagined it, or that it was just her mind trying to make sense of the fear. But when I described the color and how it filled the room and how it disappeared all at once, she went quiet in this way I'll never forget. We just sat there for a minute, both of us realizing we had seen the exact same thing. So yeah, that's the story. Somebody tried to get into our house that night. I'm sure of that. And I'm just as sure that something, or someone, was already there, standing between us and whatever was coming. So, I've been working in hospital IT for about 5 years now. Our current building is still pretty new, just under 7 years old. It replaced this older hospital across the street that had been around for, a little over 50 years. You can imagine what that place had seen, right? Births, deaths, emergencies, all kinds of quiet tragedies and quiet victories stacked on top of each other. When they finally shut the old place down, our team was the last wave through. IT always is. We had to go floor by floor, pulling out anything that wasn't getting moved to the shiny new building. Phones, old monitors, printers that probably should have been retired in the 90s. There were 8 levels in total, a basement and 7 floors, and we had to hit all of them, multiple times. Our routine was pretty simple. We'd do our normal tickets in the new hospital during the morning, grab a quick lunch, and then walk over to the old building for the rest of the afternoon. By the time we were wrapping up, especially toward the end of the project, the sun would be going down. On some days, it would be completely dark by the time we were heading out. The basement wasn't bad at all, honestly. That's where our old offices had been, plus most of the facilities guys. It just felt empty, like everyone had gone home for the weekend and forgotten to come back. The upper floors, though, that's where it got weird. Specifically, the 4th and 6th floors. The 4th floor had been converted into a long-term care unit a few years before the shutdown. A lot of patients with chronic conditions, people who'd been there for months, sometimes years. The 6th floor was where OB and pediatrics lived. Babies, kids, all that energy, all those families coming and going. One afternoon, my coworker, let's call him Dan, and I were working the 4th floor. We were the only 2 people in the entire building that day. Security knew we were in there, but otherwise it was just us and this big, hollow hospital. Dan had headed down toward the east end of the hallway to pull some old phones, and I was about, 40 feet away at the central nurses station. I was unplugging a couple of forgotten monitors, tossing cables into a bin, just zoning out and doing my thing. I watched Dan walk out of a patient room and step into the hallway. He was turning toward me when, out of nowhere, a door on the opposite side of the hall, 2 rooms closer to where I was, slammed shut. And when I say slammed, I mean slammed. Loud. Echoing. Those doors opened inward, into the rooms, so it wasn't like a draft could just catch it and throw it closed. Plus, all the windows on that floor were sealed. No airflow, no people, no nothing. We both froze. Dan stopped dead in his tracks. I looked at him. He looked at me. You know that moment when both of you are trying to decide whether you actually saw what you just saw? And you're sort of hoping the other person says, "Oh, I did that." Yeah, that moment. But neither of us had moved. After a couple of seconds of awkward staring, I just said, "So, the 4th floor will still be here tomorrow?" He nodded and went, "Yeah, morning project. Definitely a morning project." We packed up and left that floor right then. Didn't even pretend we were going to stick around and be brave about it. We were in a good mood. The hallway lights were on. Sunlight was still coming through the little windows. Everything felt pretty okay. And then, somebody giggled. It was a small sound, high-pitched, quick, like a little kid trying not to laugh too loud. It came from just behind us, in the hallway. The kind of sound that makes the hair on the back of your neck stand up before your brain even catches up. I turned around immediately. Dan did too. The hallway behind us was empty. Completely empty. No carts, no staff, no patients. This place had been cleared out weeks before. We stood there, listening, waiting, trying to convince ourselves it had been a pipe, or an elevator, or something mechanical. Nothing. We tried to brush it off and get back to work, but that wasn't the only time it happened. We were assigned to that floor for 3 days, and during those 3 days, every so often, never on a pattern, never when we were expecting it, we'd hear that giggle. Sometimes it was behind us. Sometimes it sounded like it came from one of the rooms across the hall. Once, I swear it sounded like it was right by the nurse's station sink, like a kid hiding under the counter. At some point, we stopped pretending it was just the building settling, you know? Instead, we leaned into it. We ended up giving our invisible coworker a name, Milo. By day 2, it was completely normal for one of us to say something like, "Hey Milo, we're just taking this old TV, okay?" Or, "All right, buddy, you can keep the movies, but we're taking the DVD player." And every once in a while, right when things got too quiet, we'd hear that little laugh again. Just a quick, soft giggle. Never angry, never threatening, almost playful. I wish we'd been allowed to take pictures of those hallways when they were empty. No people, no equipment, just long stretches of linoleum and doors and silence. The sounds carried differently in there once everything was gone. A dropped screwdriver sounded like it came from the other end of the floor. By the end of the shutdown, it wasn't just that one floor either. The whole building had this presence. Not in a horror movie way, more like it was aware that we were the last ones there, and it didn't want to be forgotten. We started this little habit. If one of us dropped something, bumped a cart, or made any kind of sudden noise, we'd immediately yell, "That was me!" Just so the other person, and maybe anything else listening, knew it wasn't something unexplained. On our last day in the old hospital, as we were locking up the 6th floor for the final time, I paused at the nurse's station and just listened. No giggles, no slamming doors, just the quiet hum of a building that had finally been emptied out. I remember saying quietly, "All right, Milo, they're tearing this place down soon. Thanks for keeping us company." Dan, from the doorway, added, "Yeah, you were the least annoying coworker we've ever had." We laughed, turned the lights off, and walked out. To this day, whenever I'm in a quiet hallway in the new building and I hear something drop or a door close a little too sharply, a tiny part of me expects to hear that same little giggle. And I still catch myself wanting to say, "That was me," just in case someone or something is listening. So, let me just talk to you like we're sitting here together, okay? Lately, I've been having this one dream that keeps coming back, or at least I think it's a dream. In it, I wake up somewhere else, someplace with a lot more people, and in that place, I'm not me. I'm more like an experiment, something that isn't supposed to be awake yet. Every time, they notice I've woken up, and they put me back under. Sometimes it's a needle, sometimes a mask, sometimes just a hand on my shoulder and this heavy, sinking feeling. And then I wake up here, in this life, like nothing happened. But when I'm there, it feels more real than this. It feels like that place is where I truly wake up, and this is the dream I keep falling back into. In this last one, I opened my eyes in what looked like a clinic, bright, sterile, with this humming sound in the walls. 2 people were standing over me. They looked like my parents, or maybe like people who'd been made to resemble my parents, but right away I knew they weren't them. Something in their eyes was off, like they were wearing a mask they forgot to adjust. One of them, she had short dark hair and a soft voice, said, "Eli, go to sleep." And that's another thing. In that place, sometimes they call me Eli. That's not my name here. I sat up anyway. The bed I was on was at the edge of a kind of balcony, and below I could see a long row of rooms with glass fronts, like hospital rooms or cages. Each one had a glowing number above it. I was supposed to go to number 7. I just knew that, like it had been drilled into me. I looked down at myself and freaked out a little. My body didn't match how I know I look here. I felt smaller somehow, lighter. I said, "I'm 27 years old. Why do I look like this?" She frowned and answered, almost like she was correcting a child. "No, you're 24. Go where I told you and don't make noise." Her voice was gentle, but there was this edge under it that scared me more than if she'd yelled. And in that moment, I knew I had to escape. Not just I want to, but this deep, urgent need in my chest, like if I stayed, something important would be erased from me. I feel that every time, actually. I always try to get out, but I never make it. It's like the place is designed so I can't really leave, no matter how clever I think I'm being. I stepped away from the bed and started walking along the corridor. The place was huge, high ceilings, echoing footsteps, that strange, too clean smell. Off to one side, there was a larger clinic area, divided into sections, where people were being examined or hooked up to machines. They lay there so still that I couldn't tell if they were sleeping or sedated or something else. As I passed, a young man inside one of the glass rooms noticed me. He looked about my age, but his eyes seemed older, like he'd been there a very long time. He came right up to the glass, surprised, and whispered urgently, "Hey, you're not supposed to be awake yet." I stopped, and he glanced nervously over his shoulder, then leaned closer. He said, "Listen, if you want to wake up for real, chew bark, chew hip, and you'll get out. Do it. Don't forget." I remember those exact words, chew bark, chew hip. It sounded ridiculous, like broken instructions, but the way he said it made it feel important, like some kind of code. I tried to ask him what it meant. "What do you mean? How do I do that?" But he was already looking past me, eyes going wide, and the way they looked at me, I've never felt so much like an animal in a cage. It was like they were studying how I moved, how I breathed, how I reacted, taking mental notes. Just as I was thinking about running, a man in a pale gray coat appeared beside me, as if he'd just stepped out of nowhere. I don't remember hearing footsteps. He just was there. He had a calm, neutral face, the kind of face that never looks surprised. He said my name, Eli, and reached for my arm. His hand was warm but firm, like he'd done this 1,000 times. Behind us, I heard someone shout, and when I turned, 2 other people were dragging the boy who'd spoken to me away from his room, furious. He was struggling, eyes locked on mine. "Do it," he yelled. "Don't let them put you." His voice cut off as they pulled him around a corner. The man holding me didn't react. He just said quietly, "You weren't supposed to talk to him," and led me down the corridor. We passed more doors with numbers, 3, 7, 11, 14. Some were dark inside. Some had shapes moving behind the glass. I couldn't tell if they were people like me or something else. My heart was beating so fast I felt it in my throat. He guided me into one of the rooms. No windows, just soft white walls and a narrow bed, and there was this low humming noise, deeper than before, like it was coming up through the floor. For a second I thought, if I fight now, maybe I can get away. Maybe this time I can make it. But my body suddenly felt so heavy. My eyelids drooped, and everything around me started to blur, like water running over paint. Someone's hand, maybe his, maybe someone else's, touched the side of my neck, and the last thing I remember from there is that same strange thought. What if this is the real world, and the life I think is real is just the place they send me to sleep? And then I woke up. I shot up in my bed here, this bed, in this room, and my phone said it was 3:47 a.m. My heart was pounding, my clothes were damp with sweat, and for a long moment, I genuinely didn't know which side of the waking line I was on. I sat there in the dark, listening to the hum of my fan, the distant sound of a car passing outside, trying to convince myself that this was the real one. But it didn't feel convincing. Instead of feeling relieved, I felt displaced, like I'd been pulled out of where I belonged and dropped back into a role I'm supposed to play. I don't know what to do with that feeling. I keep going over it in my head. The fake parents, the wrong age, the boy with the message about bark and hip, the way those observers looked at me. Every time I think about it, I start to doubt everything around me, my room, my memories, even my face in the mirror. What if it's all just the cover story they give me when I'm put back to sleep? And it's not just this one dream either. I've had other experiences that felt, I don't know, paranormal is the closest word I have. Moments where reality glitches a little, missing time, things moving where I didn't leave them. Deja vu so strong it hurts. I don't know if they're connected, but it's starting to feel like they might be. So I guess I'm really asking you this, person to person. Has anything like this ever happened to you? Have you ever woken up somewhere else? Someplace that feels more real than here? Been forced back to sleep, and then opened your eyes again in this life, wondering which one is the dream? Because after nights like that, I'm left sitting awake at 3-something in the morning, staring at the ceiling, trying to decide which version of me is the experiment, and which one is truly awake. Okay, so I'm gonna tell you something that still makes my skin crawl, even now. When I was about 17, I was living with my cousin Ava in this freshly built housing development on the edge of town. You know the type, brand new sidewalks, tiny baby trees, and way too many empty houses with "for sale" signs still out front. Our place was one of the first ones finished, so at night it felt quiet. Too quiet. One night, it was a little after 11 p.m. I was in my room, lights off, just the glow of the TV and my phone. I was half watching some sitcom rerun, half scrolling, when I noticed something weird about the wall across from my bed. At first, I thought my eyes were just tired. The wall didn't look flat anymore. It was like shimmering. Almost like static, but not on the TV, on the actual wall. Tiny specks, little particles, kind of floating in or just in front of it. They weren't bright, but they were definitely there, shifting and moving. I remember blinking a few times, rubbing my eyes, telling myself, "You're just exhausted, chill out." I wasn't on any meds, no drugs, nothing. I even held my breath for a second, wondering if it was just my vision being weird. But it didn't go away. So I did the dumb horror movie thing and got closer. I reached out and put my hand near the wall, and the particles moved around my fingers, like they were reacting to me. I didn't feel anything solid, but there was this odd, almost electric sensation in my hand. Not painful, just wrong. Like when your foot falls asleep, but inside your skin. That's when I noticed the particles weren't just randomly scattered anymore. They were slowly gathering in one section of my room, near the corner by my closet. Almost like someone was pulling them together on purpose. As I watched, they started forming a shape. Head, shoulders, arms, legs. It was like someone invisible was being outlined, bit by bit, in this shifting, dusty shimmer. I just froze. My whole body locked up. I could feel tears starting because the only thought in my head was, "I finally lost it. I'm actually losing my mind." The figure started moving. It walked, calmly, like it had all the time in the world, around my room, its outline bending and warping as it passed the TV's light. It didn't make a sound. No footsteps, no breathing. Just that quiet hum of the TV and my heart pounding in my ears. Then it came to the foot of my bed, and it just stood there. Even though it was sort of see-through, I knew it was facing me. I could feel it. There's this heavy, focused feeling when someone is staring at you, right? It was like that, turned up to 100. I was crying quietly, shaking, trying not to scream. My phone was next to me, so I grabbed it and texted my cousin Ava, who was in the room at the other end of the hall. My hands were trembling so badly I could barely type. I finally just called her. I whispered, "Come to my room. Don't turn on the light. Please, just come now." She was confused, like, "What? Why are you whispering?" But she sighed and said, Okay, I'm coming." I heard her footsteps on the hallway floor. When she got to my door, I saw the figure turn its head. like it noticed her. She opened the door and flipped on the light. I freaked out. I yelled, "Turn it off! Turn it off! Just turn it off!" She panicked and switched it back off, and for a second the room went dark except for the TV. But the thing was still there, less bright, but there. The particles were still shifting in the air. I pointed at the wall and said, "Do you see that? Ava, tell me you see that." She squinted, taking a step into the room, and then she said, slowly, "What is all that stuff? Why does it look like it's moving?" I pointed toward where the figure was standing and whispered, "Look there." She followed my finger, and when her eyes landed right where the head should be, she just gasped. She didn't scream. She did something worse. She went completely quiet for half a second and then just said, "Nope, no. Sleep downstairs tonight." And she turned and literally ran out of my room. Did not wait for me. Did not help me pack. Just vanished. I was shaking as I started grabbing my blanket and my pillow. I kept glancing at the figure, and I swear to you, it stepped away from my bed and drifted toward the doorway, like it knew I was about to leave. When I walked out into the hallway, it was there, at the top of the stairs, just standing like it was waiting. Its shape was still made of that shimmering, almost dust-like movement, but every once in a while I could see faces, little impressions forming and melting, eyes, a mouth, like it was trying on expressions. I didn't wait to study it. I bolted right past it, practically flying down the stairs. I spent the rest of the night on the couch in the living room, wrapped in my blanket, just staring at the staircase. At one point, the TV light flickered across the wall, and I saw it again, half visible, half not. Its outline rippled, and for a moment, I could make out these shifting faces along its edges. And then, it waved. Just a simple, slow wave, like it was acknowledging me. I couldn't move. My body felt pinned to the couch. I wanted to scream, but my voice wouldn't come out. I only felt it when it came up behind me, this faint, cold pressure on my shoulder, like a finger poking. Then a touch on my hand, light but undeniable. I must have made some kind of sound, because Ava rushed back into the room. She took one look at me and said, "You're not crazy. I saw it too. I don't know what that was, but it wasn't in your head." I whispered, "It followed me down here. It's not after you. It's after me." I begged her to sit nearby and watch me while I tried to sleep. Eventually, exhaustion just dragged me under. I slept there on the couch with the lights on, Ava in a chair not far away. When I woke up in the morning, my shoulder and my hand were sore. I looked and saw faint bruises, small, like fingertip marks, exactly where I had felt it poke and touch me. For the next few days, it kept coming back. Not constantly, but enough. I'd see the walls start to shimmer, or I'd catch the outline of that same figure in my peripheral vision. It was like it was getting weaker each time, less defined, more transparent. By the third or fourth day, it was barely there at all, just a flicker. Then finally, nothing. I tried to convince myself I'd imagined it, even though I had the bruises, and even though Ava admitted, more than once, that she'd seen it too. We just stopped talking about it. Like if we ignored it long enough, it would turn into some weird dream we both happened to share. Fast forward a few years. I'm 21 now. I've been in my own place for about a year, a small, older house, not brand new like the last one. Creaky floors, drafty windows, that kind of thing. But it felt like mine, you know? Safe, quiet. Until 2 nights ago. It was late again. Funny how it's always late. Maybe close to midnight. I was lying in bed, scrolling on my phone, and I noticed the wall beside my dresser didn't look right. It had that same texture. Not just flat paint. Movement. I stared at it, and my stomach dropped. The same tiny particles, the same shimmering, flickering motion, like static made of dust and air. And then the outline started to form. Head, shoulders, arms, legs, just like before. It didn't come closer that night. It stayed near the wall, half-formed, like it was testing the boundaries. I watched it for what felt like hours. Every so often, its edges shifted into faces again, different ones, like it wasn't just one thing but many at once. I didn't sleep much. And the wildest part? I haven't told anyone yet. Ava doesn't even know it's back. I moved out, I moved on, but whatever this is, it found me again. In a different house, different neighborhood, same walls, same invisible figure. And as much as I wish I could tell you this was all just a story, something I made up to freak you out a little, it wasn't. As far as I know, it's real. And it's here with me. So, okay. Let me just tell this like I'm sitting across from you, because this is one of those memories that still makes my stomach knot up. This happened a few years ago. I'm 19 now, so I must have been about 15 at the time. It was in my old childhood house, the one I'm honestly relieved we don't live in anymore. I remember waking up in the middle of the night, checking my phone, and seeing 2:13 a.m. I was stupidly thirsty, like my throat was sandpaper. So I grabbed this plastic cup off my nightstand and decided to go downstairs to get some water. The second I stepped out of my room, I got this feeling in my gut. Not just nerves. It felt like something inside me was screaming, "Turn around, go back, do not go down there." I'd never felt anything like that before. You know how sometimes you get a bad vibe, but you can kind of brush it off? This wasn't like that. This felt like a full-body alarm. But of course, me being me, I was like, "You're being dramatic. It's just dark." So I kept walking. The deeper I went down the stairs, the worse it got. My stomach almost hurt, like I was going to be sick. Every step felt wrong. I genuinely remember thinking, if I'm smart, I'll just turn around, lock my door, and drink bathroom tap water or something. But I didn't. I reached the bottom of the stairs and kind of hurried through the living room, because the living room always felt a little off at night anyway. You know that feeling, like the shadows are watching you? That. The kitchen in that house had one of those old wooden doors. Usually it was half open, but that night it was closed. Not just closed, shut all the way, like someone had pushed it until the latch clicked. I stopped in front of it, and that gut feeling hit me again, but sharper this time, almost like a cramp. It was so strong it literally made me pause with my hand right on the doorknob. Every part of me was saying, "Don't open it. Don't open that door." And at the same time, there was this other part that went, "You're being ridiculous. It's just the kitchen. You're thirsty. Just get the water." So I took a breath, ignored that warning in my stomach, and turned the handle. The door opened with this tiny creak, just a little, like it didn't even want to open. And then I saw it. Right there, not far from the doorway, was this thing. It was tall, maybe 6.5, 7 feet. It didn't look like a solid person. It was more like a silhouette, pitch black, but somehow darker than the dark around it, if that makes sense. Its body was kind of oval-shaped, like the outline didn't match a normal human. And its eyes were this glowing red-orange, like embers in a fire. On its head, it had what looked like a hat. Not a cartoon devil thing with horns, nothing like that. More like an old-fashioned hat, maybe a top hat or a tall bowler, just sitting there on top of this dark shape. That somehow made it creepier, like it was dressed for something. It wasn't blurry. That's the part that freaks me out the most when I think about it. It didn't feel like a trick of my eyes. I was looking straight at it, and it was looking straight back at me. The second our eyes met, I absolutely lost it. I let out the loudest scream I've ever made in my life. My whole body just went into panic mode. I froze, but at the same time my brain was racing like, throw the cup, run, call the police, do something. Bro, hands were shaking so hard that I dropped the cup. It hit the tile and bounced. Thank God it was plastic, because if I'd shattered a glass at 2 in the morning, my grandma, my Nana Lila, would have absolutely yelled the house down. In that moment, I felt this sudden, overwhelming instinct. If you turn your back and run without closing this door, it's going to come after you. I don't know why I felt that, but it was so strong, it almost felt like someone had shouted it in my ear. So I did the only thing that made sense to my panicked brain. I slammed the kitchen door shut. Hard. The sound echoed through the living room. Then I grabbed the cup off the floor with shaky hands, locked the door, like really locked it, double-checking the handle, and backed away. I remember staring at the door for a second, half expecting it to fly open or for something to start pounding from the other side. Nothing happened. But honestly, that almost made it worse, because then my brain had room to go wild with all the what-ifs. I bolted back upstairs, not even trying to be quiet, just full-on sprint. My heart was pounding so loud I could hear it in my ears. I shut my bedroom door, locked it, and practically dove onto my bed. There was no way I was sleeping after that. I grabbed my phone and texted my friend. Let's call him Max. I sent something like, "Dude, I just saw something in my kitchen. I'm freaking out. Please answer." Then I called him. A bunch of times. Eventually he picked up, half asleep, like, "Bro, what is going on?" And I just word vomited the whole story at him. Every detail. I was still shaking while I was talking. He stayed on the phone with me for a while, cracking stupid jokes, trying to calm me down. It actually worked more than I expected. Just having someone there, even through a phone, made me feel less hunted, I guess. I kept the lights on for the rest of the night. I didn't dare go back downstairs. No water, nothing. I just lay there, staring at my bedroom door, listening for any sound from the hallway or the stairs. Nothing came. No footsteps, no creaks, no doors. Just silence. But that feeling, the warning in my stomach, the eyes, the shape in the kitchen, that stuck with me. Still does. Even now, years later, if I wake up around 2 a.m. and have to walk through a dark house, a piece of me is right back there, hand on the doorknob, wondering what I'm about to see. I've tried to explain it away as a dream, or a sleep paralysis thing, or my brain freaking out in the dark. But it didn't feel like that. I was standing. I was moving. I remember the stupid little details, the coolness of the doorknob, the feel of the tile under my feet, the sound of the cup bouncing. And I remember that absolute, bone-deep certainty that if I hadn't slammed that door, whatever it was would have rushed me. Maybe that sounds dramatic. Maybe it was just my mind playing tricks. I honestly don't know. I just know that it felt real. Real enough that I still think about it, even now. So yeah, that was my one big paranormal moment. I haven't had anything like it happen since, but every time I picture that old kitchen, I still see those glowing eyes staring back at me from the dark. So, I guess I'll just start from the beginning. I've always felt like I had this extra sense, not like full-on movie-style psychic, but a really strong intuition. I'm 33 now, and my life has had a lot of strange little moments, paranormal stuff, Coincidences that are too weird to be coincidences. And honestly, more loss and death than I wish on anyone. This story is one of those nights that made me feel like, okay, something else is going on here, and I feel like I need to share it. Back in early July, I had plans to see my dad on a Tuesday. His name was Daniel. I'm an only child, and we were really close. The kind of close where we'd talk every single day, even if it was just a quick text or a funny meme. That morning, around 9 a.m., I texted him, "Hey, what time are we thinking for tonight?" No answer. At first, I didn't panic. People get busy. But a couple of hours went by and the text still wasn't read. That was unusual for him. I live with generalized anxiety, and my brain loves to go straight to the worst-case scenario. So of course, I started to get that creeping feeling in my chest. Then I tried to talk myself down. He's probably in a meeting. Maybe he left his phone at home. Don't spiral. Breathe. By mid-afternoon, around 3 or 4 p.m., the silence started to feel heavy. I texted again. Nothing. Not even delivered. That was the part that really made my stomach drop. By about 7 p.m., the anxiety had turned into this cold, solid dread. You know that feeling when your body knows something your brain doesn't want to accept yet? It was like that. I grabbed the spare keys I had from my dad's place, ordered a rideshare, and went over. He lived in this mid-rise condo building. No doorman, but you get in with a key fob. I remember staring at the little black fob in my hand the whole ride there, like it was going to give me answers. When I got to the building, I scanned the fob at the lobby door. It beeped, the light turned green, and the door clicked open. So far, so normal. I walked down the hallway to his unit. Everything felt weirdly quiet. I knocked on his door, hard enough that there's no way he wouldn't have heard it if he was up. Silence. My heart was thudding. I took a deep breath, told myself, okay, you're going to go in, and he's going to be asleep, or in the shower or something. And I pressed the key fob to the little scanner next to his door. Instead of the green light, it flashed red. The door stayed locked. My stomach twisted. I tried it again, slower this time, like maybe I'd messed up the angle. Red. No, 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 I remember whispering. This fob had always worked. I'd used it before, and it had just let me through the main door downstairs. There was no logical reason it shouldn't work here. I could feel panic rising in my throat, but I forced myself to think. Okay, maybe the back door. There was a little courtyard behind the building, so I went around. I could feel my hands shaking while I walked. I tried the back door to his place with the same fob. Red again. At that point, my brain kind of split in two. One part was trying to troubleshoot. Maybe the battery is dying? Maybe the system glitched? And the other part was just screaming, something is wrong. I looked through the back window into his apartment. All the lights were off. His cat, a chunky black and white boy named Oreo, was sitting there on the floor staring right at me. He was home. His shoes were there. He wasn't answering, and I couldn't get in. I was texting his girlfriend, Maria, who was out of the country on a work trip. I told her the fob wasn't working, that I couldn't get inside. She kept saying, "That's so weird. It should work. We just used it last week." She suggested I call the superintendent to open the door. Normally, that would be the obvious next step. But I had this overwhelming, almost physical feeling. Don't do that. Call 911. It was like my own thoughts, but louder, firmer. Not panicky, just very clear. So I listened. I went out to the front of the building, hands still shaking, and I called 911. I remember my voice sounding weirdly calm as I explained, "I'm worried about my dad. I can't reach him, and the key fob isn't letting me into his unit." They said they'd send officers over. Those 40-ish minutes waiting on the sidewalk felt like years. I kept pacing, sitting, standing, checking my phone, bargaining with the universe. Please let this be nothing. Please let him just be annoyed with me for overreacting. Please, just let him open the door and say, "What are you doing here?" When the police finally arrived, 2 officers came. I explained everything again. They tried the fob on his door too. Same thing. Red light, locked door. One of them frowned and said, "That's odd. It worked downstairs, right?" Instead of breaking down the door, they called the superintendent themselves. He showed up pretty quickly with a master key. They told me to wait in the hallway while they went inside. I slid down the wall, crouching next to my dad's front door, my arms wrapped around my knees. I remember staring at this little scratch on the door frame, something I'd never noticed before, just to have something else to focus on. They went in, and then nothing. No sounds, no voices, no, "Hey, he's okay." No movement. 5 minutes felt like forever. When they finally came back out, I looked up at their faces and I just knew. Before they even said a word. One of the officers knelt down a bit to meet my eyes, and his face was so gentle and so apologetic. He said my dad was in his bed, that he had passed away. They thought it had happened during the night before, peacefully in his sleep. I don't remember exactly what I said. I think I just sobbed, "No," over and over. They didn't want me to go in and see him like that, and honestly, I didn't want to either. The idea of my last memory of him being that, it made me feel sick. Here's the part that still gives me chills. That key fob, it never worked again. Not on his door. Not even later, when things had calmed down and there were explanations like, maybe the system reset, or maybe the permissions changed. It just never worked for his unit again. And as strange as it sounds, I genuinely believe my dad had something to do with that. In my heart, it feels like he was protecting me, from having to be the one to open that door, from walking in and finding him like that. Almost like he was saying, "You don't need to see this. Remember me how I was." From the very first unread text that morning, deep down, I think I knew. I didn't want to know, but my body, my intuition, whatever you want to call it, it knew. So when people ask why I believe in things we can't fully explain, I think about that day. About the key fob flashing red, about the way my gut screamed, "Call 911," about how everything lined up just so that I wouldn't be the one to walk into that room. I miss him every single day. But I also feel, in this quiet, steady way, that he's still looking out for me, just like he did then. Welcome to Paranormal M. How's it going? I've had a pretty good day, and I'm really excited to be here sharing paranormal experiences from all around the world with you. Thank you so much for all your love and for sending in your own stories. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so you don't miss any of our latest updates. Now, pull the covers up tight, and let's dive in. So, hey, I'm going to change a couple names and details because even now, this story makes me a little shaky to talk about. I'm Nina. I'm 27, and this happened with my now ex-husband. Let's call him Mark. Back then, I was pregnant with our first baby, about 7 months along, and we decided to do the whole baby moon thing, you know, one last little trip before life got completely rearranged by a tiny human. Mark planned everything himself. Flights, hotel, dinner reservations. Our destination was Chicago. He was really proud of how taken care of I was going to be, and honestly, it felt nice at the time. All I had to do was pack some stretchy pants and show up. We checked into the Drake Hotel, which, if you've never been, is this really old, grand place right by the lake. Marble floors, big chandeliers, that kind of old money energy. He'd booked us a room on one of the higher floors. I think it was the 9th. That first day was actually lovely. We walked way more than a pregnant woman probably should, along the lakefront, through a couple of museums, grabbed lunch at a little cafe. By the time we got back to the hotel after dinner, my feet were screaming, but my mood was great. Usually I don't sleep well in hotels, different smells, weird noises in the hallway, but that night I was out, like out. Pregnancy fatigue plus miles of walking will do that. The next morning I woke up to sunlight coming in through the curtains, and Mark was already sitting in the chair by the window, just kind of staring out at the city. He looked off. I stretched and asked, "Hey, how'd you sleep?" And he goes quiet. After he says, very calmly, "Something weird happened last night." I'm thinking, okay, maybe a fire alarm, maybe drunk people in the hallway. So I ask, "What do you mean?" He keeps his eyes on the window and says, "A woman in a red dress came into our room." Immediately I'm like, "What?" He tells me that sometime in the middle of the night, he woke up and saw this woman standing near the end of our bed. She was wearing a long red dress, like something you'd wear to a fancy party. He said she didn't look ghostly or anything, just pale and sad and very real. According to him, she looked right at him and said, "You need to go up to the 10th floor." That's it. No explanation, just that. And then, he said, she turned and walked toward the door, but he never heard the door open or close. She was just gone. He told me he lay there, frozen, for the rest of the night. Didn't wake me up, didn't turn on the light, just stared at the door and waited for morning. At first, I kind of laughed it off. I'm like, "Babe, you were dreaming. Or maybe you saw me in my giant red maternity t-shirt and your brain tried to make it sexy." He didn't laugh. He just shook his head and said, "No, I was awake. She was right there." I remember feeling this tiny cold knot in my stomach, but I pushed it away. We had a full day planned, breakfast, some sightseeing, a nice dinner reservation that night, so I didn't really want to lean into creepy ghost encounter at 9 a.m. We went down to the hotel restaurant for breakfast. It's that kind of place where the coffee is way too strong and everything echoes a little. Mark was poking at his eggs, still distracted, and I pulled out my phone to do some research, mostly to tease him. Just messing around, I typed into Google, "Drake Hotel Woman in Red Chicago," and immediately, my whole body went cold. There it was, page after page, all talking about the woman in red at the Drake Hotel. Back in the early 1920s, on New Year's Eve, there was this huge gala at the hotel. A young woman in a red dress was there with her fiancé. Sometime during the night, she discovered he was cheating on her. Different versions say she caught him with another woman or overheard something. Heartbroken and humiliated, she went upstairs and either jumped or fell from one of the upper floors. Some stories said the 10th floor specifically. Ever since, people have reported seeing a woman in a red dress at the Drake, in the hallways, reflected in mirrors, sometimes in their rooms. And one detail came up over and over again. People saying she tells them something about the 10th floor. I remember my hands actually shaking as I read. I turned the phone to Mark and said, "You need to read this." Watching the color drain out of his face as he scrolled. I still see that. He kept saying, "No way, no way." But the thing is, he'd never heard that legend before. Neither had I. We didn't choose the Drake because of some ghost story. We chose it because it looked fancy and he got a good deal. After that, the vibe of the whole trip changed. I tried to act normal, but I was on edge the rest of the weekend. Every creak of the building, every shadow in the hallway felt loaded. I avoided looking too long at mirrors. I didn't want to be alone in the room. That night, when we got back from dinner, he made a joke like, "Should we go to the 10th floor?" And I snapped, "Absolutely not." I was half kidding, but also not at all. We didn't change rooms. We didn't complain to the front desk. What would we even say? "Hi, my husband saw your resident ghost last night. Can we get a discount?" No. We just kind of lived with it for the rest of the trip. I barely slept after that. He said he didn't see her again, but he kept waking up to check, and every time he moved, I woke up too. We went home, life kept moving, the baby came, and on the surface, the whole woman in red thing became just this bizarre story we almost never mentioned. But privately, I kept thinking about it. Not just the ghost part, but the part where she was supposedly betrayed right after getting engaged, right after this huge, happy moment. Because over time, slowly at first and then all at once, Mark showed me who he really was. Controlling. Cruel in this quiet, calculated way. There were lies, secrets, things I don't really want to get into detail about, but let's just say vile is the word that still comes to mind. When our marriage finally fell apart, I found myself thinking back to that woman in the red dress, to that strange night in Chicago. Sometimes I wonder, did he really see her? Was it just a dream that happened to line up with an old ghost story? Or, this is the part that still sends a chill down my spine, was she trying to warn me? Like, here I was, pregnant and hopeful, thinking we were on this sweet little baby moon, and someone, walks into our room and points him toward the 10th floor, toward her story. I don't pretend to know how any of this works. Maybe it was all coincidence. Maybe his brain just cooked up something spooky and Google did the rest. But every time I see a photo of the Drake, or someone mentions Chicago, or I catch a glimpse of a red dress in a shop window, I feel that same little knot of cold in my stomach. I don't talk to Mark anymore. I'm raising my kid on my own, and we're okay. Better than okay, honestly. Safe. Still, sometimes late at night, I think about that woman. How she might have felt on the night her life spun apart. How she's still, maybe, wandering those hallways in red. Hey, something's not right here. Pay attention. So, let me tell you this the way it lives in my family's memory. It all started around 200 years ago, in a small, quiet village where the cremation ground sat right at the edge of the fields. People said that place was haunted. Even in broad daylight, nobody liked walking past it alone. To keep the spirits in check, the villagers built a small temple near the pyres. It wasn't grand at all, just a simple stone shrine, but they dedicated it to a fierce form of the goddess Kali, the one who keeps restless spirits under control. A few days after the shrine was built, the king who ruled that land back then, Raja Devendra, had a strange dream. In it, he saw an ugly, twisted spirit roaming near that very cremation ground, right beside the new temple. When he woke up, he couldn't shake it off. He asked his courtiers, "Has anything new been built near the cremation ground?" One of them told him about the small temple the villagers had just put up. For reasons only he and the goddess might know, the king decided to go there himself. He went without guards, without fanfare, and stayed until the sky turned orange with evening. Just as he was about to leave, something struck. According to the story, an evil spirit attacked him. He felt a sharp, invisible blow, fell to the ground, and lost consciousness. While he was lying there, he had another dream. This one was different. He saw a woman in a red sari, her hair loose, her eyes both terrifying and gentle at the same time. She stood in front of the small shrine and said to him, very clearly, "Establish this temple properly. Find a capable priest who will take care of it with devotion. Then I will protect this land." That priest, we say, was my great-great-great-grandfather, Narayan Shastri. When the king woke up, he took the dream seriously. He ordered the temple to be rebuilt properly, with rituals and all the traditional rules. He called for Narayan Shastri, recognized him as the chosen priest, and granted him land, gold, and silver. There was one condition. His family must take care of the temple for generations. The temple was dedicated to Masani Chandi, a fierce form of Kali. Masani refers to the cremation ground. Chandi means a wrathful goddess, a powerful form of Kali who has influence over the afterlife and fate. My ancestor accepted the responsibility. He served the goddess with full devotion. For a while, everything went well. The family prospered, the temple flourished, and the village was peaceful. But as the generations passed, my family slowly drifted away from her. They stopped paying attention to the temple and became more interested in being landlords, managing their land and wealth instead. The temple became secondary, then an afterthought, and eventually almost abandoned by them. And then, misfortune began to fall on them, bit by bit. Land deals failed. Crops were ruined. Gold and silver were sold off to cover debts. Over a few generations, everything they had been given was lost. It didn't happen in a single dramatic moment, just a slow, painful decline until nothing was left. Finally, a few decades before I was born, someone in the family realized what had happened. We turned our backs on the goddess who protected us. By then, the temple had been moved and rebuilt several times. My elders say 4 or 5, they've lost count. But they returned. They went back to Masani Chandi, performed the proper rituals, and asked for forgiveness. They prayed, "Please protect us again. We were foolish. We forgot you. Take us back." Now, this temple is not a typical sacrifice temple. It's not like animals are being offered all the time. But because Masani Chandi is a form of Kali, a small, limited amount of sacrifice is traditionally allowed. We offer the goat, cook it as a curry, and the family eats it. Whatever is left, bones, remains, scraps, is taken and cremated, returned to the fire of the cremation ground. The priest who serves there now, Pandit Raghav, doesn't eat meat at all. He won't touch the curry. That's his personal vow. Whenever I visit during that time, I can smell it, the anticipation of the sacrifice, even before the goat is brought in. But once I step inside the inner part of the temple, everything changes. There's no smell of incense, no smell of flowers, nothing. Inside, for me, there is only the smell of petrichor, that damp, earthy scent, as if it has just rained on dry soil, even when the day outside is hot and dry. It's the only thing I can smell inside that sanctum. It feels like the earth itself is breathing. That's my father's side. Now, from my mother's side, the connection is strangely similar. By sheer coincidence, or maybe fate, my mother's family is also tied to the same goddess, Masani Chandi. But unlike the small village shrine of my father's side, my mother's side is connected to a very well-known temple. If you look it up on Google, you'll find it under the name Swargadwar, which means Heaven's Gate. It's a large cremation ground with a big temple of Masani Chandi inside it. The place is busy, famous, and spiritually important for many people, not just our family. My mother's grandmother, whom we called Lakshmi Amma, was closely associated with that temple. People say she had a gift. She could ward off evil spirits and help heal illnesses using a special chant taught to her in a dream. Neighbors would come to her with strange problems, nightmares, sudden fevers, unexplained fear, and she would softly chant that mantra over a glass of water or over their heads, and they would feel lighter. She lived to be almost 100 years old. I actually met her several times when I was very young, though I only have fragment-like memories. Her thin hands, her gray hair tied back, the way her eyes seemed to be looking at something far beyond the room. When I was a baby, my mother's family performed a ritual for me at Swargadwar. In that ritual, they sold me to the goddess. Or, more gently put, they offered me to her. It doesn't mean the goddess literally adopted me and took me away, of course. It's more symbolic. Through that ritual, they were saying, "This child is yours now. Her fate, her protection, her path, please look after her." So in a strange, comforting way, I've grown up with the idea that I belong to Masani Chandi, from both sides of my family. My father's side, who once neglected her temple and suffered for it, then came back in humility and gratitude. My mother's side, whose matriarch walked with her so closely she could chase away spirits with a chant. And me, somewhere in the middle, offered to the same goddess who rules over the cremation ground, over fate, over the thin line between this world and whatever comes after. When I stand in that temple and breathe in that impossible smell of rain on dry earth, I always feel the same quiet thought in my heart. I'm still yours. Don't forget me. Alright, I'm just gonna say it straight out. I think I'm lucky. But not like win the lottery and move to a private island lucky. It's this really weird, super specific kind of luck that only shows up when things are bad and I genuinely have no other options. And honestly, I don't even know if luck is the right word. Sometimes it feels like something else, wearing a luck costume. My wife, Mia, she's the one who really noticed it. I think it's been happening my whole life, but she started pointing it out a few years back. Out of the thousands of little things, I'll just start with the moment she went from, "Huh, that's weird," to, "Okay, this is freaking me out." So this was about 5 years ago, right before Christmas. We had this roommate, Jenna, who just bailed. Stopped paying her half of the rent and utilities, ghosted us completely. And we weren't exactly rolling in cash. We were very much living paycheck to paycheck, so suddenly we're short on rent and trying to figure out how to afford Christmas for the kids and a little something for family. You know that kind of stress where your chest just feels tight all the time? That was us. A few days later, I'm on the way home from work and I stop for gas. I'm standing there by the pump, just staring at the numbers going up and mentally calculating how many instant noodles we can buy. And I see this crumpled $5 bill on the ground by the door to the little gas station shop. I pick it up. I look around. No one's nearby. Nobody's freaking out about losing money. I go inside, hand it to the cashier, and say, "Hey, someone dropped this." She barely glances at it and goes, "If nobody claims it by the end of the shift, it's yours." I'm like, "Okay, whatever." And I just wander around the store for a couple minutes, mostly killing time. They've got those little video lottery machines in the back. I have never been a big gambler. I mean, with our budget, we're counting dimes, not throwing them into machines. But I've got literally nothing else to do, and for some reason, I just feel like drawn to it. A few minutes pass, nobody comes in looking for the 5. The cashier nods at me like, "Yeah, go ahead." So I take the 5, sit down at the machine, and I tell myself, "Look, we're already screwed. This isn't rent money. Worst case, I lose it and nothing changes. Best case, who knows?" I put in the 5, hit spin. One spin. Boom. I win $1,200. I just sit there staring at the screen, completely frozen. The cashier, that same day at work, a customer I barely interacted with leaves a tip, cash, for me. $100. I work a job where tips like that just do not happen. I had never gotten a tip like that before, and I haven't since. It covered exactly the gap we had for groceries, and then some. Then there were the big ones. Twice, we fell behind on the mortgage to the point where we were terrified of losing the house. The first time, I'm panicking, trying to figure out if we need to start packing or what. And then I get this notice about a disability payment adjustment, some error from way back that they were correcting. Back pay. Enough to catch us up before it was too late. The second time, different situation, same pattern. We're behind again. I'm having that sick feeling in my stomach every morning. And then I get a letter saying my disability amount is being increased and they're backdating the difference. Again, just enough to pull us out of the fire. That's the pattern. That's the weird part. It is always just enough. Never extravagant. Never congratulations, you're rich now, go buy a boat. It's always just enough to cover the immediate need. And here's the other side of it. If I ever tried to push it, to lean on it, to treat it like some kind of cheat code, it backfired. If I tried to stretch that money into something greedy, or I started thinking, hey, maybe I can game this, maybe I can get more out of it, something would happen. The car would break down, something valuable would get stolen, an unexpected bill would show up. It was like being smacked on the nose with a newspaper. I remember one time, after one of these miracle moments, I got a little cocky. I thought, well, hey, maybe this is my thing. Maybe I should go play those machines again. Maybe I can double it. Went back a few days later, tried again with my own money this time. Lost it instantly. Not long after, something expensive in the house broke. Our washing machine just died. Whatever little extra cushion we thought we had, gone. It felt like being punished for trying to turn just enough into more than enough. It got to the point where, whenever we were in a bad spot, I'd tell Mia, half joking and half serious, "Why are you stressing? You know how this goes. I've got the shine. It'll work out." And the messed up thing is, it always did. I could keep going with stories like that forever, honestly. There's a whole other category of this from when I was deployed. I was in a war zone, and there were a couple times where, by all logic, I absolutely should not be here talking to you right now. Once, a mortar shell landed literally a few feet away from me. Didn't explode. Everybody hit the ground. People were shouting, waiting for the worst. And nothing. Just this horrible, heavy silence. We were all shaken, but I walked away without a scratch. Another time, our vehicle hit a grenade round near the back tire. Everyone in the back got peppered with shrapnel. Not all of it was serious, but still, bloody, screaming, chaos. Me? Sitting in the same vehicle, same blast, I walked away completely untouched. It's hard to explain what that feels like. On paper, yeah, you could say, well, sometimes people get lucky. But when you stack that on top of all the other times, it starts to feel, I don't know, targeted, intentional. Like something keeps stepping in at the last possible moment and going, not him, not yet. But then Mia started saying things like, this isn't normal. This actually scares me. And once she said that, I couldn't unsee it. So now I think about it a lot. Probably more than is healthy. I've tried looking it up. I've searched for explanations, everything from spiritual stuff to weird probability theories. The only things I ever find are either religious language that doesn't quite sit right with me, or fiction that feels a little too close to home. And yeah, sure, if this kind of thing happened once in a while, you'd shrug and say, life's weird. Most people do have a few stories like that. But for me, it's constant. Over and over and over. In different places, at different times in my life. Same pattern. Things get genuinely dire. There is no practical way out. Something unlikely happens. We get just enough to be okay. Not more. Never less. Just enough. So that's where I'm at. I'm not here to say I have powers or anything dramatic like that. I'm just a guy who's noticed this pattern, and it's gotten too loud to ignore. And yeah, It scares my wife. Sometimes it scares me too, because if something can step in and help, whatever it is, it could also stop. And I don't know what happens then. Anyway, that's my story. That's my just enough luck, I guess. Make of it what you will. So, I'm gonna tell you about the one night in my life that still gives me chills when I think about it. This happened a little over 10 years ago, when I was about 16. I was living in this old council terrace, kind of squeezed between two other houses. It was just a normal school night. My Aunt Rena was working late, my little brother was staying at a friend's house, so it was just me and my dog Daisy at home. It was pretty late, maybe around 11. I was in the living room, lights off except for the TV and the warm glow from the hallway light. You know that cozy, half-asleep vibe? That's where I was. Daisy was wandering around the house doing her usual checks. She was a really calm dog, the kind that hardly ever barked, let alone growled. After a while, I realized it had gone really quiet. I couldn't hear Daisy's collar jingling. Then I heard this low, rumbling growl. At first I thought it was the TV, but it kept going. It was coming from the top of the stairs. I muted the TV and just sat there for a second, listening. The growl got deeper. I'd never heard her make that sound before, ever. So I got up, a bit annoyed at first, like, "What are you doing, Daisy?" But the closer I got to the stairs, the more I could feel my body tensing up. When I reached the top, Daisy was standing completely rigid on the landing, facing the staircase. All the fur along her back was standing straight up. Her teeth were showing, and she was staring down the stairs like there was something there that terrified her. I followed her gaze down into the dark. The light from the hallway only went so far, so the bottom of the stairs and the area beyond were kind of swallowed in shadow. And that's when I saw it. It looked like a person-shaped shadow, but wrong. Not like someone actually standing there, more like a patch of darkness that was darker than it should have been, shaped like a person but sort of blurred at the edges, almost like the air was warped around it. I remember blinking, trying to make sense of it, thinking, is that a coat on the banister? Am I just seeing things? I had maybe 2-3 seconds to process it. And then everything went black. Every light in the house cut out at the same time. The hallway, the TV, everything. No flicker, no fading, just gone. Pitch black. I stumbled back and grabbed onto the wall, completely disoriented. And as my eyes tried to adjust, I started seeing these flashes, like faces. Not clear ones, not like you'd recognize a person, but impressions of faces, right in front of my eyes. Almost like when you stare at a light bulb and then close your eyes, and you see weird shapes. Except these felt more detailed, more intentional. Some looked angry, some just blank. I know how that sounds. Maybe it was the panic, the sudden darkness, my brain trying to fill in the gaps. But in that moment, it didn't feel imaginary at all. It felt right there. Daisy started barking, this frantic, high-pitched bark that I'd never heard from her. She bolted past me and ran into my bedroom, which was just off the landing. Instinctively, I followed her. I slammed the bedroom door shut behind us, even though I couldn't see anything. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I felt my way over to the light switch and flicked it on and off a few times. Nothing. The house was completely dead. No hum from the TV, no glow from the router, nothing. Now, in my room, directly across from my bed, I had this full-length mirror. It wasn't leaning. It was properly fixed to the wall with brackets. It had been there for years and never moved, never rattled, nothing. I was lying there in the dark, clutching my dog, breathing way too fast, trying not to cry. I remember whispering to her like she could understand me. "It's okay. It's okay. It's okay." And then, out of nowhere, the mirror came off the wall. I didn't hear the brackets creak or anything. It was just this sudden, violent force from behind me, like someone had shoved a door into my back. The mirror slammed into me and then crashed down, shattering all over the floor. Glass went everywhere. For a second, I couldn't even process what happened. My back was stinging where the frame had hit me, and I could hear pieces of glass still clinking as they settled. Daisy jumped off the bed and started whining, pacing back and forth, but she wouldn't go near the area where the mirror had fallen. That was the point where I just lost it. I grabbed Daisy, didn't even think about shoes or anything, and ran. I yanked the bedroom door open, ran down the still dark stairs as fast as I could without falling, and burst out into the back garden. I remember the air outside feeling too normal. Cool, calm, night sounds, a couple of distant cars. Like the world carried on completely unaware that I'd just had the worst scare of my life. My hands were shaking so much it took me a couple of tries to unlock my phone. I called my Aunt Rena and basically broke down as soon as she answered. She kept asking, "Are you outside? Are you safe? Is anyone in the house?" And I just kept saying, I don't know, something's wrong with the lights, something's in the house." She told me to stay in the garden with Daisy and wait for her. So that's what I did. I sat on the step, holding Daisy close, watching the house like I expected something to look out of the upstairs window. When Rena finally pulled up, she came through the gate, saw my face, and her whole expression changed. She put an arm around me, asked if I'd seen an intruder or heard anyone. I tried to explain the shadow, the power going out, the mirror, but the words felt ridiculous coming out of my mouth. She went inside first to check everything, telling me to wait. I stood by the back door, ready to bolt if she screamed. I watched her silhouette move down the hallway. She reached for the switch, and the hallway lights came on. Just like that. Perfectly bright. No flickering, no delay. The TV turned on. The Wi-Fi lights were blinking. The bedroom lamp worked when she tried it. Everything in the house was suddenly fine, like nothing had ever happened, except for the smashed mirror all over my bedroom floor. We cleaned it up together later, silently, both of us a bit unsettled. She tried to make rational suggestions. Maybe the power had tripped and come back on. Maybe the mirror had been loose and just finally given way. But even she couldn't really explain how it flew far enough to slam into my back the way it did. Now, here's the part I didn't mention for years, because I just brushed it off at the time. When we lived in that house, I used to wake up with random scratches on my arms, shoulders, sometimes my legs. Not just tiny little ones either. Sometimes they were long, like I'd scraped myself on something. I always assumed I was doing it in my sleep, or maybe the bed frame had a rough edge. It was weird, but I didn't really think too hard about it. But it only ever happened in that house. After we moved, it just stopped. Completely. Because it was an old terrace, I always told myself it was the neighbors. Thin walls, shared structures, you know? Old houses creak, pipes bang, people make noise. That's just life. But after that night, the shadow on the stairs, the blackout, the faces in the dark, the mirror smashing into my back, it all started to feel like pieces of a bigger, much more unsettling picture. I've tried so hard to rationalize it over the years. Maybe it was a power surge. Maybe the fear and adrenaline made me misremember details. Maybe the mirror was loose and the timing was just horrible. Maybe the faces were just my imagination in full panic mode. But every time I replay it in my head, I still feel that same cold, sinking dread in my stomach. The way Daisy growled at something I couldn't see. The absolute wrongness of that shadow at the bottom of the stairs. The weight of that mirror hitting my back like it had been thrown. I don't know what happened that night. I'm not here to say it was definitely a ghost, or the house was haunted, or anything like that. All I know is, it felt like something in that house really, really didn't want us there. And even now, all these years later, I can remember every second of it like it just happened yesterday. So, this happened really early this morning, and I still feel a little weird talking about it. I woke up around 3 in the morning, maybe a little after, like 3:10 or so. I live in this old apartment building, the kind with creaky floors and really thin walls, and my neighbors were being loud. Doors closing, muffled voices, someone dragging furniture for some reason. It took a while for things to calm down, but eventually the noise faded and the building got quiet again. I rolled over, trying to get comfortable, and I slipped into that in-between place where you're not quite awake, but not fully asleep either. You know that floaty feeling? Your thoughts start turning into dreams, but there's still this little part of you that knows, I'm not asleep yet. That's where I was. I was kind of half dreaming that I was on my phone, scrolling around and trying to find this video I wanted to watch. I could feel the weight of the phone in my hand, but at the same time I knew I was lying in bed, in my room, and that none of it was actually happening. It's something that happens to me sometimes. I'll start dreaming before I'm fully asleep, but I'm still aware that it's a dream. And then, out of absolutely nowhere, I felt hands on my face. 2 hands came in from behind my head and settled on my cheeks. They started moving slowly, rubbing up and down along my face. I could feel everything, every curve of the fingers, the palms sliding over my skin, the way my cheeks kind of squished and moved with the pressure. The hands felt cold and a little rough, like they belonged to someone who worked with them a lot. The fingers felt thick and solid, not delicate at all. They weren't squeezing or hurting me. It was actually a really gentle touch, but it was so clear and detailed that it instantly snapped me out of that dreamy, scrolling scene. My first thought, honestly, was that it was my partner, Daniel. He has a key to my place, and sometimes he'll come over super early if he can't sleep. So for a second, I just assumed he'd let himself in and was messing with me, like trying to freak me out in my sleep. The weird part is that in the moment, I didn't panic. I was confused, but I wasn't instantly terrified. I remember thinking, okay, it's probably just him. Who else would it be? The hands even kind of felt like his, big and a little rough. So I tried to reach up and feel who it was. I brought my own hand up toward my cheek, trying to touch their hand, to feel an arm or a sleeve or something that would tell me, yeah, it's definitely Daniel. But when I tried to move, I couldn't. My body just wouldn't respond. I could move a tiny bit, just enough to feel my own fingers brushing one side of my face, but that was it. It was like I was stuck inside my own body. I tried to turn my head to look, to see who was behind me, but my neck wouldn't move. Everything felt heavy and pinned in place. I managed to get my eyes open just a sliver. The room was almost completely dark, just a little bit of light coming in from the street through the curtains. I could see vague shapes, shadows in the corners, but no clear outline of a person. No silhouette leaning over me. Nothing that made sense with the feeling of those hands on my face. And that was the moment it really hit me. Daniel wasn't there. He hadn't texted me that he was coming over. I hadn't heard my door, and there was no shape, no body, nothing I could see that matched what I was feeling. There was no one in the room. That's when the fear hit. Not a screaming, dramatic fear, but that cold, shaky feeling that creeps over you when you know something was off. I just lay there for a while, staring into the dark, trying to process what happened. The strange thing is, in the moment when it was actually happening, I wasn't scared. I didn't feel like I was being attacked. My breathing wasn't weird. My heart wasn't pounding. I was weirdly calm. The touch was gentle, almost careful. It's only afterward, once my brain started trying to make sense of it, that I got freaked out. Because it felt so real. Too real. And this isn't the first time something like this has happened to me. A few years ago, when my mom was renting this little house in a different town, I had two really intense experiences there. That house always felt heavy to me, like the air was thick, especially at night. The first time, I woke up to this crushing pressure on my chest. It felt like something was pushing me straight down into the mattress, like I'd suddenly become twice as heavy. I couldn't move, and I couldn't get a full breath in. I didn't see anything, didn't feel hands or a body, just that weight, like an invisible boulder pinning me down. That one scared me a lot. The second time in that same house, I was dreaming that something, some kind of presence, I guess, was trying to pull me out of bed by my left arm and leg. In the dream, I could feel it grabbing me, tugging, trying to drag me off the mattress. And when I jolted awake, my arm and leg were actually stretched out off the side of the bed, like I'd already been halfway pulled over. That scared me even more, because it wasn't just in my head anymore. My body had literally moved into the position from the dream. Those two experiences were really intense and really frightening. I remember waking up shaking, heart racing, and not wanting to go back to sleep afterward. There's another story too, but this one I don't remember myself. I was too little. My mom has told it to me more than once though, and it always gives me chills. When I was a baby, we lived in this really old house. My dad would be at work during the day, so it would just be me and my mom at home. She'd put me down for a nap upstairs with the baby monitor on, and then go back down to the kitchen or living room. Every so often, she said she would hear a woman's voice coming through the monitor. Not talking, but singing. Softly, like a lullaby. Like someone was leaning over my crib and singing to me. My mom said that whenever this happened, instead of calming down like you'd expect a baby to do when someone's singing, I would start screaming. Full-on, terrified crying. It happened enough times that she still remembers it really clearly. She was convinced there was no TV on, no radio, no neighbor that close. Just her, me, and this voice. So I'm aware that a lot of what I've described, waking up unable to move, feeling pressure, seeing shadows, that kind of thing, lines up with classic sleep paralysis. I've read about it, I know what people say, but for me, it doesn't happen very often, and it's interesting that the few times it has happened were only in certain places. That rented house, this old apartment. I also can't help thinking about that baby monitor story, about someone singing to me when I was too young to understand what was going on. Between that, the pressure on my chest, the feeling of being pulled, and now these cold hands on my cheeks while I'm half awake, it makes me wonder if I'm just more sensitive to something. Whether that something is just my brain doing strange things during sleep, or energies we don't fully understand, I honestly don't know. What I do know is that what happened this morning felt incredibly real. The texture of the skin, the temperature of the hands, the way my cheeks moved with their touch. That level of detail is what shook me the most. And the fact that I wasn't fully asleep yet when it started, that I was aware of my room, my body, my thoughts. It all makes it harder for me to just shrug it off. I'm not saying I have all the answers, I don't. Part of me leans toward the explanation of sleep paralysis because it fits in a lot of ways. Another part of me, the part that believes there are things we can't always see or measure, wonders if there's more to it. Either way, it left me lying there in the dark, staring at the ceiling of this old apartment, feeling that mix of curiosity and fear that keeps you awake long after the experience is over. Just replaying those cold, careful hands on my face and asking myself, what was that? So, I'll start by saying this. I really do believe there's more out there than what we can see. Not in a dramatic, movie kind of way, just logically. It feels totally possible there are things we don't understand yet. And I'm not the only one who feels that way. My boyfriend, well, let's call him Leo, and his family are the same. They've all had experiences they'd describe as paranormal. I'm still trying to decide how I feel about it all, but I've heard enough from them that I don't just brush it off. I even suggested burning sage at one point, just to clear the energy a bit, but I want to understand what we're dealing with before I go in there waving smoke around like a DIY exorcist. So Leo's house isn't super old. It's not one of those creepy Victorian mansions. It's a 3-story place in a neighborhood that's been around since maybe the 60s. The unsettling part is more about where it's located, right beside the rail line, near a station where, unfortunately, a lot of people have ended their lives. There's just this heaviness in the area, even during the day. It's like the air remembers. Inside the house, Leo's room is directly above his mom's room. Well, his mom, Anna. Both rooms have this little nook in the same spot. If you stack the rooms on top of each other in your mind, the nooks line up perfectly, one right above the other. During the day, it's just a weird little architectural quirk. At night, it's something else. Both of them say they feel watched from those nooks. One night, Leo was lying in bed, his back to the room, and he said he could feel it. You know that prickly feeling when someone's staring at you? He said it felt like something tall was standing in the nook, just looking at him. Not moving, just there. He didn't see it directly, but he said his whole body went tense, like his instincts were shouting at him that something was wrong. He didn't sleep much after that. The next morning, he went downstairs to tell his mom what had happened. He didn't even get to finish his sentence. As soon as he started with, "Something weird happened last night," she cut him off and said, "In the nook?" And then she told him that she'd felt the exact same thing, like something tall was standing in the corner of her nook, just watching her. She was so unsettled she'd ended up sleeping with the lamp on. She's told me other things too. Sometimes she sees these dark, shadowy shapes in the doorway, like someone's leaning in to look but never actually coming into the room. Other times, she hears the sound of people running up and down the stairs or across the hallway when she knows she's home alone. No TV, no radio, no neighbors that close. Just that hollow thudding of footsteps in a house that should be quiet. There was another night, pretty late, after we'd had a few people over. Everyone had left, and I'd already gone upstairs. Leo stayed down in the kitchen to clean up. His kitchen faces the bottom of the stairs, so if you stand at the sink, you can see the hallway and the stairway pretty clearly. He told me he suddenly got that familiar feeling again, like someone was watching him. Not just, oh, I'm being paranoid, but that heavy, very present feeling, like when you know someone's eyes are on you. He turned around to look at the stairs and said it felt like he was making eye contact with something halfway up. The weird part is, there was nothing there. No shadow, no person, nothing you could point at and say, "That's what I saw." Just this intense sensation of locking eyes with something that wasn't physically visible. He ended up finishing the dishes with his back pressed against the sink, facing the room so he didn't have to turn around again. He said he only went upstairs once that feeling finally faded. Until then, he just didn't feel safe. And here's the thing. They've only lived in that house for, about 2 years now? And these are just the stories I remember them telling me in passing, over tea or while we're sitting on the sofa. It's not like they're trying to scare me. If anything, they're almost casual about it, which somehow makes it creepier. It doesn't stop at that house either. His grandparents' place is similar. Different building, same kind of energy. People have said they've felt hands on their backs when they're going down the stairs, like a shove or a sudden yank, just enough to throw them off balance. One of Leo's cousins apparently slipped because of it, and she swears something pulled at her ankle. There are also stories about people seeing someone waving from the upstairs window when the house is supposed to be empty. Neighbors will mention it like, "Oh, who was visiting you earlier?" And his grandparents will say, "No one was here." That kind of thing. I'll be honest with you. Part of me is curious, part of me is scared, and part of me just wants everyone to be okay. I don't know if whatever's there is truly malicious or just stuck or trying to be noticed. I don't pretend to have all the answers. I just know that the people I love feel watched in their own home, and that doesn't sit right with me. So I keep listening. I keep paying attention to the patterns. I keep one foot in belief and one foot in, maybe there's a logical explanation, while I figure out what feels right. And if we do end up lighting that sage and saying a few kind words into those dark little nooks, it won't be from a place of fear. It'll be from a place of wanting everyone, living or otherwise, to find a bit of peace. So, earlier this year, late August actually, my grandpa, we called him Lolo Ben, passed away in our family's home. He'd been on hospice for a while because his health had gone downhill really fast. Before that, he was in and out of the hospital, and every time he came home, he seemed just a little bit smaller, a little more tired, you know? About 5 weeks after he passed, my Aunt Rosa, who had Down syndrome, also passed away. She'd bounced between the hospital and a nursing home for months. Eventually, the doctors told us she wasn't improving and that hospice would be the kindest option. The really heartbreaking part is that the same evening they settled her into the hospice facility, she was gone. Just like that. When my grandpa was still with us, he had this little routine he loved. He'd shuffle over with his walker and park himself right by our front door, facing the big old tree in the yard. He loved that tree. Said it made him feel like he was sitting in front of a green ocean. My mom bought 2 wooden rocking chairs for the porch, one for him and one for her, so they could sit out there together. Most mornings you'd find them there, the 2 of them, sipping coffee, talking softly, or just sitting in comfortable silence while the neighborhood slowly woke up. He looked so peaceful out there. That spot became his spot. So fast forward to after both he and my aunt passed. It was maybe a month and a half later. I was up way too late one night, around 1:40 a.m., sitting in the living room, scrolling on my phone like a zombie. From where I was sitting on the couch, you can see the front door, and next to the door there's this tall glass panel window. It's not totally clear. You can't see every detail, but you can definitely make out shapes and movement. One of the things you can see from there is my grandpa's old rocking chair. I'm just sitting there, barely paying attention to anything, when something moves at the edge of my vision. You know that little flicker that makes your brain go, "Wait, what was that?" So I look up, and the rocking chair is moving. Not just a tiny little wobble either. It was rocking. My first thought was, okay, it's gotta be the wind. Calm down. I didn't want to jump straight to ghost or anything, so I sat there for a second, just watching. The air felt totally still. Our curtains weren't moving. Nothing else was shifting or rattling. I grabbed my phone and started recording from where I was on the couch. You can see it clearly in the video. The chair is moving in this weird, uneven way. It would rock normally for a bit, and then suddenly slow down and almost sink back, like someone was leaning their full weight into it. And then it'd pick up again. It didn't feel like a random breeze. When it finally stopped, I checked the weather app right away. No wind. Not even a light breeze reported at that time. I just remember sitting there with this heavy, weird feeling in my chest, like I'd walked in on a private moment that wasn't meant for me. And that's not the only thing that's happened. Before I started sitting in that particular spot on the couch, I used to stay up late at the opposite end, still in the living room, but without a view of the front door. I'd usually be on my iPad, playing Roblox with friends or just mindlessly scrolling. Almost every night, I'd get this feeling that someone was watching me. I know, a lot of people say that. The whole, I felt like someone was watching me thing. But this, it didn't feel like some random creepy vibe. It felt familiar. Like when someone you love is standing behind you and you can sense them before you actually see them. It reminded me so much of my Aunt Rosa. She was always so curious about what you were doing. If you were on your phone or drawing or cooking, she'd stand nearby, quietly watching with this focused little look on her face. But the second you turned and actually looked at her, she'd get all shy, pretend she wasn't interested, maybe fiddle with her shirt or look away like, "What? I wasn't doing anything." That's exactly what the energy felt like. Curious, but shy. Loving, not threatening. There was one night that really stuck with me. It was super late, maybe around 3 or 4 a.m. I was on my iPad again, all the lights off except the glow from the screen, and that familiar feeling of being watched was really strong. I'm staring down at my game, and suddenly, in my peripheral vision, it looks like someone walks out from the hallway, passes in front of the fireplace, and then suddenly turns and darts back down the hall. It was quick, like someone changed their mind halfway through walking into the room. My immediate thought was, okay, that had to be mom or dad. But my parents get up early, like 5 or 6 a.m. Early, but not that early. So when they finally woke up and were in the kitchen making coffee, I asked them, "Hey, did either of you get up around 3 or 4 and walk into the living room? Like, near the fireplace?" They both looked at me and said, no. They'd been asleep the whole time until their usual alarm. So, that's another thing that happened. I know stories like this are hard to believe without physical proof. For the rocking chair, I do have the video where you can see it moving in that strange, irregular way. For the hallway stuff, it's just my experience and how it felt. But I can show people the layout, you know? If I wanted to, I could take pictures of the hallway, the couch where I sit, the fireplace, the little window by the door, especially at night, just so it's easier to picture. I didn't add any photos right away because honestly, I wasn't sure if anyone would even care to hear this. It's vulnerable, putting things like this out there. I guess the reason I'm sharing it is because, as unsettling as it was while it was happening, it doesn't really scare me when I look back on it now. If anything, it feels like my grandpa and my aunt found little ways to stick around. A rocking chair moving like someone's leaning back with their coffee. A shy, curious presence peeking around the hallway corner. It feels less like a haunting, and more like a reminder that they loved being here with us. And maybe, in their own way, they still do. Okay, so, this happened a few years ago, in 2019, and I still think about it way more than I want to. My name's Lena, and at the time I was dating this guy, Mark. We'd just left a friend's apartment after a movie night. Not a party, not drinking, nothing like that. It was close to 1 in the morning, but we were completely sober. No alcohol, no drugs, not even especially tired. Just that slightly sleepy, cozy feeling after hanging out and laughing for a few hours. Back then, Mark and I didn't live together yet, so he was driving me back to my old townhouse. The neighborhood I lived in was really tucked away. Tons of tall trees, barely any streetlights, and these long stretches of road where the headlights were the only thing cutting through the dark. To get to my street, you had to stop at this 4-way stop sign right next to the neighborhood playground and the community pool. The playground was one of those older ones with the metal slide and creaky swings, and the pool was surrounded by this black iron fence. Behind all of that, just a wall of dark woods. And that stop sign, I swear to you, it turned into the longest stop of my life. We pulled up and came to a complete stop. There weren't any other cars around, so at first it was just this normal, quiet moment. Mark had his hands on the wheel. We were mid-conversation about something stupid, like arguing over which movie sequel was the worst. And then we both kind of fell silent at the same time. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw movement. At first, I thought it was just someone walking near the playground, maybe a late-night dog walker or something. But it felt off enough that I turned my head to look directly. And that's when I realized I had no idea what I was looking at. There was something standing there. Tall, like at least 8 feet tall, maybe more. It had the general shape of a person, but it was all wrong. Its arms looked too long, and hanging from them were these huge sheets of, I don't even know what to call them. Wings, I guess, but not like bird wings. There were no feathers. It was more like these big, leathery flaps that caught the light from our headlights in this weird, dull way. It was standing upright, hunched a little, like it didn't quite know how to use its own body. The whole posture just screamed, wrong. I'm staring at this thing, and time kind of stretches. I remember being so terrified that my brain almost refused to process it. Like it was trying to decide, is this a person in a costume? Is this a shadow? Am I imagining this? Then it moved. It turned its head slightly, like it was looking toward the far end of the pool, and then it just took off. It started running, and the way it moved did not look human. It was too fast, and there was this smoothness to it that didn't match the long, weird limbs. In one motion, without slowing down, it leapt. And when I say it leapt, I mean it cleared the metal fence around the pool like it was nothing. No stumble, no pushing off like a person would. It just sailed over it and landed on the other side, then kept going straight into the tree line. The whole thing was completely silent. I froze. I didn't say a word. I didn't even breathe. It felt like if I moved or spoke, I'd somehow draw its attention back. For a few seconds, the car was dead quiet. Then Mark, without me saying anything at all, still staring straight ahead, said in this calm but not calm voice, like he was forcing the words out so he wouldn't panic, "Yeah, I saw it too." After that, he slowly eased his foot onto the gas, and we rolled through the intersection. I remember clutching the door handle, just staring out at the woods as we passed, trying to see if it was still there, hiding somewhere. He drove me the rest of the way home, but it felt like the longest drive we'd ever taken together. My place, of course, backed right up to the woods. Lucky me. When we pulled into my driveway, he put the car in park and just sat there for a second. I could tell he didn't want to get out. Honestly, I didn't blame him. I didn't want to get out either. The idea of standing outside, even for a few seconds, felt horrible. But he walked me to the door anyway. We both kept glancing at the tree line behind my building, expecting to see something standing there between the trunks, watching us. Every little rustle or crack made my heart jump. Nothing showed up, but that almost made it worse, because it meant it could be anywhere. We said goodnight really quickly. No lingering, no chatting on the porch like we usually did. As soon as I got inside, I locked the door, then locked it again. I remember turning on every light in my little place and just standing in the living room, listening. We texted each other a bit that night, but neither of us really knew what to say. It was a lot of, "You're sure we saw that, right?" "Yeah, I'm sure." Over the next few days, we kept bringing it up, trying to make sense of it. We went through every possible explanation we could think of. Could it have been a person in some kind of wingsuit or costume? Maybe some really big bird and our eyes just played tricks. Maybe a deer or something and we just got freaked out. But none of it fit. The height, the shape, the wings, the way it moved, how easy it cleared that fence. It all added up to something that just didn't match anything we knew. Eventually, we tried telling a couple of people, family, friends, that kind of thing. And of course, nobody believed us. We got a lot of, "You were probably tired. Maybe you caught a shadow and freaked yourselves out." "Are you sure you guys didn't have a drink or two?" We kept insisting, "No, we were sober. We weren't even sleepy tired." But after a while, we just stopped bringing it up to anyone else. It was exhausting trying to defend something we couldn't explain ourselves. But between us, we knew. We know what we saw. Even now, when I drive through that neighborhood, and I still do sometimes, I get this awful sinking feeling as I approach that same intersection. As soon as I see the playground and that black fence around the pool and the dark stretch of trees behind it, it's like my body remembers before my mind does. My hands get a little sweaty on the steering wheel. I catch myself checking the edges of the woods, half expecting to see something tall and wrong-shaped standing there. I don't know what it was. I don't know if it was something natural that we just couldn't identify, or if it was something else. Something that wasn't supposed to be in our world. But here's the part that really sticks with me. The way it moved, the way it leapt that fence without even trying, the way it disappeared into the trees without a sound. It gave me this strong, clear feeling that whatever it was, it did not want to be seen. And I think, for just a few seconds that night, we saw it anyway. Okay, so my dad, Miguel, finally gave me the green light to share his weird stories with other people. And this is one that always gives me chills when he tells it. He was in his early 20s, camping up in northern Idaho, way out in the Rockies, with my Uncle Ray and Aunt Linda, who aren't actually my blood relatives, just close family friends who've always been uncle and aunt to me. They pulled into this little forest campground late in the afternoon, and right at the entrance the ranger warned them, "Just so you know, there's been a lot of grizzly activity the past few days. Keep any food locked up and don't sleep in a tent if you can help it." So instead of pitching a tent, they decided to sleep in my uncle's old blue Ford van. You know the type. No insulation, always smells faintly like gasoline and camp smoke. They hung thick quilts and old blankets over all the windows to block light and hopefully make it feel a little safer. Before bed, though, Uncle Ray realized they didn't have enough firewood for the night. He looks at my dad and goes, "Hey, Miguel, can you go grab some more wood from the tree line before it gets completely dark?" And my dad's thinking, "Are you kidding me? After that grizzly speech?" But out loud, he just kind of mutters, "Yeah, okay," because he didn't want to sound scared. So he grabs this tiny flashlight, the cheap kind with the weak yellow beam, and walks out toward the edge of the trees. He told me that from the moment he stepped off the gravel and into the needles and brush, he felt it. That feeling that something is watching you. Not just, "I'm a little creeped out," but that heavy, prickly sensation on the back of your neck. Every time he bent down to pick up a branch, he'd whip around and shine the light into the darkness. Nothing. Just trees and shadows. He tried to shake it off, but it just got stronger. Finally, he thought, "Nope, I'm done," and went back with an armful of wood, heart pounding. He tossed the wood down by the fire ring and said to Ray and Linda, "Something's out there. I don't know what it is, but it's watching. I can feel it." They kind of laughed it off at first, chalked it up to the ranger's grisly warning getting in his head. But my aunt did say, more quietly, "Well, let's just be extra careful tonight." Eventually the fire burned low, they packed everything up, and all three of them piled into the van. They closed the doors, hung the last blanket across the front windshield, and tried to settle in. Outside, the campground was quiet. Too quiet, my dad said. Normally you can at least hear people murmuring, a radio, kids laughing, something. But that night it felt like the whole place was holding its breath. Sometime in the middle of the night, he thinks it was around 2 or 3 in the morning, they were jolted awake by the van being lifted. Not bumped, not nudged, lifted. The whole van suddenly lurched to one side and then started shaking violently back and forth. like some giant pair of hands had grabbed it and was trying to tip it over. My dad said his first thought was, "This is way too strong to be a person." And then, "If this is a bear, it's the angriest bear in North America." All three of them were frozen. Aunt Linda was gripping his arms so hard her nails dug in. The blankets were rustling, metal was creaking, and the van rocked so hard that stuff from the floor slid around and banged into the walls. Then they heard the sound. My dad has had multiple bear encounters, real ones. He's been chased before. He's heard them huff, growl, snap their jaws, bluff charge. He knows what a bear sounds like. He said this was nothing like that. The three of them just stared at each other in the dark, eyes wide, not saying a word. Nobody even thought about pulling back a blanket to look. He said it was like their bodies refused to move. Pure, cold fear. After what felt like forever, but was probably only a few seconds, the shaking stopped. No more rocking, no more footsteps. Just silence. They sat there in the dark, absolutely still. My dad said you could hear the ticking of the van's engine cooling and Aunt Linda's shaky breathing, and that was it. They didn't move. They didn't talk. They didn't even risk turning on a flashlight. He said, "We're going to wait until it's light. I don't care how long it takes." So they waited. Eventually, this faint gray light started to seep in around the edges of the blankets. Dawn. The birds slowly started up again. Only then did they work up the courage to look outside. My dad peeled back the blanket on the side window just an inch, just enough to peek out. The campground was empty. Every single RV, every tent, every little camper that had been there when they arrived, gone. The big fifth-wheel trailer a few spots down, gone. The family with kids that had been roasting marshmallows earlier, gone. It was like everyone had just vanished in the night and left them behind. Finally, they eased the van door open and stepped out into the cold morning air. Behind the van, near the shallow ditch that ran along the edge of the loop, they saw it. In the mix of slushy snow and mud was a single, huge footprint. My dad told me it looked human at first glance, heel, arch, toes. But it was enormous, way bigger than any normal boot print. The heel had sunk in so deep he stuck his fingers in just to measure it, and it went down at least 4 inches. He just stood there staring at it, and then quietly said, "That's not a bear." Uncle Ray came around and went pale when he saw it. Aunt Linda put her hand over her mouth. None of them said Sasquatch out loud yet, but they were all thinking it. They got out of there fast after that, packed up the few things they'd left out, climbed into the van, and drove. On the way home, they stopped in this tiny roadside shop, one of those combo gas station diner souvenir places. My dad went inside to grab a coffee and maybe calm his nerves. Right inside the door, on the corkboard next to the help wanted flyers and lost dog notices, there was this poster. It said something like, "Have you seen or heard anything unusual? Report possible Sasquatch encounters in this area." And there was a local number to call. My dad just froze in front of it. He started looking around the shop and noticed that they had a whole little section dedicated to Bigfoot stuff. Books, pamphlets, stickers, that kind of thing. One of the books had a page with drawings and photos of supposed Sasquatch footprints. He flipped it open, and his heart just sank. The shape, the proportions, the way the toes splayed, it matched what they had just seen behind the van almost exactly. When he went back out to the van, he showed the pictures to Ray and Linda. They both got really quiet. Then Aunt Linda just nodded and said, "That's what it looked like." And my dad said that was the exact moment it really hit him. Whatever shook that van in the middle of the night, whatever made that impossible sound and left that massive print, wasn't a bear. He's always told me, "Look, I can't prove it to anyone. I can only tell you what happened. But I know what I felt, what I heard, and what I saw." and I am 100% sure that wasn't any animal I've ever known. He also says he's kind of glad no one pulled back those blankets. From what he's read since then, these things, if they're out there, don't seem to like being seen. So, okay, let me take you back for a second. This was around 2007 when I was in my last couple of years of high school. My best friend at the time, Mia, lived in this massive old house just outside town. It was one of those late 1800s places with creaky wooden floors, stained glass windows, those super detailed ceilings. The whole Gothic postcard vibe. The house sat back from the road, surrounded by these tall, overgrown trees and a hedge that had definitely given up on being trimmed. Even in the middle of summer, it always felt like late afternoon in there. You know that dim, gray light that makes everything look a little bit haunted? Yeah, that was the baseline. I practically lived at Mia's place. Her parents were really relaxed about us having people over, so the house kind of became the default hangout spot. Movie nights, birthday parties, sleepovers where no one actually slept, everything happened there. And the weird thing was, almost everyone who stayed over had some kind of creepy experience. For some people, it was waking up and not being able to move, like sleep paralysis. For others, it was small stuff. Doors that definitely had been shut suddenly standing open, keys not being where you left them, that sort of thing. I remember one friend swearing she saw someone walk past the bathroom door in the middle of the night, even though everyone who lived in the house was asleep. For me, it started with my necklace. Back then, I wore this little silver cross on a chain. Nothing fancy, just something I wore every day without really thinking about it. And for some reason, whenever I was in Mia's kitchen, the clasp would just come undone. The chain would unfasten and slip off my neck. Always in the kitchen. Nowhere else. The first time it happened, I thought, okay, old chain, no big deal. The second time I thought, weird coincidence. The third time, I actually tested the clasp because I was getting annoyed. It was perfectly fine. Plus, the chain was long enough that I could pull it over my head without undoing it, so I never fiddled with the clasp during the day. But in that kitchen, click, off it went. Apart from that and the general someone's watching you feeling in certain rooms, nothing major ever happened to me there. The really intense stuff always happened to Mia. Footsteps on the stairs when everyone was downstairs. Her name being whispered when she was alone, that sort of thing. She hated talking about it because she always said she didn't want to feed whatever was in the house. Anyway, fast forward to the night with the voice message. I was at home, in my bedroom, on my old desktop computer. This was peak early internet era for me. Big, chunky monitor, noisy fan, messenger windows everywhere. Mia and I were talking over Skype, mostly instant messages, sending dumb pictures back and forth, that kind of thing. Every now and then, we'd record these short voice messages instead of typing, just for fun. So we're chatting away, totally normal conversation, and then she goes, "Hang on, I've got to go down for dinner. Be right back." She sets her status to away, and I figure I've got at least half an hour, so I start doing some homework. After maybe 5 minutes, definitely not long enough for a whole family dinner, I get a notification. New voice message from Mia. I remember frowning at the screen thinking, wow, that was fast. I clicked on it, expecting some silly comment about her food or a BRB, still eating kind of thing. He wasn't speaking clearly. It was like someone talking in another room with the door mostly shut. Just this garbled mumbling, like words that almost make sense, but not quite. I couldn't pick out a single actual sentence. It went on for a few seconds, then just cut off. No bye, no laughter, nothing. Just static silence at the end. I replayed it a bunch of times because I was trying to figure out if it was just the program glitching or if my speakers were dying. You know when you keep listening, hoping you'll catch one clear word that explains everything? Yeah, that. When Mia came back online, I messaged her and was like, "Hey, what was that weird voice message you sent?" And she just replied, "What voice message?" I told her, "The one from 5 minutes after you left. The one that sounds like someone knocking the mic and then a dude mumbling at me." She got really quiet after that. You know when someone's typing and deleting because you can see the little pop up and vanish? It was like that. Finally, she said, "I haven't been upstairs. We've all been at the table. Even the dogs are down here begging for scraps." I asked if maybe one of her brothers had gone into her room, but she said everyone had been at dinner the whole time. Her laptop was open on her desk, Skype still running, but the room itself was empty. Now, Mia was not the prank type, especially not with anything related to that house. She'd had enough scary experiences already and always said she didn't want to give the house thing any more attention than it already got. If she'd wanted to freak me out, she could have done way better than sending a slightly confusing audio clip. And honestly, at the time I wasn't even scared. I was more puzzled. It was like getting a spam email in a language you don't speak. You know it's meant to be a message, but it doesn't quite land. For years, I kept that audio file. I moved it from computer to computer, convinced I'd one day clean it up with better software and finally understand what it said. At some point, though, new laptop, hard drive crash, who knows, it just disappeared. I've looked for it more than once, and it's just gone. Could there be a completely normal explanation? Sure. Maybe Skype glitched and mashed together old audio, or some random interference got picked up and turned into that weird mumbling. Technology does strange things, especially back then. But part of me likes the other explanation better. Because if you think about it, that message was sent from an empty bedroom in a haunted, gloomy old house that had already been messing with us for years. So sometimes, when I'm in the mood to creep myself out a little, I choose to believe that on one very ordinary evening, a ghost figured out how to send me a voice message on Skype. So, I don't really talk about this in real life, but I'm gonna just tell it like I'm sitting across from you with the coffee, okay? When I was about 5 years old, we lived outside this small town, right next to a forest. There were only 2 houses out there, maybe a couple 100 meters apart. We lived in the one closer to the trees, and the other house had this pretty little lake that sort of belonged to them. It sounds cozy now, but back then it was different. One afternoon, it was just me and my older sister at home. Let's call her Eva. We were watching TV in the living room, and I got really thirsty. So I got up and walked down this long hallway toward the kitchen. We hardly had any real doors inside the house, mostly open doorways, except the entrance to the kitchen. That one had these hanging strings with little wooden beads and plastic balls on them, like a cheap curtain. They always made this soft clacking sound whenever you went through. I remember stepping through those beads into the kitchen. The syrup bottle I liked, the one I'd mix with water, was all the way at the back of the counter, and I was too short to reach it. So I started yelling for my sister. "Eva! Eva!" Nothing. I was a dramatic kid, so after a few seconds of being ignored, I started screaming and crying. One tear rolled down my cheek, and right as it did, everything went quiet. I don't mean no one answered me quiet. I mean the clock above the doorway stopped ticking. The fridge stopped buzzing. It was like someone hit mute on the entire house. The silence was so heavy it almost rang in my ears. I froze. Then I heard it. One loud stomp, like when someone slams their foot into the floor out of anger. It echoed through the kitchen. Before I could even process what was happening, I heard running. Really fast, coming straight toward the kitchen entrance, from the hallway behind me. I panicked and jumped up onto the table in the middle of the kitchen, just stood there, shaking and trying not to breathe too loud. I stared at the doorway, at those beads, and then, in one horrible second, something slammed into the doorway. It was a body, a person, or what was left of one. It was shoved halfway into the doorframe, lying there, and its head turned so it was staring straight at me. The face was twisted, like it had been crushed. The eyes were bulging way out, almost like snail stalks reaching toward me. They weren't moving, just stuck like that. I wanted to scream so badly, but nothing came out. My mouth was open, and I couldn't make a sound. My whole body just locked. Then, just as fast, the thing got yanked back out of the doorway, around the corner. Gone. The bead curtain swung so hard it rattled, like a truck had just driven through the hallway. And then, click, buzz, the clock started ticking again. The fridge hummed like normal. I was still standing on the table, trembling, tears all over my face, when Eva walked into the doorway. She laughed at me, asked why I was standing on the table and why I was so pale. I just climbed down, said nothing, and wiped my face. I never told her. I was terrified she'd make fun of me or tell me I was imagining things. The only person I told was a friend in kindergarten the next week. Let's call her Lenka. She just made up her own spooky story on top of mine like we were playing pretend, and I realized, okay, nobody's going to take this seriously. So I shoved it down and tried to forget, and that's when things got worse. My room in the new house was the one furthest from the entrance, right at the back. One night, I woke up to this strange clicking sound. It was pitch dark. I sat up and looked around but couldn't see anything. Then I looked at the window. There was a dark figure crouching outside on the little flower ledge, right in front of the glass. It was very still, staring at me. The only thing I could really make out were its pale eyes and a wide, open mouth, like its jaw was hanging loose. My whole body went cold. I did the only thing I could think of. I dove under my blanket and curled up. I heard it jump down, thud, and then run around the house. The old metal gate outside screeched open, slammed, and then I heard the front door open. I was completely frozen. I couldn't call for my sister, couldn't move, nothing. I just lay there, feeling my heart pounding so hard I thought it would burst. Suddenly, something grabbed me. Whatever it was pinned my hands into the mattress, pushed my face down into the bed, and held me there so hard I couldn't breathe. It felt like someone was kneeling on my back. It lasted maybe 3 seconds. Then, nothing. It just stopped. I shot upright, gasping, and looked around the room. First at my sister. She was sleeping in the same room back then. As I looked at her, she made this strange, short sound in her sleep, like a muffled whimper. I scanned the floor, the ceiling, the window. Nothing. My brain did something really stupid then. I thought, maybe I imagined it. Let me test it. So I lay back down, pulled the blanket over my head again, and waited. It happened a second time. This time, it pinned my arms and shoulders harder. I couldn't move, I couldn't breathe, and it lasted longer, maybe 10 seconds. Long enough for me to think, I'm going to die right now. Then it stopped. Again. Like someone just stood up and walked away. I sat up, shaking, looked at my sister. Another weird little sound from her as soon as my eyes landed on her. And again, nothing in the room. In the morning, when I woke up properly, I realized there was a short wardrobe right up against the back of my bed, right behind my head. And I remember thinking, I'm really glad I never looked behind me last night. Weird little things started happening after that. Once, when Linka came back to visit with her mom, we were sitting on the floor in my room, playing with Lego. Out of nowhere, an empty plastic bag on the floor suddenly shot straight up into the air, like a perfect vertical jump, hovered for a second above my head, and then flew behind where she was sitting. We both saw it. We stared at each other for a moment, our eyes wide, and then, silently, We both just pretended nothing had happened and went back to playing. Another time, my grandma, Babichka Hanna, came to stay during the summer holidays. One Sunday morning, I woke up and saw this huge clump of hair on my blanket, right in front of me. Not like one strand, but a bundle, like you'd brushed a big dog and dropped it there. The hairs were long, almost an inch, and thick. I freaked out and ran to my grandma. She came to my room, looked at it, and by then it somehow looked smaller, like it had shrunk. She laughed it off and joked, must be from a giant spider. I remember thinking, what kind of spider has hair like that? But I just went on with my day. A little later, my sister took me to visit a castle. Let's say Helfstein Castle, since I'm from the Czech Republic. When we got home that day, everyone stayed outside in the yard for a bit, talking. I ran ahead, up the stairs into the house. Something moved. I turned toward the armchair and saw a huge, hairy arm rising slowly up from behind the armrest. The arm was thick, covered in driving hair, and ended in long, curved claws. I didn't wait to see the rest. I spun around and sprinted back toward the door. I heard it running after me, heavy footsteps on the floor. I flung the door open, practically jumped down the staircase, a whole flight of stairs in one go, slammed the door behind me, and only then realized I hadn't broken my legs. My parents were furious. They yelled at me for being reckless and dramatic. I just stood there, shaking, and didn't say a word about what I'd seen. 2 years passed. My sister moved out. I thought, okay, maybe it'll stop now. Maybe it was something tied to that time. But it didn't. We still lived near the forest, and I used to go for walks with my dog every day because I was lonely and my computer back then was terrible. My dog, let's call her Mina, was a mixed breed, small but full of energy and pretty stubborn. Half the time she refused to listen to me, so I was always worried she'd run off. One day, we went deeper into the forest than usual. Mina was walking beside me for once, but every now and then she'd suddenly turn around and stare into the trees behind us. At first, she didn't bark, just stared, ears up. Then she let out this low, hesitant bark, like she didn't really want to draw attention to us. I turned around too. Nothing. We kept walking. I glanced back again a few seconds later and saw it, a tall, dark figure slipping behind a tree. And the way it moved, fast but deliberate, made it clear it had been watching us. I could see one arm resting on the side of the trunk. It was the same kind of hand I'd seen behind the armchair. Big, hairy, wrong. Mina suddenly stopped reacting, just went quiet and stayed close to my leg. That scared me even more. I started walking slower, trying not to make noise. Then I heard it, running again, trying to get closer. I turned quickly and caught a clearer glimpse of the arm sliding back behind another tree. That was it. I broke. I started screaming for help. There was a man working in the forest, cutting trees a little way off. He dropped what he was doing and ran to me, asking what was wrong. I couldn't tell him the truth, so I just asked if he'd seen anyone on his way over. He said no. He walked me home. After that, I stayed out of that forest for a whole year. By then, I was paranoid, constantly turning around to see if anything was behind me. I couldn't relax, couldn't sit in the dark. My mom bought me a DVD of some guy telling calm stories to help kids fall asleep. I had to sleep with the lights on. At some point, I moved to a different bedroom, this one closer to the kitchen. It had a glass door, which, if you're already scared of seeing things, is the worst design choice ever. I made a rule for myself. Only leave the room if I see that the hallway lights are already on, so I wouldn't have to run half blind to hit the switch. One night, I was singing karaoke in my room, and I needed to go to the bathroom. I glanced to my right and saw the lights in the hallway were on, so I opened my door and stepped out. I walked maybe 2 or 3 steps, and suddenly realized it was completely dark. The light that had just been on was now off. I froze and looked down the hallway toward the corner I needed to turn. Slowly, something leaned out from behind the corner. I snapped out of it, turned around, and ran back into my room. I slammed the door so hard my parents heard it. I grabbed the handle because I immediately felt something trying to open the door from the other side. It twisted and rattled, and I held on, fighting it, screaming. Then the hallway light flicked on again. The pressure on the handle stopped. A second later, my mom opened the door, annoyed, asking why I was slamming things and shouting. I just shook my head and said nothing. Again. Eventually, we moved to a completely different house in a town when I was around 6th grade. New place, new school. I was hoping this thing, whatever it was, would just stay in the forest. My new room had my desk against a wall, a window in front of it, a glass door to my left leading to my parents' bedroom, and another door to my right leading to the living room. Sometimes, when I was playing games, I'd catch something in the corner of my eye, a dark figure standing behind the glass door. But every time I turned to look, it would slip into the bathroom attached to my parents' room. Whenever I had to go into that bathroom, I'd run in and out as fast as possible and pull the door closed behind me, trying not to slam it. About 5 months after we moved in, it escalated again. One night, I woke up around 2 a.m. to that same clicking sound I'd heard years earlier. I rolled over and looked at the glass door. There was someone pressed up against it. A pale face, eyes and palms squashed against the glass, staring straight at me. It reminded me of that corpse in the kitchen doorway from when I was little. I turned away, facing the wall, squeezing my eyes shut like a little kid, thinking, if I don't look at it, it'll go away. Then I heard the door open. The wooden floor under the carpet creaked, slowly, step by step, as something walked toward my bed. I felt a cold air on the back of my neck, like someone was leaning over me, breathing. My legs went freezing cold too, as if something was touching them. I was sweating, but I couldn't move. Eventually, somehow, I just blacked out. When I woke up again, it was still dark, and I realized I couldn't move at all, from my toes up to my neck. I could only move my eyes. In the middle of the room, I could see a huge shape, darker than the darkness around it. I was pretty sure it was that thing, but the moonlight wasn't strong enough to show details. That was my first real sleep paralysis. At least, that's what I later learned to call it. In the moment, I honestly thought I'd woken up disabled. I slipped back into unconsciousness and woke again around 7 a.m., still paralyzed, still aware. It took about half an hour before I could move properly again. I'll never forget that feeling. Life went on. I eventually got into high school and started staying up late at night on my old computer. My dad had this habit of getting up in the middle of the night because he snored too much and would go to the living room so my mom could sleep. I'd hear the bedroom door open, hear his footsteps, sometimes feel him bump into my chair as he passed. It was familiar. One night, I was playing games until around 3 a.m. There was almost no sound in my headphones. I heard the door behind me close, softly. I figured it was my dad going to the living room. Then I heard it again. I turned around. I had 3 closets, 2 behind me and 1 to my right, near the door. I didn't see anything unusual, so I shrugged and turned back to my screen. Then I heard a soft thump, like a door closing in a weird rhythm. I turned halfway in my chair, just enough to see out of the corner of my eye. One of the closet doors was slightly open, and someone, was holding it. I was absolutely terrified. I ended up falling asleep in my chair because I was too scared to stand up and walk to my bed. That became a bad habit. If I stayed up too late, I'd rather fall asleep at the desk than cross the room in the dark. When I walked home from school with friends, I'd constantly check behind us. Just a quick look over my shoulder every few seconds. It made them paranoid too. They'd snap at me like, "Stop doing that, you're freaking me out." And I'd laugh it off. but inside I was genuinely scared. In my final year of school, when I was around 18, we had a holiday so I could stay up late. That night, I actually managed to go to bed instead of sleeping in the chair. I was sitting in bed, wrapped in my blanket, leaning slightly back with the blanket tucked under me, not lying fully down. It was around 2 a.m. when I heard noises from the living room. At first, I thought it was my dad. Maybe he'd fallen asleep on the couch again. But then I heard him snoring in my parents' bedroom. So, whoever was in the living room wasn't him. I stopped breathing and focused on the sounds. I heard footsteps slowly moving around, like someone was pacing, looking for something. Then I heard the sound of a plastic bag rustling, being picked up and dropped repeatedly. I was just about to get up and check when there was a loud bang, like whoever it was had tripped and crashed into the door. Silence. Then more footsteps. A minute later, another crash against the same door. As they were getting up, I could hear their weight pressing against the door, like someone sliding a hand up it, trying to stand. Then the door handle moved. I finally snapped and started screaming for my parents to wake up. It took my mom almost a full minute to come out and check. She opened the living room door. Nothing. No one there. No plastic bag on the floor. No explanation. After that, I finished school, and for a while, things got quiet. Years later, I got a new job with rotating shifts, mornings, afternoons, nights. After about a year of working there, my sister came by to visit with her kids. I remember looking out my window and seeing them all outside in the backyard with my parents, talking and laughing. At the same time, I heard my front door handle rattle, and then the door slam into the couch that was just behind it. I didn't think much of it at first, just assumed someone had come back inside. Then I realized everyone was still outside. I turned back toward the door. The door was half open, and on the couch behind the corner, I saw a dark figure standing there, sort of hunched, like it was waiting for me to come over and look properly. I did the opposite. I turned my music up to maximum and ignored it. Eventually, my family came back in, and the door was still open like nothing had ever happened. Sometimes after that, if I was home alone and my mom left the living room door open, I'd see a head peek around the corner of the couch. Always just enough to know it was there, never long enough for details. And then, it just stopped. It's been about 5 years now since anything really happened. No more footsteps, no more doors opening, no more hands on my shoulders, no more figures in the glass. Sometimes I still feel watched, but nothing like before. I've never smoked, never done drugs, barely drink. I wasn't high, I wasn't drunk, I wasn't trying to scare myself on purpose. I know some of this could be explained by sleep paralysis, or an overactive imagination, or whatever. But I also know how real it all felt. The sounds, the weight, the cold breath, the arm in the living room, the body in the kitchen doorway. I still believe it was real. If it ever starts again, maybe I'll have more to say. But for now, that's where my story ends. Hey everyone, welcome to that Paranormal M channel. Don't forget to hit subscribe and turn on the notification bell so you never miss the latest videos. I'm so happy I get to do what I love most, sitting here and telling you about paranormal experiences from all over. And what makes me even happier is knowing these stories can help you relax and sleep better. So don't hesitate to share your own paranormal experiences with me. You know how every neighborhood has that one neighbor? Yeah. So ever since I was a kid, we've had this one woman across the street. I'll call her Mrs. Drummond. She's hard to describe without sounding dramatic, but she just radiates this mean-spirited energy. The kind of person who seems to get actual joy out of other people's problems. She's always been like that, gossiping, whispering, twisting stories, saying cruel things with this sweet little smile on her face. If you saw her from a distance, you'd think, oh, just a sweet old lady with her cup of tea. But once you get closer, it's different. She's about 76 now, I think. The weird thing is, she looks younger than she did when I was a teenager. I know that sounds impossible, but I went through some old photos once, like from family barbecues and stuff where she's in the background, and compared them to how she looks now. And I swear to you, she looks fresher, brighter, less tired, almost like she's aging in reverse. My family still invites her over sometimes for tea. I think they just like the drama, honestly, the gossip. I never understood it. As a kid, I was terrified of her, and I couldn't even explain why. It was just her vibe. You know when someone walks into a room and the air feels heavier? That was her. Anyway, let me tell you about the Clovers. In the summer, she likes to sit in my backyard. She'll just stare at the grass, super quiet, like she's watching something only she can see. After about 15-20 minutes, she'll suddenly go, "Oh, I've got a little present for you." And every single time, she hands me a 4-leaf clover. Now, that'd be cute if it was once or twice, but she does this constantly. And it's not just one clover. If you look around where she was sitting, there'll be a little pile of them. 8, 10, sometimes more. All 4-leaf clovers. Every time. I don't even know how that's statistically possible. It's like the grass just gives them to her. So when I was about 16, I was going through a really rough patch. You know that age where everything feels heavy and permanent even though it isn't? I remembered the clovers and thought, okay, maybe I'll just keep one. For luck, whatever. I picked one she'd given me and tucked it into the little clear pocket in my wallet, the one where people usually put a photo. For a few days, I carried it around everywhere. And then one night, I was sitting alone and it hit me. This came from her, from Mrs. Drummond. And suddenly it didn't feel like a good luck charm anymore. It felt wrong. So I took my wallet, walked down to this little river near my place. It's more like a wide stream, really. And I pulled the clover out. I remember holding it between my fingers and thinking, okay, that's it. I'm done with this. And I threw it into the water. I didn't do it secretly or anything. 2 of my friends were with me, Marco and Tess. They watched me throw it in. We even joked about it on the way home, like, there goes your cursed clover, dude. That kind of thing. The next morning, I was getting ready to go out. I opened my wallet to grab some cash. And there it was. The same clover, in the same pocket. I can't even explain the feeling. It wasn't like a jump scare. It was that slow, sinking cold that starts in your chest and moves outwards. I just stared at it for a few seconds thinking, no way. I'm misremembering. I must have mixed it up. Maybe I had 2. But instead of freaking out with me, they kind of backed off. You know that awkward laugh people do when they're scared and don't want to be? They kept saying, you probably just grabbed a different one. Or, you're being paranoid, man. I knew they didn't believe what they were saying. Or maybe they did and just didn't want to consider the other option. That clover haunted me. I kept my wallet in a drawer after that because I didn't even like having it near me. A few days later, I took the clover out, put it on a ceramic plate, and burned it with a lighter. I watched it turn to ash. After that, it never showed up again. But the way I felt in those days, that stuck with me. Fast forward about 8 years. Life moved on. I moved out for a while, then ended up back in the same house. Mrs. Drummond was still there, still weirdly youthful, still sitting in the grass in summer. One afternoon, about 3 years ago, something strange happened. I was walking home, just minding my own business, when a woman stopped me on the sidewalk. She was wearing a long, dark coat and a niqab that covered most of her face, just her eyes visible. I'd never seen her before. And she said my name. Not, hey you, or excuse me. She said my name, clearly, like we knew each other. Then she started talking like she knew my whole life. Details I don't remember ever telling a stranger. Things about my family, about the house, about the street. I don't know why, but instead of asking, "Who are you?" I just played along. I nodded like I knew her. It was instinct, like my brain didn't want to break whatever was happening. Then she looked past me, right over my shoulder, across the road, straight at Mrs. Drummond's house. And she said, very quietly, "There is a devil living across from you. Be careful what you accept from her." That's it. That's all she said about it. No explanation, no backstory. She just told me to be careful, then blessed me under her breath and walked away. I never saw her again. For a while, I tried to rationalize it. Maybe she was confused. Maybe it was some strange prank. I don't know. I pushed it to the back of my mind. Life was normal again. Nothing strange happened. Until a few nights ago. So, my friend, let's call her Lena, lives a few doors down. She's one of those people who has her life together. Works as a nurse, runs marathons, doesn't drink or do drugs, super grounded, you know? Lena and my neighbor had always had this weird little connection. Like Mrs. Drummond seemed to like her more than most of us. For Lena's birthday, my neighbor gave her a pair of earrings. Small, old-fashioned things. Silver with little green stones that looked like tiny leaves. I remember Lena showing them to me and saying, "They're not really my style, but it's sweet of her," and laughing. She wore them that night. Everything seemed fine at first. We all went home. I went to bed. Around 4 in the morning, I woke up for no real reason and wandered to the window, just to look out. You know how sometimes you just feel like looking outside? Like something pulled you there? I saw Lena on the street. She was still in the clothes from the party, hair messy, those earrings glinting in the streetlights. She was going from door to door, knocking, talking to whoever opened. I couldn't hear what she was saying at first, so I opened my window. She was asking people to take her for a drive. People were confused. Some turned her away, some just closed the door. It wasn't angry, it was more like unsettled, because everybody here knows her as calm, polite, super composed. The next night, it got worse. I looked out again and could see her through her bedroom window. She kept climbing in and out of it, over and over, out onto the little ledge, back in, out, in, for almost an hour. No obvious reason, just this restless, frantic movement, like she couldn't settle in her own skin. At that point, I was really worried. I called her parents. They live about 30 minutes away, but they came as fast as they could. I stood at my window watching their car pull up, watching them. Zoe, let me just talk to you like we're sitting at a kitchen table together, okay? When I was a kid, I was really into anything supernatural. Ghosts, strange lights, stories about other worlds. Part of it was because I used to see things out of the corner of my eye all the time. Little shadowy figures, flickers of light, shapes that didn't quite make sense. So I grew up pretty open to the idea that there's more going on than what we usually see. When I was about 10, my dad, Mark, noticed how obsessed I was getting with this stuff. One evening, he called my younger brother, Leo, and me into the kitchen. I still remember the sound of the chairs scraping on the linoleum floor as we sat down. He looked really serious and said, "You have to promise me you won't tell anyone about this. Not yet." This was before people talked openly about aliens on podcasts and documentaries like they do now. Back then, it was way more likely that people would just call you crazy. He took a breath and said, "When I was 7, something happened to me. Back when I was growing up in a little town outside Winnipeg, he told us it was the middle of the night. He'd gotten up to use the bathroom. The hallway light was off, and only this faint glow from a street lamp outside was sneaking through the curtains. As he walked past the short staircase that led down from the bedrooms to the living room, maybe 4 or 5 steps, something caught his eye. He turned his head and froze. At the bottom of the stairs, he saw 3 short beings. He said they were a pale, translucent bluish-green, almost like they were made of light and fog at the same time. Their heads were large, their eyes big and black, and their bodies were thin. The one in the middle wore something that looked like a kind of vest or harness, and for some reason that made my dad feel like that one was in charge. Now, this is the part that always gives me chills. He said he suddenly started hearing a voice, but not with his ears. He said the voice didn't sound male or female. It was just clear, pure. And he heard it right in the middle of his forehead, in that spot people sometimes call the third eye. It kept repeating in perfect clarity, "We are not here to harm you. We are not here to harm you." Over and over, calm, firm. He told us it was the clearest he's ever heard anything in his life, before or since. What surprised him most is that he wasn't really scared. He said he actually felt excited, curious. He realized he could talk back to them the same way. So, without moving his lips, he asked in his mind, "Will I ever see you again?" And he said they replied, "We will let ourselves be known." Right after that, he said there was a flash of light, not blinding, just sudden, and the 3 beings seemed to fold into a single glowing cube, floating in the air at the bottom of the stairs. Then the cube shrank smaller and smaller, like a pixel disappearing, until it was gone. And just like that, the stairwell was empty again. As a 10-year-old hearing this, I was spellbound. Of course I believed my dad. He's one of the most level-headed, grounded people I know. I carried that story around like a secret treasure. When I was about 12, I made the mistake of sharing it at a friend's birthday party. I thought everyone would be amazed. Instead, one of the kids just laughed and said my dad was delusional. A couple of others joined in. I remember my face getting hot, and I laughed it off in the moment, but inside it hurt, a lot. Because they weren't talking about some random stranger. They were talking about my dad. My dad has 2 brothers, my uncles, Daniel and Chris. Years later, I asked them about it separately, and they both confirmed the same basic story with their own details. My uncle Daniel, the youngest, told me he woke up that night and saw a strange glow through the crack of their bedroom door. It was open just a little. He saw 3 small shapes in the hallway, and he could tell they weren't adults. He said he got so scared he pulled the blanket over his head and stayed like that, trembling, until he fell back asleep. My Uncle Chris, the oldest, said he woke up too. He actually got out of bed and went to the doorway. He remembers standing there, watching the scene as my dad stood frozen near the top of the stairs, staring down at something. He said he knew it wasn't normal, but he couldn't make himself say anything. He just watched. The next morning, my dad told their mom, my grandmother Elena, what he'd seen. He was probably expecting her to tell him it was just a dream. Instead, she quietly said something that stunned him. She told him, "They were in my room too, at the foot of my bed." And then she added that it wasn't the first time she'd seen them. My dad and his brothers were apparently in such shock that morning that they just sat at the table, eating their cereal in silence. No teasing, no bickering. Just 3 boys staring at their bowls. My Uncle Chris remembers looking out the window and telling my dad there was some kind of strange light or craft hovering above the neighbor's house. He described it like a bright, silent, glowing shape, just hanging there in the sky. But my dad said he didn't even go look. He was still too busy trying to make sense of what had happened in the hallway. I've checked this story with both uncles at different times, and the core of it always lines up. Same night, same house, same beings, different angles. My grandparents' house always felt different, even to me years later. There was a particular energy in that place. My grandmother used to say, "This is a blessed house," and she meant it. She was religious, and in her mind, whatever was visiting, the house was still protected, safe. A lot of strange things have happened in my family, to be honest. Odd experiences, dreams that came true, strange lights, that kind of thing. I've had my own share of weird moments that I can't neatly explain away. I'm at a point in my life now where I feel ready to start sharing more of these stories. Part of me hopes that by talking about them, someone else who's had something similar happen won't feel so alone or so crazy. You can call it whatever you want: aliens, spirits, hallucinations, visitors, or just an unsolved mystery. I know how it sounds, I really do. But I also know my family. I know my dad. I know my uncles. I know my grandmother. 4 people, all telling the same story from different angles, for decades. So when people say, "Your dad must be delusional," I think back to those quiet, serious faces around a breakfast table. 3 boys and their mother trying to process something they didn't have words for. And I think, there's more to this world than we understand. Anyway, that's one of the stories. Maybe I'll share more with you another time. So let me just talk to you like we're sitting at my kitchen table for a minute, all right? I'm a veteran. I got out of the military a few years back, and now I live up in northern Michigan, just outside this small lake town. It's not totally out in the sticks, but it's country enough. Long stretches of road, big pieces of land, a few farms, and neighbors you only really see when the snowblower breaks down. These days my life is pretty quiet. I've got kids, a wife, a mortgage, the usual. My idea of a wild Saturday night is grabbing an energy drink and a bag of chips, then staying up too late watching YouTube after everyone's asleep. That's honestly the highlight of my weekend sometimes. There's this 24-hour gas station convenience store about 5 minutes from my place, right off the highway. Because I'm always up late, I'd swing by there on weekend nights just to get out of the house a bit and feel like a person instead of just dad who does dishes. One night, I walk in there like usual, and I see this clerk behind the counter. And my brain just stutters, because he looks exactly like a guy I served with. I'll call my buddy Danny. Danny was also from Michigan. We'd gotten out of the service around the same time, and for a while we were pretty tight. We texted, called, played Xbox together sometimes. I even dated his cousin for a bit. He was that kind of friend, close enough that you don't think you'll ever completely lose touch. So I'm standing there in this fluorescent lighting, staring at this clerk, and it's like I'm looking at Danny's twin. Same jawline, same nose, same way he kind of squints when he smiles. I actually had to look away and then look back, like maybe my brain would correct itself. And then I noticed his arm. Danny had this tattoo on his left forearm. 4 thin black bands going all the way around, stacked on top of each other near the top of his forearm. He told me once, half joking, half serious, that it was some kind of old Japanese prison tattoo, like it meant something hardcore and mysterious. I never knew if that was true, but it sounded cool when we were younger. The clerk at the gas station had the exact same tattoo. Same arm, same place, same number of bands, same thickness. I remember just staring at his arm for a solid few seconds, because that was the part that broke my brain. You can look like someone, sure. People have doppelgangers. But the same tattoo, in the same spot? That's specific. Now, to be fair, something about him felt different. I could tell in my gut, this isn't Danny. The voice was off, the posture, the way he moved. But I was so thrown that I almost forgot why I was there. I just bought my stuff, kind of on autopilot. He was really friendly too. Not just regular clerk friendly, but like extra. He commented on my sweater of all things. Said he liked my individuality, which is not something I get told often when I'm just wearing some old hoodie. He smiled a lot, made small talk. It was just enough to make the whole thing feel a tiny bit weirder. I drove home in this weird fog and, like I always do when something even mildly interesting happens, I told my wife about it. I tell her everything, because honestly my world is pretty small, and this was, like, the big headline of my week. Her name's Mia, by the way. So I'm telling her about this guy at the station who looks exactly like Danny and has the same tattoo, and she listens really carefully. She asks me a couple of questions like, "Are you sure it wasn't just him?" And I'm like, "No, I don't think so. It didn't feel like him." We talk it through and decide that if it really were Danny, he probably would have recognized me and said something. We weren't strangers. We'd been through stuff together. You don't just forget a face like that. So then we try to rationalize it. Maybe the tattoo isn't as rare as Danny made it sound. Maybe it's not some unique prison thing. Maybe it's just a flash piece they got from a book at a shop somewhere. Maybe a lot of guys think the same bands look cool and get them without knowing the story behind them. Mia leans toward that explanation. She's like, he was probably just talking big to impress people. I kind of let it go. At least, I told myself I did. But I kept seeing the clerk. I'd go in on another Saturday night, and there he was, working the late shift. Then the next weekend. At some point, I realized I'd seen him enough times that it would now be awkward to ask, "Hey, do you know a guy named Danny?" Like, I'd missed my window for it to be casual. Still, he always felt just slightly off. Not creepy, just off. Familiar in a way that made my brain itch. Eventually, I couldn't shake it. So one night I decided, all right, let me just look Danny up, see what he's been up to. Maybe he actually moved up here. Maybe this is all a big coincidence and also not a coincidence. I looked him up online. And that's when I found out that Danny had died. Not years ago. Not some distant tragedy. He'd passed away about a month before I went searching for him. I just sat there staring at the screen. You know that feeling where your stomach drops out? That slow, hollow feeling? I had that. Danny was a good friend. He wasn't perfect, none of us were, but he was a solid guy. And I didn't even know he was gone. I didn't call. I didn't go to the funeral. I was just living my boring little life while his ended. I found his obituary page and left a message there, some clumsy attempt at a goodbye. Then I just sat in my chair and cried, quietly. My house was asleep, and I was mourning someone in the glow of a laptop screen. After that, it felt wrong not to tell the clerk. Even if it turned out he didn't know Danny at all, I kept thinking, what if he does? What if they're cousins or old friends or something, and I've been walking in here every weekend standing across from a guy who deserves to know? So I decided, next Saturday, I'm going to bring it up. I'll ask him if he knows Danny. If he doesn't, okay, I'll walk away feeling a little stupid, but at least I tried. If he does, maybe I can tell him what I knew about Danny, and we can share a moment or something. Saturday rolls around. I drive out to the station. It's late, like usual. He's not there. No big deal. People get days off, shifts change. I figure I'll just catch him another night. On my way back home, it's about 2 a.m. The roads are mostly empty. It's that weird, quiet time of night when everything feels a little bit unreal. I'm driving down my road, thinking about Danny, replaying old memories, and that whole thing with the clerk. Then my headlights catch someone up ahead. There's a man standing near my house. Not at my mailbox, not in a driveway, just there, on the side of the road, wearing a long coat that hangs down almost to his knees. Not quite a classic trench coat, but that's what my brain calls it. He's facing the road, facing me. My headlights hit him full on, and I can see just enough to know he's not one of my neighbors. At least, not anyone I recognize. His hands are down at his sides. No phone in his hand. No dog on a leash. No car pulled over nearby with the hazards on. Just a man, at 2 a.m., standing in the dark outside my neighborhood. I slow down. I don't know why, but I do. Part of me is thinking, is he okay? Does he need help? Another part of me is thinking, this is how people get murdered in movies. I ease past him, trying to get a better look without being too obvious. He doesn't move. Not a wave, not a step, nothing. Just watches my car go by. When I finally pass him, I get this surge of anger mixed with fear. I'm a grown man, a veteran, a dad. I've dealt with worse than some guy standing on the side of the road. So I think, screw this, and I stomp on the brakes. The car lurches to a stop. I look up at the rearview mirror, expecting to see him lit red by my brake lights so I can throw it in reverse and ask him what the hell he's doing out here. But there's nothing in the mirror, just the empty road behind me, glowing in red. Now, distance-wise, I should have still been close enough to see him. I wasn't flying by. I'd slowed down as I approached him. There's no ditch deep enough for him to vanish into, no big trees right there to duck behind, no driveway he could have sprinted into without me noticing. And I'm just sitting there with my foot on the brake, feeling this cold, prickly sensation crawl up my back. I actually thought about backing up and looking more carefully, but then I had this other thought. What if I'm overreacting? What if it's just some teenager waiting on a ride? I don't want to be that weird old guy who jumps out of his car and starts interrogating kids at 2 a.m. So I talked myself down, took my foot off the brake, and drove home. When I got inside, I told Mia everything. Every detail. The missing clerk, Danny's obituary, the guy standing on the road. This time, she didn't try to rationalize as much. She just got quiet. I could see in her face that something about it bothered her on a deeper level. She didn't say, "That's nothing." She just worried. I told her I was thinking of driving down to visit Danny's grave. It felt like something I needed to do. Say a proper goodbye. Pay my respects. Every time I picked a day and told her, though, something would come up. She'd make plans, or forget I'd mentioned it and schedule something else, or suddenly really need my help with something at that exact time. At first, I thought it was just bad timing, but after the second or third time, I started to suspect that, deep down, she didn't want me to go. Like she had that same bad feeling she used to get about houses when she was a kid, and didn't even realize she was acting on it. After that night with the man in the coat, I never saw the clerk again. Not once. And listen, I don't have a big life. I don't drive to the next town over just to see what's there. I go to work, I come home. I run errands in the same little circle. That gas station is part of my routine. If he'd kept working there, I would have seen him again. Guaranteed. But he was just gone. New faces behind the counter. Different people on the late shift. Same store, same smell, same ding of the door. Just no sign of him. No explanation. No, "Hey, did you hear what happened to that one guy?" Nothing. So that's it. That's the whole thing. I don't have a neat ending for you. No big revelation. No jump scare. All I can tell you is, it happened. I talk about it with Mia every now and then, and it still gives me that same hollow feeling in my chest. Same little shiver down the back of my neck. My life is pretty boring, honestly. But this is the one story I can look you in the eye and swear is absolutely real. tell you about something that's been hanging around my fiancé for years. I'm not totally sure what I believe about ghosts and all that, but whatever this is, it seems to follow him, not the place. And honestly, that's what freaks me out the most. Back when Liam still lived with his parents, weird stuff would happen all the time in their house. But when he finally moved out on his own, everything just stopped. For a couple of years, nothing. No strange noises, no weird dreams, no little coincidences. Then we moved in together, and it all started again. The first story he ever told me about it was from when he was a teenager. One night, he had this awful nightmare. He woke up all shaky, and when his eyes adjusted, he saw a woman standing in his bedroom doorway. He said she looked completely out of place, like she was from another time. She was wearing this pale blue summer dress, almost like something you'd wear to a picnic. The fabric hung just below her knees, and her hair was long and dark, but he couldn't make out her face clearly. She was just watching him. He pulled the blanket over his head like a little kid and eventually forced himself back to sleep. The next morning, he's in the kitchen with his dad, Mark, and Mark goes, super casually, "Hey, I had a weird dream last night. I dreamt there was this woman standing over you while you were sleeping. She was in one of those light blue dresses, like from the 70s or something." Same dress, same woman, and Liam hadn't told him a thing yet. That was the first time he really thought, okay, something is definitely off here. Another time, when he was still living there, he and his dad were downstairs in the basement, just hanging out. They weren't doing anything creepy, just playing pool and listening to music. In the corner of the room, his little nephew had left one of those toy police cars, the plastic kind that lights up and plays siren sounds when you press a button. It had been sitting there for hours, not touched, not moved. In the middle of their game, the thing suddenly lights up, siren blaring, and slowly rolls forward from where it was parked against the wall. It didn't just wobble a little and fall over. It actually rolled across the floor toward them. No one else was home. No windows open. No fan blowing. They both just froze and watched it until it stopped near the foot of the stairs. Mark walked over, picked it up, and just went, "Huh, guess the batteries kicked back in," and put it back. But Liam said he could tell his dad didn't really believe that. Fast forward a few years. Liam and I finally get our own place, a small 2-story townhouse. We're excited, we're broke, and we're trying to make it feel like home. For a little while, everything is normal. Then we get our first dog, a goofy little mutt named Benny. About a week after we bring Benny home, Liam has to leave on a short work trip, so it's just me and the dog at the house. One night, I'm sitting on the couch scrolling on my phone, trying to unwind. It's pretty quiet. Then Benny lifts his head, ears perked, and just stares toward the hallway that leads to the stairs. At first, I think he's just hearing the neighbors, but then he stands up, starts growling, real low at first, and walks over to the bottom of the stairs. Our upstairs linen closet is right at the top of those stairs, and he's locked in on it like a laser. He starts barking, full on, non-stop, at that closet. I'm alone. It's past midnight, and he will not stop. Eventually, I'm so freaked out, I grab a heavy blanket, roll it up, and shove it tight along the bottom of the closet door so it feels sealed, I guess. Only then does he finally calm down enough to come back to the bedroom with me. But the whole night he sleeps with his back pressed against my leg, facing the door. And that was just the start. Around that same time, I started working third shift at a small nursing home, 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. shifts. That meant Liam was alone at night a lot, and he's the one who started noticing the really dramatic stuff. Our townhouse is pretty open. When you walk in, the living room and kitchen kind of share the same space, with just a counter dividing them. The fridge sits right at the edge of the kitchen, close to the counter. One night, Liam's home alone, sitting at his desk that faces the living room, gaming with his headphones on. Out of nowhere, he hears this loud thud, thud, thud behind him. He turns around just in time to see 2 boxes of cereal and a bag of rice that had been sitting on top of the fridge flying off, literally moving through the air and landing near the oven, a good 4 or 5 feet away from where they were. Not sliding, not tipping over. Thrown. He told me he paused his game, just stared at everything on the floor, and said out loud, "Okay, that was not cool." About an hour later, he's still on edge but trying to pretend it's nothing. The laundry area is in this little nook off the kitchen. We keep a plastic laundry basket on top of the dryer because there's not much space. He hears another loud bang, goes to check. The laundry basket is on the floor, about a foot in front of the dryer. No one's touched it. The dryer wasn't running. There's no reason it should have bounced or fallen that far. He said that was the moment he stopped trying to talk himself out of it. A few nights after that, something happened that really got to him. We usually sleep with some kind of light on. Sometimes it's a little lamp, sometimes it's the closet light. That night, we left the closet light on and forgot to close the closet door before going to bed. Sometime in the middle of the night, he wakes up. You know that hazy, half-awake state where you're just trying to figure out what time it is? He rolls over, grabs his phone, and as he's doing that, he catches movement out of the corner of his eye. He says in the thin strip of light from the closet, he sees a figure, tall, still, standing in the corner of the closet, just inside the doorway. It looked like someone was leaning slightly forward, peering out at him, like they were deciding whether to step into the room. He couldn't see a clear face, just the outline of a woman, that same kind of old-fashioned dress shape, almost brushing her knees. He blinked, and she was gone. He didn't wake me up, he just lay there, staring at the closet until the sun came up. The next morning, he told me, and as he's describing her, how the dress hung, the way she stood there watching, I realized she sounded exactly like the woman he'd seen in his parents' house all those years ago. The same presence that his dad had dreamed about over him. That's when it really hit me. This isn't just a creepy house thing. At this point, I honestly don't know if it's the places that trigger it, or if something is attached to him specifically, or if it's some weird, shared imagination thing. I don't have a neat explanation, and trust me, I've tried to find one. All I know is, wherever Liam goes, the strange stuff seems to find him. And sometimes, late at night, when Benny suddenly lifts his head and stares at the hallway for no reason at all, I catch myself wondering if she's standing there, watching. So, I guess I should start by saying that my partner, Noah, seems to have this little storm cloud of weirdness that follows him everywhere. We've been together for 3 years now, living together for about 2.5, and honestly, the strange stuff was happening long before I came into the picture. It just didn't stop when I did. Back when Noah still lived with his parents, they had a lot of odd things happen in that house. But the moment he moved out for college, everything went quiet. No noises, no shadows, nothing. Then we got our place together, and it was like someone flipped the on switch again. The first story he ever told me was from those early days at his parents' place. One night, he had this really vivid nightmare and jolted awake. When he opened his eyes, there was a woman standing in his bedroom doorway. He said she looked solid, not like a shadow or anything. She was wearing this pale yellow sundress, the kind you'd wear in late spring, and her hair was long and dark, hanging forward a bit so he couldn't see her face clearly. He just lay there, frozen, staring at her. Then he blinked, and she was gone. He figured it was sleep paralysis or his brain playing tricks on him. The next morning, he went downstairs, and his dad, Mark, looked exhausted. Over coffee, Mark told him he'd had a weird dream that same night. In his dream, there was a woman standing over Noah while he slept, leaning over him like she was checking if he was breathing. Mark described her dress, her hair, even the way she stood, and it was exactly the same as what Noah had seen. Noah hadn't told him a thing yet. Another time, when he still lived there, Noah and his dad were downstairs in the den throwing darts and talking. The TV was off, no music, just them joking around. In the corner of the room, there was one of those little kids' light-up toy trucks Noah's nephew had left behind. It had been sitting there all evening, totally still. In the middle of their conversation, the truck suddenly lit up, made that little revving noise, and rolled itself across the floor toward them. No one had touched it. No air vent was blowing on it. The windows were closed. It just went. Mark apparently just said, "Nope," picked it up, and took the batteries out right then and there. After Noah moved out on his own for a while, all of that stopped. No strange dreams, no toys moving, nothing worth mentioning. It was quiet for a couple of years. Then we signed the lease on our townhouse, and the quiet ended. About a week after we brought home our first dog, a goofy little mutt named Riley, Noah had to leave on a short work trip. So it was just me and Riley in the house one night. I was lying on the couch, half watching some crime show, when Riley suddenly hopped up, fur on his back standing straight up, and started growling. Not just a little woof, this low, steady growl that I'd never heard from him before. He was staring up the stairs. I muted the TV and listened, thinking maybe someone was in the hallway or outside. Nothing. Riley slowly walked to the bottom of the stairs, still growling, and then started barking like crazy at the hallway closet at the top. I followed him up, heart pounding, but trying to be rational. I opened the closet, checked the shelves, pushed the coats aside. Nothing. Just our jackets and a box of Christmas decorations. I told him, "See, there's nothing there," and closed the door. Things escalated that same week. At the time, I had just started working overnight shifts at an assisted living facility. That meant Noah was home alone most nights, and he'd usually stay up late gaming in the living room. Our place is pretty open, kitchen and living room all in one space with just a counter between them. The fridge is to the right, kind of near that dividing counter. One night, Noah said he was in the middle of a game when he heard this rustling sound behind him, like plastic crinkling. He thought Riley was into something, so he turned around and saw 3 bags of chips fly, literally fly, off the top of the fridge. Not just slide off. He swears they went out and forward, like someone had grabbed them and tossed them toward the stove. They landed a good 5 or 6 feet away, near the oven. He checked Riley first, thinking maybe the dog had bumped the fridge, but Riley was asleep on the other side of the room. No one else was home. No one was near the kitchen. About an hour later, he heard another thump from the laundry nook. We keep a plastic laundry basket on top of the dryer, and he said he watched, from his desk, as the basket slid to the edge and then popped off like it had been pushed. It landed on the floor about a foot in front of the dryer. At that point, he paused his game, walked through the townhouse, and turned on basically every light. A few nights after that, something happened that really stuck with him. We usually keep a light on when we sleep, sometimes a small lamp, sometimes the closet light, just so the room isn't pitch black. That night, we accidentally left the walk-in closet door partly open, with the closet light on. I slept straight through the night, but Noah didn't. He told me he woke up around 3 in the morning. You know that heavy, groggy feeling when you're half awake? He rolled over to check his phone on the nightstand. As he turned, from the corner of his eye, he saw someone standing in the closet. The door was open just enough that he could see into the corner, and he said it looked like a person pressed into the shadows, their head slightly tilted, just watching. Not moving, not coming closer, just there. He said he froze for a second, and in that split second, it was so real that he started to say my name, thinking maybe I was up looking for something. Then he realized I was right next to him in bed, breathing deeply, fast asleep. He blinked, turned his head fully toward the closet, and whatever he'd seen was gone. Just our clothes and a pile of shoes. He didn't wake me up that night, but he told me in the morning, and I could see how shaken he was. Noah's not the type to jump at every little thing. If anything, he's annoyingly logical about stuff. But that really got to him. Since then, it's like there's this pattern. The really strange things, the ones I can't explain away with drafts or old wiring or a creaky building, they always seem to happen around him. When he's alone in the house, when he's the one waking up at night, when he's the one people dream about. I don't know if it's the house. We've moved once since then, and little things still happen. I don't know if it's something attached to him, or something that just notices him more. All I know is that, wherever Noah goes, the weirdness eventually finds its way back. And somehow, I've just kind of accepted that it's part of loving him. The dog growling at empty corners, the random objects that refuse to stay put, the way he sometimes wakes up and stares into the dark, like he's trying to convince himself he didn't see what he just saw. So, a few nights ago, I had this dream that felt so real, it kind of stayed with me all day after. I want to tell you about it because it felt less like a random dream and more like a visit. In the dream, I'm at this strange place that's half school camp, half mountain lodge. Think a big wooden chalet, but with neon signs and an old sound system. Like someone tried to turn a cozy winter cabin into a club and then just stopped updating it 15 years ago. There's a bar, wooden beams, old posters on the walls, and that soft golden light you get in late afternoon. Outside the windows, I can see trees and a bit of sky, like we're somewhere slightly remote. Inside, though, it's full of people from my high school years, classmates, faces I haven't seen in ages, and my old friend group. They all look about 17, 18, but I'm my current age. Everyone is laughing, dancing, talking over the music. You know that feeling when a room just hums with social energy? It's like that. Except, not for me. No matter where I walked, people drifted away. Someone would make eye contact for a second, and then suddenly turn and join another conversation. Groups would tighten up the moment I came near, like there wasn't space for me to step in. I wasn't invisible exactly. They saw me. But it was like I didn't belong in their world anymore. I remember trying to figure out why I was even there. You know that feeling of being both inside something and outside it at the same time? I kept walking around the lodge, looking for an exit. But every door just led to another hallway, another room, another part of the same place. I couldn't leave. At some point, I spotted one of my closest friends from back then. Let's call him Marco. In real life, Marco was such a kind, goofy person, and in the dream, he looked like his teenage self again. Hoodie, messy hair, the whole thing. I felt this wave of relief, like, finally, someone I know, someone safe. He headed toward the bar, so I followed him. I caught up and said something like, "Hey, aren't you going to wait for me so we can sit together?" The kind of thing you say when you're half joking, half hoping. He didn't seem angry or cold. He just smiled and shrugged, like it was no big deal, and said, "You know, they're waiting for me to drink and dance," and then drifted away into the crowd. The weird thing is, as soon as he left, the bar area felt almost abandoned. The music sounded faint, like it was coming from another room. The bar counter looked dusty, like it hadn't really been used in years. Bottles were still there, but the labels were faded. I remember seeing dust suspended in the light from the windows, moving slowly, like time itself had slowed down. The whole place felt nostalgic, but not in a sweet way. More like walking through an old memory you're not sure you're supposed to be in anymore. Eventually, the crowd thinned out. The music quieted. People kind of faded away until the lodge was almost empty. That's when I noticed him. There was a man standing near the end of the bar, someone who clearly worked there. A waiter or bartender, maybe both. I realized he'd been around the whole time, but I hadn't really seen him until that moment. He was dressed very simply, dark jeans, a plain shirt, and he was holding a well-worn leather jacket over his arm, like he was about to clock out and leave. He didn't look old, but not young either. One of those people whose age is hard to pin down. His presence felt grounded. "Calm," she said through these shaky, happy tears. "It happened. It finally happened." And he smiled at her, this warm, reassuring smile, and replied, "See, I told you it would come right when it was meant to." His tone was light, almost playful, but there was something very certain in it, like he really knew what he was talking about. Clara let out this sort of breathy laugh, like a weight dropped off her shoulders, and said, "Yeah, it's over now." I had no idea what they were talking about. It felt like I'd stumbled into the end of someone else's story, one that had nothing to do with me. But at the same time, something about their conversation tugged at me. I felt this weird mix of sadness and hope in my chest. When Clara walked away, I went up to him. I didn't even know what I wanted to ask. The words just came out of my mouth before I decided to say them. I said, "What about me? For me, is it over too?" And I remember, even in the dream, thinking, what am I talking about? What it? But emotionally, it made perfect sense. It was like my soul knew what I meant, even if my mind didn't. He looked at me with this almost mischievous, knowing expression, like he'd been expecting that question. His eyes were kind, but sharp in that way that makes you feel very seen. Then he smiled and said, in this calm, slightly teasing tone, "For you, it's just beginning." Behind him, Clara, who had stopped a few steps away, turned back and chimed in, "See, I told you." Like she somehow already knew this about me too. His energy was hard to describe. He wasn't flirty or dramatic. He felt like someone who has watched your whole life unfold from a distance and still likes you, still believes in you. There was something almost messenger-like about him. Not quite human, not in a scary way, but in that way where you feel like you're talking to someone who understands more than they're saying. I asked him, "Are you leaving?" He nodded a little and said, very matter-of-factly, "Yeah, I'm leaving on Friday." I don't know why, but that specific detail stuck with me. Friday. It felt important somehow. Then I asked, "Will I see you again?" He paused, like he was choosing his words carefully, and then with a little grin, he said, "A lot of people say they meet me once in their life, and once on a screen." I frowned and repeated, "On a screen?" He smiled wider and said it again, almost like a line from a movie he'd delivered 1,000 times. Once in their life, and once in a movie. He said it twice, the same way both times, like the repetition itself was part of the message. I had this strong feeling that I should recognize him, like when you see an actor playing a new role, but you can't remember which film you saw them in. That sense of, I know you from somewhere. I kept trying to place him, but nothing came. After that, we just looked at each other for a second, and then we hugged. And it wasn't awkward or formal. It was the kind of hug you give someone you've known forever, someone you trust completely. There was so much comfort in it. I felt safe and seen and oddly encouraged. I think he said something to me after that, something gentle that nudged me toward waking up. I don't remember the exact words, only the feeling. "It's okay to go now. You can wake up." And then I woke up. When I opened my eyes, I had this really strong sensation that I had just met someone important. Not just a random dream character, but someone I was supposed to meet. I kept thinking, I should know who he is. I should understand what he was trying to tell me. Even now, I can't fully explain it, but that sentence keeps echoing in my mind. So, This all started in my dorm. I live in this really old residence hall on campus, like it's been around almost a century. My room's actually pretty big for a dorm, and when you first walk in, there's this little entry area with a table where I usually dump my keys and mail. One night, I was standing there by the table talking to my boyfriend. Well, my boyfriend at the time, I'll call him Eli. And after we finished talking, he walked toward my bed on the other side of the room. I turned back to the table to organize some stuff, and a few seconds later, I felt this pressure on my backside, like someone put their hand there. He does that sometimes when he's being playful, and I could feel that sort of someone's right behind me presence. So I just assumed it was him, and I even smiled a little, like, okay, very funny. But when I turned around, Eli was way across the room, sitting on the edge of my bed, looking down at his phone. There was nobody behind me. We both kind of froze. I told him what I felt, and he got this weird look on his face, but we ended up brushing it off, like, okay, the dorm is old, maybe I imagined it, that kind of thing. The next day, though, we got into an argument. Nothing huge, but enough that he left the room to cool off. There's this side staircase a little ways down the hall that nobody really uses, and he went to sit there by himself. Later, when we were talking about it, he told me that while he was on the stairs, he heard footsteps coming down toward him. Slow, like someone was taking careful steps. He thought it was me coming to talk to him, so he didn't even look up at first. Then he said he felt a presence beside him. He saw a shadow on the wall that looked like my silhouette, my height, my hair, just kind of there with him. And then he felt a hand on his back, the way I do when I'm trying to comfort him. He said it felt exactly like me. He was still upset and waiting for me to say something, but I didn't. So he turned around to look at me, and there was no one there. The stairs were completely empty. When he looked back at the wall, even the shadow was gone. After that, he went outside to this small courtyard near the building to calm down. It was really late and pretty quiet, just a light breeze. While he was out there, he noticed one tree in the corner moving way more violently than the others, like something big was pushing through the branches. He said it didn't match how the wind felt at all. Everything else was barely moving, but that one spot was shaking. From there, things kind of followed him. He doesn't live with me, so most of what's been happening since then has been at his house. One night, he was taking a shower. Everyone else was asleep, and the bathroom door has one of those older locks, but the key for it had been missing for a while. He said he suddenly noticed the lock turning very slightly, like someone was trying to twist it from the outside, just enough to move, not enough to click. When he stared at it, he saw something dark, like a little shadow, scurry under the gap at the bottom of the door. It was quick, like it darted away. The next day, something similar happened to his cousin when they were using the same bathroom. They didn't even know about his shower story at that point. I was in there, just minding my business, when I heard a knock on the door. It was Eli. He sounded a little shaken and asked, "Hey, can I come in?" I said yeah, and he opened the door and looked really confused. He asked me, "Did you just call me?" I told him no, I hadn't said anything. I hadn't even spoken since I left the kitchen. He swore he heard me calling his name from down the hall, loud and clear, in this specific teasing voice I use sometimes. He said it was exactly how I sound, and it used the nickname that only I call him. That's what freaked him out the most. It wasn't just my normal voice. It was a tone I only use with him. He asked me if I could try to copy it, to see if maybe he'd just imagined it. I tried a few times, but he kept shaking his head and saying, "No, that's not it. It was sharper, closer, more like you were right next to me." And that's just one example. These kinds of things have been happening to him almost daily now. He'll be in his room, or the kitchen, or the bathroom, and he'll feel like something is there with him. He says the feeling gets especially strong when he's sad or stressed. There was one time he told me that he was lying in bed feeling really low, and he suddenly felt this gentle pressure on his shoulder, like someone was trying to comfort him. He said, "It felt like you. I almost said your name out loud, but you weren't there." He'll text me sometimes saying, "It's here again," or "It feels like you're in the room, but I know you're not." There's also this smell in his bedroom that we can't figure out. It's only in his room, nowhere else in the house. It's this weird, rotting kind of smell, like something wet that's been left too long, or old food hidden somewhere. But we've cleaned everything, moved furniture, checked the closet, the vents, under the bed, everything. It just lingers. It comes and goes, but when it's there, it's really strong. So that's what's been going on. To sum it up, it started in my old dorm with something touching me when no one was there. Then something that looked and felt like me went to comfort him on the stairway. He keeps seeing and hearing things at his house, locks moving, shadows under doors, something calling his name in my voice. He feels a presence most when he's sad, and sometimes it tries to comfort him in ways that feel like me. His room has this strange, rotting smell we can't trace. I don't know if it's something attached to him, or to both of us, or if it somehow followed us from the dorm, but it feels personal, like it's trying to copy me or use me to get close to him. I'm honestly worried about him. I care about him a lot, and it's getting harder and harder to just brush this off as nothing. So, that's our story. I don't really know what we're dealing with, or why it seems so focused on him, and on me in a way. But if you're listening to this, and you know anything about this kind of thing, or you've experienced something similar, we'd really love any insight or guidance you can give us. So before I dive in, let me give you a little context. I grew up in a tiny town down in southern Mississippi, not too far from the Gulf. A lot has happened in my family. I lost my older brother Eli about 5 years ago, and that shattered all of us in ways I still don't fully understand. After that, things at home really started to crack. My parents, Lena and Mark, had already been rocky, but from the time I was around 11 until right before my mom and I left, it felt like their marriage was just one long argument. I won't get into all the details of the yelling and the late-night fights, but my dad, he wasn't loyal, he wasn't honest, and he wasn't really a father in any way that mattered. I'm 19 now, and thankfully my mom and I don't live in that house anymore. It never felt like a home. Not emotionally, and honestly not spiritually either, once you hear the rest of this. So, the closet. Upstairs there was this little hallway that opened into my bedroom, and off to the side was my closet. Directly under that closet was my parents' bedroom. That detail matters. From the very first night I moved from my downstairs room to that upstairs one, I hated that closet. Like a deep, irrational kind of hate. I didn't like going in there. I'd get this tight feeling in my chest, like I was walking into someone else's space and they did not want me there. I was weird about the door too. If I was in my room and the closet door was cracked open even an inch, it drove me crazy. I'd get up, walk over, swing it all the way open like I was catching something in the act, stare into the dark for a second, and then slam it shut. Every time. But if I was actually inside the closet, I didn't want the door closed behind me either. Both options, door open or door closed, felt wrong, just in different ways. Because of that, I kind of stopped using it like a normal person. I'd let clean clothes pile up in a basket and just pull outfits out of there for weeks, sometimes months. Not exactly a life tip, but I was genuinely scared of that space. And then there was the smell. My mom and I tried so many times to describe it, And the best we ever came up with was, imagine an unwashed, sweaty guy's armpit mixed with an old sneaker that's been tumbled dry too long. Damp, sour, hot, and stale all at once. It would come and go, but when it was bad, it was bad. When I was younger, our neighbor's grandson, Jonah, told me this story that our house was on top of an old Native American burial ground. He said Choctaw specifically. Kid stuff, right? I brushed it off, but it stuck in the back of my mind. Sometimes we'd go wandering out in the woods behind the house, and way back, deeper in the wet, marshy part, there were these almost perfectly round little hills. Not like the gentle slope our house sat on. These were distinct, like someone had mounded the earth on purpose. I remember looking at them and thinking about Jonah's story and getting this little shiver, even while telling myself it was nothing. Anyway, my first really strange experience happened when I was around 9 or 10. I remember waking up in the middle of the night, lying flat on my back, which I never do, and staring straight toward the foot of my bed. And I knew something was wrong before I even focused my eyes. I couldn't move, couldn't talk. I was fully awake, but my body felt like it was nailed to the mattress. At the foot of my bed, I could see the outline of something. It was darker than the darkness in the room, if that makes sense. Like someone had cut a person-shaped hole out of the night and pasted it there. I just stared at it. I don't know how long. Maybe it was only a minute, but it felt stretched out and sticky, like time didn't move right. I don't remember how it ended. I don't remember screaming or it leaving. It's like 1 second it was there, and then the memory just cuts. Either I passed out or it vanished, and my brain didn't keep the part in between. I can still see that shape in my mind though, as clear as if it were yesterday. A few nights later, something similar happened. I woke up already sitting up in bed, which is strange in itself, and I was staring straight out my open bedroom door into the hallway. It was like I had woken up mid-moment, already looking, already waiting for something. From my bed, the wall with the windows, the outside wall, was on the right, and on the left was the wall that boxed in the stairwell. I was just staring into that strip of hallway when I saw movement. That same sort of figure, or at least I believe it was the same presence, lurched across the hallway. Not walked, lurched, from the outside wall to the stairwell wall, like it was dragging 2 long limbs behind it, or moving in a way a person isn't built to move. Again, I don't remember what happened after. No screaming, no jumping out of bed. Just a blank after that moment, like my brain refused to process the rest. Years later, when I was maybe 16, my friend Marina came over. I'd told her bits and pieces about the closet and the smell and the weird way the house felt sometimes. She's really into spiritual stuff and energy and all that, so she brought sage and some herbs and went room to room, especially focusing on that closet. For a while after she smudged the place, things actually felt lighter. The smell in the closet disappeared for a couple of months. I could step inside without my stomach dropping, and I remember thinking, okay, maybe we fixed it. Maybe it's all in my head. But it didn't stay that way. Fast forward to this past summer, late May into August. It was brutally hot in Mississippi. I had one of those little window AC units in my room, and I kept it blasting pretty much non-stop between 66 degrees Fahrenheit and 68 degrees Fahrenheit. My room was like a little freezer, which I loved. My mom had started regularly salting the closet doorway by then. She'd read about salt being protective, absorbing negative energy and all that. And honestly, the smell had come back stronger than ever. You'd open the closet door, and it felt like the stink hit you before the air did. So she'd sprinkle a neat line of salt across the threshold. At first, it made her feel better, like she was doing something. But then the door itself started acting strange. Now, I'll admit, the doors in that house were cheap, thin, hollow core, installed fast when my parents built the place. The house is literally the same age as me. But even for cheap doors, this was weird. The closet door began to swell. It got harder and harder to close, like it was pushing back. You'd have to lean your weight into it to get the latch to catch, and sometimes it would stick, like the frame had twisted. But nothing else upstairs was doing that. The AC was right there in the bedroom, pushing out cold air, so it's not like that one door was exposed to some crazy humidity the rest of the house missed. My mom even cut a little vent into the bottom of the door, thinking maybe it was a circulation thing. It helped for, like, a second. Then the swelling got worse again. And then came the part that really freaked both of us out. One afternoon, not even a week after she'd last salted the doorway, literally just a few days, my mom went upstairs to grab something out of my closet. I was downstairs at the time. I remember hearing her step up onto the landing, and then this sharp, surprised noise from her. Not quite a scream, but close. The salt was gone. Not scattered, not crusted, gone. In its place, right where that line had been, was the shallow, cold puddle of water. Or not just water, it had this faint, weird slickness to it, like it had soaked up something else. When she told me, she said, it felt wrong, like stepping in a spill that was clean and dirty at the same time. It hadn't rained. Nothing in the closet leaked. There weren't any pipes running under that doorway, and the AC condensation didn't drip there. There was no reason for water to be there, and definitely no reason for all that salt to dissolve so completely in just a couple of days. She checked the baseboards, the ceiling, everything she could think of. Dry. Totally dry. Just that one puddle, right where the salt had been. We cleaned it up, of course. Toweled it, wiped it, checked it again. And both of us just kind of avoided talking about what we were really thinking. Because logically, sure, you can try to blame humidity or some weird little leak. You can come up with a dozen explanations if you really want to sleep at night. But I grew up in that house. I know how it felt when things got heavy, how the air would change, how the smell in that closet seemed to have a mind of its own. I know what I saw at the foot of my bed and in that hallway, even if I can't prove it to anyone. And when I picture my mom stepping into that salty puddle, right on the threshold of the one place in the house that always felt wrong, I can't shake the feeling that something in that closet didn't like the boundary she was trying to put down. We don't live there anymore. We left, and I don't miss that house for a second. But sometimes, when I'm lying awake at night in our new place, I'll glance at my own perfectly normal closet door, closed and quiet, and I'll think about that old one, swelling, breathing, and I wonder if whatever was there upstairs, above my parents' room, is still pacing back and forth in the dark, waiting for the next person to move in and crack that door open. So, let me tell you about this house I used to live in. Back in 2018, my family and I moved into this little place in the downtown area of a small city in southern Saskatchewan, like 20 minutes from the US border. The house itself wasn't anything special, kind of old, kind of cramped, but the location was weird. To the right of us was a duplex and a small parking lot. To the left, another parking lot and this tiny stone house. That stone house was famous in town. It was the first house ever built there. People always talked about it like it was a landmark. It's still standing, all worn down and stubborn. For some reason, in my head, everything spooky that happened in our place sort of pointed back to that stone house. It was literally about 30 steps away, separated from us by a parking lot and this white picket fence. I don't know why, but it just felt like whatever was going on started over there and bled into our place. Anyway, let me walk you through what happened. The bells on the door. The first thing I remember was late 2018, before COVID was even a whisper. It was nighttime. I was at home with my mom and my dad. Mom was on the couch watching some drama show, and Dad was in the kitchen doing dishes and humming to himself. We had these little bells hanging on the front doorknob. We'd bought them to train our dog Milo so he could ring them when he needed to go outside. That training lasted like one day. After that, the bells just became our unofficial, someone just came in alert. So I'm sitting there in the living room, scrolling on my phone, when I hear the bells. Clear as day. Jingle, jingle. I immediately think, oh, that's my older sister Maya, because she was the only one who wasn't home yet. I got excited, because we always debriefed our day in our room. So I got up, walked straight to our bedroom, and it was empty. I remember just standing there like, okay, weird. I knew I'd heard the bells. So I went to the entrance, thinking maybe she was still taking her shoes off or something. But no. The front door was closed. Locked. What was open was the basement door. It was slightly ajar, just slowly moving like someone had pushed it and let it go. There was no draft, no window open, nothing like that. Just this door, gently shifting back and forth like it had just been touched. I got this cold feeling in my stomach. You know when your body realizes something before your brain does? I went back to the living room and asked my mom, "Hey, is Maya home?" She looked at me and said, "No, why? I thought that was you. I heard the bells." So now we both know we heard it. Maya didn't get home for another hour. Footsteps and laughter. Fast forward to 2020. My sister-in-law Lena had just moved in with us after having my nephew Eli. At that point, it was just me, Lena, and Eli at home. Everyone else was out. I was in my room, lying on my bed, half on my phone, half spacing out, when I heard footsteps in the hallway. My older sister Maya has this very specific way of walking. She kind of drags her feet a little. It sounds lazy and familiar in a way that's weirdly comforting. That's exactly what I heard, that dragging walk. Then I heard soft baby giggles, Eli's laughter. It's pretty distinct. He had this bubbly little giggle that kind of came in bursts. So I'm like, oh, Maya's home. Cool. I figured she was in the living room playing with him. I waited for her to come into my room and bug me, because she usually did, but she never came. After maybe half an hour, I got up to see what they were doing. I stepped out into the hallway, and it was quiet. No Maya, just the TV on low in the living room. Then she turned to me and said, very carefully, "Did you hear that too?" I got chills immediately, but I played dumb. I was like, "Hear what?" She said, "Maya's footsteps. I thought she came home, and I thought Eli was awake. I heard him laughing." I just stared at her and told her, "I heard the footsteps, and I heard him laughing too." We both turned and looked at Eli together. He was knocked out in his little bassinet, completely asleep. Had been the whole time. That was the first time someone else in the house described hearing the exact same thing as me, at the same time. The white figure. Okay, now jump to my freshman year of high school, 2021. Masks were still being recommended, but not everyone was wearing them anymore. I wore mine religiously, not even for health reasons at that point. I was just anxious and insecure and felt safer behind it. I barely took it off, even to eat, which I know sounds dramatic, but that's where I was mentally. Anyway, one day I came home absolutely starving and exhausted. Nobody else was home yet. I sat down at our dining table with some food, just zoning out. Now, the house was small. I want to emphasize that. Like, if someone was in there with you, you'd know. There weren't really places to hide. I was sitting there, looking down at my phone, when out of the corner of my eye, on my right side, I saw something. A white figure. It wasn't detailed. It was more like a streak or a shape. It moved fast, from the far corner of the room to another corner that I couldn't see fully without turning my whole head. I didn't give myself any time to overthink. I just stood up immediately and walked, almost ran, to the corner where I thought it went. Nobody. Nothing. No open windows. No curtains moving. I checked every obvious hiding spot, even though I knew deep down it wasn't a person. In a house that small, if someone was messing with me, they would have been caught in, like, 2 seconds. I remember just standing there, in the silence, my heart racing, trying to convince myself I was just tired. That's what I kept telling myself. You're hungry, you're exhausted, you're anxious, you're seeing things. But it didn't feel like seeing things. It felt like I'd walked in on something that didn't expect to be seen. The basement and the hand. Early 2022 was when my whole family got COVID. Somehow, I was the only one who didn't test positive. So instead of isolating them, they isolated me. Lucky me, I got sent to the basement. The basement was unfinished. One of the long walls was made of the same stone as that old stone house next door. You could literally see the rough, uneven blocks. It always felt colder along that wall. There was a stuffy little room down there with a walk-in closet. The closet didn't have a door, just an open doorway, and it was crammed full of the homeowner's old stuff. Boxes of clothes, random furniture, all that. I slept on a mattress on the floor in that room. When I lay down, my head faced the open closet. There was no avoiding it. It was right in my line of sight. I turned off the main light in the room, but left the closet light on, so I wouldn't feel completely in the dark. Under that light, there was a simple wooden chair sitting in the middle of the closet, like it was waiting for someone. I remember lying there on my back, just staring at one of the legs of the chair. It was like my body was too tired to move, but my brain wouldn't shut up. I started to feel this weird heaviness, like I was pinned to the mattress. Then, in those few seconds that felt much longer, I saw it. A hand. It held there for maybe 3 seconds. Then it let go. My whole body went ice cold. And here's the weirdest part. Instead of screaming or running upstairs, I just shut down. I rolled over, pulled the blanket up, and forced myself to sleep. It's like my brain decided the safest thing to do was pretend it hadn't happened. Later that year, my dad built me a small bedroom in what used to be part of the living room, right in the spot where I'd seen that white figure run to before. And that new room? It was directly above the basement room with the stone wall and that closet. I remember realizing that and just thinking, of course it's the same spot. The glass and the joke. About a year ago, before we moved out, I had my friend Jasmine over. We were hanging out in the basement, and I started telling her about all the creepy things I'd experienced in that house. I was being a little theatrical on purpose because she gets scared easily. And yes, I love her, but I also find her reactions hilarious. We decided to go back upstairs, so I bolted up the stairs and she followed behind me, clinging to the railing. We got to the main floor, and I kept going, talking louder than I usually would about the ghost in the house. Normally, I never talk about it out loud like that. I always had this superstition, like if I acknowledged it too much, whatever it was would know that I knew. But this time, I was showing off a little, I guess. I said something kind of mean about how the ghost probably looked, like a dumb, petty little insult about its appearance. I was joking, but yeah, not my smartest moment. Right as the words left my mouth, a glass food container flew off the table. And I don't mean it slid. I don't mean it rolled. I mean it came off the top of this fruit stand thing we had, the highest part of the table, and shattered on the floor right next to where my baby sister Rosa was standing. The sound of the glass breaking snapped everything into slow motion. I ran to her immediately, checking for cuts, for blood, anything. She was fine. She hadn't even processed what happened, but there were glass shards everywhere. I stood there shaking, because I remembered putting that container on the top tier of the fruit stand earlier. There was no way Rosa could have reached it. She was tiny. Even now she's small, but back then? No chance. Jasmine was pale and wide-eyed, and I didn't even try to joke anymore. I just cleaned up the glass and quietly decided I would never talk about that ghost like that again. Leaving the house. Not long after that, around April 2024, we finally moved into our own house. Ever since we left that place, nothing has happened. No footsteps, no bells, no white figures, no hands on chair legs. It's been quiet, and I didn't realize how loud that other house felt until we were gone. Whenever I talk about it with my aunt and uncle, Tia Carmen and Uncle Luis, they both insist it was just the basement. They say there wasn't enough light, most of the windows were blocked, and my brain was filling in the gaps. And honestly, I get that. I've watched horror movies since I was like 10 years old. I don't scare easily. I can sit in the dark basement with the lights off and be fine, for a little while. But in that house, I could never stay down there too long. There was always this feeling, like someone was watching me from a corner I couldn't quite see. I know how all of this sounds. I know people can explain a lot of things away with, "You were tired," or "You're into horror, so your mind plays tricks on you," or "Old houses are creaky." Maybe they're right about some of it. All I can say is this. In that little house, 30 steps from the first stone house in the city, something was there with us. And I swear on my life, every single thing I just told you really did happen to me. Okay, so I'm just going to talk to you like you're here with me, because honestly, I'm still shaking even thinking about this. These last few months have been rough, like really rough. I live at home with my parents, my mom Elena and my stepdad Mark, and something's been going on in the house that we can't really explain anymore. At this point, paranormal is the only word that feels close, even if it sounds dramatic. It started small. It always does, right? First, it was the lights. I thought it was just bad wiring or dodgy bulbs. The bathroom light would flicker, then the one in the hallway, sometimes the one over the kitchen sink. They'd flick off and on like someone was playing with the switch. We changed all the bulbs, even had a friend who's an electrician take a quick look and, yeah, still happening. Mostly in the bathroom and hallway. It's like those two places are, I don't know, favorite spots. Then our cats started acting weird. We've got 3 of them now, Luna, Milo, and Pepper. They've always been pretty chill, the usual zoomies at 3 a.m., but nothing wild. But lately, they'll just freeze and stare into the corner of a room like they're watching someone move around. Sometimes they'll hiss at the empty doorway. Luna arches her back and her fur stands up, and there's just nothing there. At least, nothing we can see. And then we started hearing things. The first thing I heard was this growl. It was stupidly late, middle of the night, and I was half asleep. It came from the hallway outside my bedroom door. It was low, deep, like it came from someone's chest rather than an animal. It absolutely scared the life out of me. Our cats can't make a noise like that. And yeah, one of the windows in the living room was open a crack, but it wasn't windy, and this didn't sound like something from outside. It sounded inside. My parents hear things too. My mom's told me she hears me calling her name sometimes, like I'm shouting for her from my room. And when she goes to check on me, I'm just wearing my headphones, minding my own business. Mark says he once heard me crying in the bathroom, but I was at work when that happened. The worst for him, though, was the voice. He was in the kitchen one evening, washing dishes, and he swears a man's voice, really clear and close, said, "Hello," right behind him. Just that. Hello. No one else heard it. Mom was in the living room, I was in my room, and he kind of came in white as a sheet. Mark's not the type to spook easily. He's very, "It's probably nothing," about everything, but he was genuinely shaken. That's what scared me, seeing him scared. there are other sounds too. I've heard faint music at night, like someone's playing an old radio in another room. It's sort of muffled, like a lullaby or some slow song you can't quite catch the words to. And knocking. 3 knocks in a row, sometimes on the wall near my bed, sometimes from the inside of the wardrobe door. It mostly happens after midnight, when everything's quiet and you can't pretend you didn't hear it. Then there's the physical stuff. Both Mark and I have been touched. He told me he was in the kitchen one afternoon, waiting for the kettle to boil, and he felt a hand run slowly down his back. Naturally, he thought it was my mum messing around. But when he turned, she was at the table scrolling through her phone, nowhere near him. He didn't even tell us that story until recently because he didn't want to freak us out. A lot of the time, it feels like there's something sitting between my shoulder blades, just this constant weight on my back, pressing down. Even when nothing else is happening, that feeling hangs around. We've both been scratched, too. I only found out recently that Mark had been scratched on his upper arm. 3 thin lines, like something had clawed him. He was in the laundry room when it happened. He said it stung all of a sudden, and when he checked, there were these red marks and a bit of blood. For me, it was my side, just under my ribs. I was getting changed and felt this burning sensation. When I looked in the mirror, there were 3 long scratches running diagonally across my skin. Not deep enough to bleed, but red and raised like a fresh cat scratch. Except none of the cats were in my room, and I definitely hadn't done it myself. A few nights ago was one of the worst moments. I got up around 2 a.m. to get some water. The house was dark and quiet, and you know that feeling when the air just feels thick? Like you're walking into a room where people have just been arguing? It felt like that. I stepped into the hallway, and this horrible awareness hit me, like something was already watching me from the far end. So I stopped. I looked down the hallway toward the front door, and right by the coat rack, just behind it, I saw something lean out. Not all the way, just enough to look at me. It was tall, taller than Mark, easy, and it was basically a shadow. No face, no features, just a human-shaped darkness with a kind of edge to it, like the air bent around it. It didn't move. It just stared. My whole body went cold. I genuinely thought I was going to throw up. I couldn't look away for a few seconds, and then my fight or flight just cut out, and I stumbled back into my room, shut the door, and sat on the floor shaking. I didn't even get the water. Things move on their own now, too. One afternoon I was at my desk, and I heard a thump right above my head. The shelf above my desk holds my albums and a couple of little figures. Out of nowhere, 3 of my albums just slid forward and fell to the floor. The window was closed, no trucks going by, no one stomping around. The weird part is, they fell in the opposite direction of how they were leaning. It was like someone pushed them deliberately. In the bathroom, we've got one of those circular ring towel holders fixed to the wall. I was in the shower one morning, door closed, no one else in there, and I heard this rattling metal sound. I peeked out, and the ring was swinging from side to side, like someone had just yanked the towel and let it go. It kept going for longer than it should have, like it had a bit too much energy behind it. On top of all this, my mood has been all over the place. I mean, I've been stressed about other stuff too. Life, work, normal things. But this feels different. I go from fine to angry to crying to numb in the span of a day. Little things set me off. I'm snapping at people, then apologizing 5 minutes later. Since all of this started, my sleep's gone to hell. I've been having these vivid nightmares where I'm stuck in my room and something is crouched under my bed, whispering my name. Sometimes I wake up and I'm not sure if I can move right away, like I'm pinned down. It feels like I'm being watched pretty much constantly, like I can't relax in my own home. Honestly, after I did that, it seemed to get worse. The noises were louder. The shadows felt closer. I started waking up more often with that pressure on my shoulders. We've never tried to invite anything into our home. We're not doing Ouija boards or summoning rituals or anything like that. We've had a few odd things happen in the past, like lights flickering on the anniversary of a family member's death, but it always felt gentle, like a loved one checking in. This is not that. This feels heavy and wrong and angry. And the worst part is, it feels like I'm the one getting most of it. Like whatever this is has decided I'm the main target. I don't know why. There are probably more little things I'm forgetting. Cold spots, footsteps when everyone's in bed, doors that are open when we're sure we closed them. But my head is kind of scrambled just talking about it. I'm scared all the time. Genuinely. I walk around my own house and my chest feels tight, like I can't get a full breath in. I don't know what to do anymore. I'm tired, I'm frightened, and it feels like I don't have anywhere safe to just exist. I keep hoping I'll wake up one day and it'll all just stop, but it hasn't yet. And that's why I'm telling you this, because I needed someone to hear it, to understand that I'm not just being dramatic or imagining things. So yeah, that's what's been happening in our house. So, this happened last winter, on a trip to a hill station with two of my friends, Kabir and Nina. We were there for 4 days, and on the third morning, Kabir shook me awake at around 3:30 a.m. I remember blinking at him like, "Are you serious right now?" And he goes, "Sunrise trek, viewpoint, come on." Nina had a slight fever and refused to get up, so it ended up being just the two of us. We layered up, thermals, hoodies, whatever we could find, and stepped out into this sharp, biting cold. You know the kind that hits your face and suddenly you're wide awake? The whole town was asleep. The sky was this deep, inky blue, and the streetlights were patchy, some flickering, some completely dead. The trail to the viewpoint started just beyond the last row of houses. It was technically a marked path, but it felt completely abandoned. On both sides, the forest just swallowed everything. Tall pines leaning in, branches hanging low, like they were eavesdropping. It was so quiet that every crunch of gravel and dry leaves under our shoes sounded wrong. Too loud. We kept following these old wooden signboards, viewpoint 2.3 kilometers, then viewpoint 1.8 kilometers. But every time we checked the map on Kabir's phone, it weirdly felt like the blue dot had barely moved. You know that glitchy, laggy feeling where your brain starts going, "Are we moving or is the map messing with us?" At some point, I got this really strong feeling that we weren't alone. Like something in the trees was keeping pace with us. I couldn't see anything, just layers of black and dark green, but it felt aware. Then we zoomed out on the map, and that's when we realized. The trail we were on passed right between an old British-era cemetery and a Hindu cremation ground, both hidden behind the tree line. They weren't visible from the road, but they were right there on the map. And that changed everything. Suddenly the air felt heavier. We started noticing how some parts of the road had these weak yellow lights, and other parts were just swallowed by this thick darkness. The kind of dark where your phone torch feels like a joke. We thought about turning back, but we'd already walked so far in, and the idea of trying to navigate back through that darkness, without really knowing the way, felt somehow even scarier. So we kept going, walking faster, not really talking anymore. That's when the dogs showed up. 4 of them. No collars, no tags. They just appeared out of the shadows ahead of us, like they'd been waiting. At first, we froze. Stray dogs at that hour, on a lonely road, can go either way, right? Attack you? Ignore you? You don't know. But these ones didn't growl or anything. Two of them went ahead of us, trotting calmly, and the other two fell in behind us. It was so deliberate, like a formation. Kabir and I just looked at each other, and without even saying it out loud, we decided to trust them. As we walked, they stayed with us. When we slowed down, they slowed down. When we stopped, they turned back to look at us, like, why are we stopping? Every time there was some weird sound from the forest, a crack, a rustle, something, one of them would bark in that direction, short and alert, and the others would suddenly go tense. After a while, the road itself changed. It went from concrete to this rough, broken track, and eventually it just faded out. Like the mountain had decided, that's enough road, no more. In front of us, there was just blackness. No path, no markers, just a steep drop into trees and fog and nothing we could see. Beyond the last broken bit of road, my phone torch just got eaten by the dark. They started barking at that darkness. Not normal barking. This was frantic, angry, almost desperate. They were standing right at the edge of where the road ended, hackles raised, teeth bared, barking at nothing. There was nothing we could see. No animal, no movement, just empty air and black space. And I don't know how to explain this, but whatever they were reacting to, it felt wrong. Like if we stepped past that point, we'd be stepping into something we weren't supposed to touch. That was it for us. We didn't even talk it through. Kabir just said, "We're going back." And I was like, "Yes, right now." The moment we turned around, the dogs did too. Same formation, 2 ahead, 2 behind. This time though, they were more alert, pausing at random spots, sniffing the air, staring into the trees for a second too long. We didn't run, but it felt like we were constantly on the edge of it. The strange thing was, on the way back, we barely saw any of the signboards we remembered. It was like the trail was shorter, or different. We just kept walking, following the dogs, until suddenly the forest thinned out, and we were back near the first houses of the town. By then it was around 6 in the morning. The sky was turning lighter, that pale bluish gray you get right before sunrise. The streets were still empty, shutters down, no one around. We sat down near this closed tea stall, completely drained. The dogs sat with us. One curled up right at my feet. Another flopped next to Kabir. They weren't restless anymore, just there, calm, waiting. At around 6:15, one of the shops finally opened. We got some biscuits and water, and of course, the first thing we did was share the biscuits with the dogs. They ate them happily, tails wagging, but still stayed close, like they were on duty. Right then, this man rode by on a brown horse, like straight out of another era. He looked like a local, with this thick jacket and a scarf wrapped around his face. He slowed down when he saw us and asked where we were headed. We told him we'd tried to go to the viewpoint but turned back, and he said, "Now there's enough light. If you still want to go, I can take you. It's not safe in the dark." We turned around to gesture at the dogs, like, "We're okay, they were with us." And they were gone. Just like that. No paws trotting away, no tails disappearing around a corner. They were there 1 second, and the next second, there was nothing. The street was completely empty. Later, when I got back home and told my mom the whole story, she didn't react the way I expected. I thought she'd laugh or call us dramatic. Instead, she got really quiet. Then she said, "You should never walk near graveyards or cremation grounds at that hour. At night, there are things that roam freely, dark things." She looked straight at me and asked, "What if something had followed you home? What if one of you had gotten possessed? There were only 2 of you. What would you have done?" And that question, that's the part that still gets to me. I can handle the creepy trail and the weird map and the barking at nothing. But that thought of something attaching itself to us when we were so far from everyone else sticks. I don't know what was in that forest with us. I don't know what the dogs saw when they barked at that patch of darkness, but I know this much. Whatever they were, those 4 dogs weren't just dogs. Hey everyone, welcome to Paranormal M. How's the weather where you are today? Still having trouble sleeping? Let these mysterious stories help you drift off. Feel free to send us your own creepy experiences, and don't forget to hit subscribe and turn on the bell so you never miss a new video. I really love doing this, just sitting here with my mic, helping you relax after a long day. Thanks as always for listening. You know, my dad grew up in this tiny village in rural Poland, not long after communism fell. It was the kind of place where the houses were old, the money was short, and people carried their herd around like extra weight on their backs. A lot of families were rough. Hard lives turned into hard hands and hard words. But my dad, Piotr, well, let's call him Piotr. He always had this one bright thing in his life, the forest. He told me he started going mushroom picking when he was about 4. 4. Just this little kid, wandering under these huge dark trees with a basket that was almost bigger than him. He knew every path, every clearing, every crooked birch. He used to say, I could walk that forest blindfolded and still find my way home. And honestly, I believe him. When I was little, he'd tuck me into bed and tell me stories about that same forest. How he'd race his friends through the undergrowth. How he'd hide from chores between roots of ancient trees. How the moss there was so soft it felt like a pillow. That forest was his playground, his hiding place, his whole universe. But then, there's this other side to it. I remember one evening, must have been around when I was 12 or 13. It was late summer, still warm. My dad, my aunt, let's call her Aunt Kasia, and my dad's friend Radoslav were sitting on these old plastic chairs outside our house. They were drinking beer, talking about nothing and everything, and I was just there on the steps, pretending to be invisible so they wouldn't send me to bed. You know how it is when there's alcohol on the table. The stories start to loosen up. At some point they drifted into talking about weird places in the world. You know, the kind of talk that starts with, you wouldn't believe this, but... And then my aunt said something about, those parts of the countryside where things aren't right. No explanation, no details, just that heavy tone adults use when they're talking about something they don't fully understand. Then my dad goes, very casually, I saw the devil in that forest once. So did Mama. He meant my grandma. Let's call her Helena. I remember going cold all over. I just blurted out, what do you mean, the devil? Like, a ghost? Some animal? What? He laughed a little, but it wasn't his usual laugh. It sounded embarrassed? Nervous? He said, no, not with horns and a tail. Where we're from, seeing the devil is what we call those moments when the world stops making sense. When something happens that just shouldn't. No explanation, just wrong. And then he told me this story. He was about 17, maybe 18. He just started seeing my mom. She lived in this small town about an hour away by bike, and he used to visit her whenever he could. On this particular day, he stayed too long. You know, first love. The kind where you keep saying, I should go, and then don't move. By the time he finally got on his bike, the sky was already heavy and dark, like it was thinking about a storm. The road home cut straight through that forest he knew so well. He'd ridden it hundreds of times, no big deal. Partway through the forest, the sky just opened up. He told me the rain went from nothing to absolutely pouring in seconds. The kind where it feels like someone tipped a bucket over your head. The path turned slick, his clothes stuck to his skin, and his bike chain suddenly jumped and jammed. Just like that, broken. No way to ride. So he got off the bike, swore a little under his breath, and started pushing it along the path. The trees were so thick that the light disappeared even though it wasn't that late yet. The rain was slamming down so hard it hurt his face, so he lowered his head, watching his feet, just following the path in front of him. After a few minutes of walking like that, he lifted his head again, and the path was gone. Not like, oh, I must have drifted a little. Gone. No trail, no wheel marks, no familiar turn in the trees. Just dense, dark forest in every direction. He stopped dead. He tried to retrace his steps, but there was nothing to retrace. He spun around, searching for something familiar. A stump, a fallen tree, anything he recognized from a lifetime of walking that forest, and he just couldn't. He said that was the first time in his life he truly understood what it meant to be lost. The craziest part? He could still hear cars, somewhere far off, through the trees. So he knew the road was nearby, had to be. He kept trying to walk towards the sound, but the road never came closer. The rain was so loud it kept swallowing everything, and it was getting darker and colder, and he was soaked through, shivering, completely turned around. This is stupid, he kept telling himself. I grew up here. I know this place. I can't be lost here. But he was. He said it felt like forever, like he was trapped in a loop between the same trees, walking in circles, the forest pressing in on him. Time didn't feel right. It stretched and folded and twisted until his thoughts got all tangled. And then, just as suddenly as it had started, the rain stopped. Not gradually, not a drizzle dying out. One moment it was hammering down, and the next, silence. Just water dripping from leaves. He blinked, took a few more steps, and there, right in front of him, was the path. Clear as day. The same path he'd been walking minutes before, like it had been there the whole time. He followed it out, shaking, pushing his bike. The road appeared. The forest ended. He walked into the yard at home, soaked, exhausted, and kind of angry. My grandma, Helena, was in the kitchen. My aunt Kasia was there too. When they saw him dripping in the doorway, they started laughing, like it was the funniest thing they'd ever seen. He snapped, "It's not funny. I got stuck in that damn forest for almost 40 minutes in that storm." My grandma stopped laughing. She looked at the clock on the wall. Then she gave my aunt this look, the kind of knowing look family members share when they're thinking the same unsettling thought. Finally, she said, "What are you talking about? That heavy rain didn't even last 10 minutes. My dad froze. He checked the time himself. Outside the forest, in the normal world, the storm had been short and sharp. Inside the forest, for him, it felt like nearly 3 times as long. That's when he said it, quietly, more to himself than to them. I must have seen the devil then. And my grandma just nodded, like she'd been expecting that, because it had happened to her too. Years earlier, she'd gone into the same forest on a bright, cold autumn afternoon. You know the kind of day. Sharp air, golden leaves, that nice crunch under your boots. She went in to collect mushrooms, like everyone did. She'd known that forest longer than my dad had been alive. She used to say she could walk it in her sleep. And yet, at some point, she looked up and realized she had no idea where she was. No path. No familiar landmarks. The trees all looked wrong, even though they were the same trees she'd been walking past for decades. For her, it was the opposite of my dad's experience. Time didn't stretch, it vanished. She said it felt like she'd just stepped off the road, wandered a little, and then found the path again. But when she got home, she was hours late. The sun was almost gone. People had started to worry, and apparently, if you talk to people from that area long enough, you hear more of these stories. Not dramatic hauntings, not clear apparitions, just these strange pockets of wrongness, like the forest decides, for a little while, to stop playing by our rules. I've been to that forest many times myself. Most days, it's just a forest. Smells like damp earth and pine, Soft moss under your shoes, birds calling, insects buzzing. Beautiful in a quiet, stubborn way. But there are spots, just a few, where something in me tightens, where the silence feels too thick, where I suddenly feel like I'm walking on a stage and someone I can't see is watching from the dark. Nothing happens to me there. No voices, no shadows, no disappearing paths. But every time I think about my dad, soaked and panicking in the rain, and my grandma, calm and steady but somehow losing hours in the sunshine, I get chills. And I think about that phrase they use back there, in that little Polish countryside, seeing the devil. Not a creature, not a face. Just that moment when the world you know reaches out, twists the rules, and reminds you that maybe, just maybe, you don't understand it as well as you thought. So, let me tell you about something that happened last winter. In this little mountain town called Devgar, a group of us had gone there for a 4-day break. You know the kind of trip where everyone swears they just want to chill? And then somehow you've planned sunrise hikes, waterfalls, and 7 different viewpoints. Anyway, on the second morning, my friend Lena shook me awake at around 3:30 a.m. "Get up," she whispered. "We'll miss the sunrise." I was half asleep, but I'd promised her we'd go to this viewpoint deep inside the forest. Our other friend, Kabir, just rolled himself tighter into the blanket and mumbled, "You two are mad," and refused to move. So it ended up just being the two of us. We layered up as best as we could, hoodies, beanies, that one extra pair of socks you always regret not packing enough of. The air outside was biting. You could actually see our breath as we walked out of the guest house. The trail started right after the last row of houses. The moment we left the dim yellow streetlights behind, it was like walking into a different world. The path was marked, but completely empty. No other tourists, no locals, nothing. Just us. The forest there was dense. The trees were tall and bent slightly over the trail, like they were eavesdropping on us. Every step we took made the dry leaves crackle so loudly, it felt like the whole mountain could hear us. And apart from that sound, there was nothing. No birds, no insects, no distant engines. Just this heavy silence pressing in from all sides. We were following these wooden signboards that pointed toward Sunrise Point. And you know how, when you're tired, you keep checking the map, hoping you're almost there? That was us. But something weird started happening. Every time we checked the map on Lena's phone, the little blue dot had moved, but the viewpoint didn't seem to get any closer. It was like it was sliding away from us as we walked. We'd cover a good stretch of the trail, check again, and somehow it was still 25 minutes away. At first we laughed it off. Bad network, glitchy GPS, typical. But slowly, that joke stopped being funny. Somewhere along the way, I got this feeling, this really strong feeling, that we weren't alone. Not like, oh, maybe there are other people on the trail, but like something was watching us from the trees. You know when the hair on the back of your neck stands up for no logical reason? It was like that. When we stopped to check the map again, Lena zoomed out a little, and that's when we noticed it. The route we were taking went right past 2 places we hadn't seen mentioned anywhere in the Things to Do in Devgar guides. On one side of the trail, hidden behind the trees, was a Hindu cremation ground. On the other side, a really old graveyard, Parsi according to the map. Neither of us said anything for a few seconds, and then I just muttered, "Oh." It's funny how the mood shifts instantly once you know where you are. The same trees suddenly felt closer. The same silence started feeling heavier. Some parts of the trail had those weak, flickering streetlights, but most of it was swallowed by darkness. The kind of darkness where your torch only shows you a small circle, and everything beyond it feels like it's waiting. We thought about turning back right then, That's when the dogs appeared. One moment, it was just the two of us on the trail. The next moment, 4 dogs stepped out of the shadows, as if they'd been waiting just off the path. 2 walked ahead of us, side by side. The other 2 fell in behind us. We froze. I honestly thought they might attack us. They were big, and street dogs in a strange town at that hour. Your mind goes to worst-case scenarios pretty quickly. But they didn't growl. They didn't bare their teeth. They just walked with us. Whenever we stopped, they stopped and turned around to look at us like, "Why are you pausing? Come on." And every now and then, when there was a rustle somewhere in the forest, one of them would let out this sharp bark in that direction. Short, warning barks, like they were telling something to stay away. Lena whispered, "Are they escorting us?" I laughed, but it came out shaky. "Yeah, our 4 a.m. security team." We walked like that for a while. 2 dogs leading, us in the middle, 2 dogs behind us, guarding. Then, all of a sudden, the road just ended. No signboard, no barrier, nothing. The concrete path faded out, and ahead of us was just pure black. Not normal darkness. This felt like walking into nothing, like even the air ahead was thicker. We shone our phone flashlights forward, but the light didn't seem to touch anything. It just faded out into the dark. And that's when all 4 dogs started barking. Not normal barking. Their bodies tensed, fur raised, teeth bared at the darkness in front of us. They kept lunging a little, stopping, then barking again, staring at that one empty spot like there was something there we couldn't see. There was nothing in front of us. At least, nothing we could make out. But their reaction, it was so intense, so violent, that something in my chest just screamed, "Don't go there." Lena grabbed my arm and said, "We're not doing this. We're going back." I didn't argue. We turned around. The moment we did, the dogs quietened down and fell into formation again, 2 in front, 2 at the back, and started walking with us, back the way we'd come. That walk back felt longer. The trail was the same, but every shadow felt sharper now, every creak of a branch louder. Every time I glanced back, the dog behind me would look up at me like, "Keep moving." And somehow that made me feel like as long as they were there, we'd reach somewhere safe. Finally, we saw the first faint outline of houses, windows, a parked scooter, a lonely streetlight that had no right to make me as emotional as it did. The dogs stayed with us all the way till we reached the small town square, the center of Devgar. It was around 5:45 a.m. by then. The sky was just beginning to lighten into that dull, bluish gray you get before sunrise, but the streets were still empty. Not a single person around. We sat on a low wall near a closed tea stall, exhausted, trying to process what had just happened. The 4 dogs sat down with us. Not restless, not whining, just sitting, waiting. Like they somehow knew we weren't completely out yet. Around 6 a.m., an old bakery across the street finally opened its shutters. We went in, bought a packet of glucose biscuits, came out and fed the dogs. They ate calmly, tails wagging, eyes soft. I remember thinking, okay, maybe they really were just kind, clever dogs. Just then, this man on horseback trotted past us. Yes, an actual horse. Apparently, he offered rides up the same route for tourists once there was enough light. Lena and I looked at each other, and for some reason, maybe to reassure ourselves, we turned back to look at the dogs. They were gone. All 4 of them. Not walking away, not at the corner, not under a parked car. Just gone. 1 second they were there, close enough to touch. The next, nothing. No sound, no paw steps, no collars jingling. We never saw them again, Not that day, not the next morning, not anywhere in town. When I got back home after the trip and told my mom about it, she got really quiet. Then she said, "You know, at night, there are things that move around freely, things that don't mean you well." She looked straight at me and asked, "There were only two of you. What if something had tried to possess one of you? What would you have done then?" And I swear to you, even now, just repeating that question gives me chills. I don't know what was waiting for us at the end of that broken road. I don't know why the map wouldn't let us get closer, or why those dogs vanished the moment someone else appeared to escort us. All I know is this. That night, in that forest, under that strange, heavy sky, those weren't just dogs. So, I've only ever had one experience that felt anything like time travel, and it still gives me goosebumps when I talk about it. This was, maybe 12 years ago now? Back then, I had this long commute, about 45 miles each way, cutting across the southeast of England. Most mornings I'd be driving through rolling countryside, and on that route, there's this really beautiful reservoir. On a sunny day, it looks like a postcard. At the time, I was using this old, slightly battered TomTom sat-nav I'd borrowed from a friend. It was notorious for glitching out. It would freeze, randomly recalculate, forget where it was, but it was all I had, so I just put up with it. Anyway, on this particular day, the sat-nav tells me to go a way I don't usually take. It directs me down this narrow, tree-lined country lane I'd never really noticed before, supposedly heading toward the reservoir. I thought, fine, shortcut, why not? And followed it. Partway down, the sat-nav does its usual thing and just dies. Screen frozen, no sound, nothing. But this lane doesn't have any turnings or junctions, just hedges and trees on either side. So I figure I'll keep going straight and it'll sort itself out eventually. Then I break through the trees, and suddenly I'm driving into this tiny little hamlet. Maybe 5 or 6 houses at most. Old cottages with stone walls, front gardens full of flowers, that sort of thing. There are no cars parked anywhere, no driveways crammed with SUVs, nothing. Instead, there are kids actually playing in the road, running around, kicking a ball, skipping with a rope. It hit me how strangely peaceful it felt. No traffic noise, no hum of the modern world. Just the sound of children laughing and a dog barking somewhere. For a moment, I remember thinking, this feels like I've gone back in time. The clothes the kids were wearing looked old-fashioned, I guess? Little wool cardigans, short trousers, those kind of long socks you only ever see in old photos. It all felt oddly out of place, but at the same time I was confused because something wasn't right. I knew I should have been close to the reservoir by then, but there was no sign of it. No water, no dam, nothing. Just this village in a valley that absolutely should have been dominated by a massive body of water. I drove slowly through, half expecting to see a sign I recognized, but there wasn't one. No road markings I recognized either. Then, just as I passed the last cottage, the sat-nav suddenly came back to life. The screen flickered, beeped, and it recalculated the route. Within another minute or two, I was spat out onto a larger road I knew really well, the kind of road I could have driven in my sleep. As soon as I saw it, I thought, oh, okay, I know where I am now, and carried on home like it was nothing. The next day, though, I was curious. I thought I'd try to go the same way again and see that little hamlet in daylight properly. So I watched the signs carefully, tried to spot that same turnoff, and I just couldn't find it. No narrow lane, no gap in the trees. It was as if the road had vanished overnight. Still, I didn't obsess about it. I took another route, got to work, and eventually it sort of faded into the background of my mind. Just a weird day with a dodgy sat-nav, right? One day I thought, you know what? I'm going to find it. It has to be there somewhere. I must have just missed the turning all these years. So I sat down with Google Maps and started tracing the area around the reservoir, zooming in, looking for that lane. A little country road through trees that connects to a cluster of a few houses. But I couldn't find it. No matter how closely I looked, there was no sign of any such junction. No tiny lane that could have led the way I remembered. The major road was there, the reservoir was there, but the little road? Just not on the map. That's when things started to feel properly odd. Later on, I ended up chatting with someone local who knew the history of the place. They told me that, back in the late 1960s, the reservoir had been created by buying up a village in the valley, moving all the residents out, and then flooding the whole area. The original village is literally under the water now, and that's when it hit me. I started replaying that day in my mind. The lack of cars, the strange quiet, the old-fashioned clothes, no sign of the reservoir where it absolutely should have been. And this tiny, vivid hamlet that I've never been able to find again, on the ground or on a map. I honestly, hand on heart, believe that, for a brief moment, I drove into that village before the reservoir existed. That somehow, because my sat-nav glitched, or the road was just right, or who knows why, I slipped sideways in time, just a little, and saw the place as it once was. I know how that sounds, I really do. If someone told me this, I'd probably try to come up with a rational explanation. Bad memory, a different village, some odd detour I've forgotten. But the thing is, the memory is incredibly clear. I remember the angle of the sunlight, the way the kids paused to look at my car, the exact feeling of, something's not quite right here. It doesn't feel like a dream or a muddled memory. It feels completely real. So, that's my one and only time travel story. I drove through a village that shouldn't exist anymore, and I haven't been able to find it since. So, hey, I'm Sam. I still live with my parents, and yesterday I kinda stormed out of the house after this small argument with my dad. Nothing dramatic, no screaming match or anything, just one of those tense moments where everyone's a little tired and nobody's really listening. I'd already been planning to pack a bag anyway. I'd seen this short-term job posting at a warehouse about half an hour, maybe 35 minutes, from home. My money situation's all over the place, not exactly stable, and since my older sister, Mia, and my younger brother, Jordan, both work full-time, my dad's always running around, and my mom doesn't drive. I just felt like, maybe it was time I took on more responsibility. My plan was to book a cheap hostel near the job for a few nights. Nothing fancy, just somewhere to sleep while I tried to get my feet under me. But there was one big problem. I lost my wallet. And not just some slim little card holder either. This is a chunky, beat-up brown wallet that you can spot from across the room. The last place I remember seeing it was on the coffee table in the living room. 2 days ago, I put it there, and the next day, gone. I asked everyone if they'd seen it. Hey Mia, you seen my wallet? Nope. Jordan? Nah, man. Mom? Dad? No, we haven't touched it. At first, I didn't panic because I misplaced stuff all the time. I used to lose lighters, keys, everything, especially back when I was smoking a lot. But I've been sober for 7 months now. No weed, no pills, no nothing. So I've been trying to tell myself I'm getting more organized. Still, I looked everywhere. Under the couch cushions, under my bed, in pockets of jackets I forgot I owned. Nothing. And without my wallet, my ID, my bank card, I couldn't book the hostel or even a normal room anywhere. So I just gave up on the job. Stayed home. Fast forward to earlier today. I'm lying on the couch in the family room, kind of half watching some random show on TV. My mom, her name's Elena, is sitting across from me on the other couch, scrolling on her phone. I stretch out, roll onto my stomach, and start drifting off. You know that state that's not quite dreaming, but you're not awake either? Like the edges of everything get fuzzy? All of a sudden, in that half-asleep place, I felt someone press down on my back, like they were kneeling on me. In my mind, I saw my mom on top of me, holding a syringe, leaning over like she was injecting something into my shoulder. The weirdest part? It was like I was watching it from outside my own body, like I was floating above the couch, watching the whole thing happen to me. In that moment, I felt this mix of fear and confusion, like, is this real? Am I dreaming? Then my eyes snapped open, and there she was, my mom, still sitting in the exact same spot as before, across from me, just staring at me quietly. No syringe, no movement, just watching. For a second I thought about saying something like, "Hey, did you just come over here?" But I didn't. I just lay there, heart pounding, trying to act normal. I've had strange experiences before, paranormal stuff, or at least things that felt paranormal at the time. And I've also been diagnosed with schizophrenia in the past. It's been a while since anything intense happened, though, so I've kind of been living like that part of my life was in the rearview mirror. So I'm lying there thinking, okay, maybe this is just my brain. Maybe this is just that half-dream state messing with me. So part of me started wondering, what if something else is going on? About an hour later, I ended up back on the same couch in the family room. My mom and Mia were upstairs. Jordan was rattling around in the kitchen. My dad, Luis, was down in the basement working on something, and our cat, Noodle, was sitting on the windowsill, doing that little tail flick thing cats do when they're staring at nothing. I was on my back this time, phone on my chest, lights dimmer than before. I could feel myself drifting off again. And right as I was about to go under, I saw it. In the doorway of the family room, there was this dark shadow figure. Not just a blur, like a shape. It looked like a person with a small, round afro. It was standing there, facing me, almost like it was trying to decide whether to step closer. Its outline kept glitching, like bad video buffering, flickering in and out, jerking slightly left, then right. It moved in these short, quick bursts that didn't feel natural, like it existed on a different frame rate than everything else in the room. And I swear, I could feel it looking at me. The second I forced my eyes open all the way, it vanished. No footsteps, no sound, just gone. And I went through the list in my head. Could it be Jordan? No, he's got long twists, not an afro. My dad? No, he's bald. My mom? She was upstairs. Mia? Also upstairs. Nobody in my house looks like what I saw. My heart was racing, but I just stayed still, staring at the doorway, trying to convince myself it was a trick of the light, or I was in that weird sleepy state again. A few minutes later, my phone buzzed. It was the family group chat. Mia: "Who left 2 water bottles on the stairs? I almost slipped." Jordan replied right away. "Not me." I typed back, "I've been in the family room this whole time." And that's true. I hadn't moved. Could it have been me earlier in the day? Maybe. I do forget things. But I also realized I hadn't even had any water that day. No bottles, no cups, nothing. That's when everything sort of piled up in my head at once. The missing wallet that was just gone from the table. The strange, almost physical feeling of my mom kneeling on my back with that needle. In my mind, but so vivid. The shadow figure with the afro glitching in the doorway. The random water bottles on the stairs that nobody would own up to. The heavy, drained feeling that doesn't make sense given how clean I've been. And I just sat there, staring at the doorway, with this knot in my chest, thinking, is this my illness talking again? Is this my brain misfiring, making ghosts out of shadows? Or is there actually something off in this house right now? Some kind of energy shift that I'm picking up on? I don't have a neat answer. I wish I did. All I know is I was ready to leave for a few days. Get that job, stay somewhere else, reset my head a little. Then my wallet vanished, and I got stuck here. And now the house feels different, heavier. Like there's something sitting just outside the edge of what I can see. Maybe it really is just my mind playing old tricks on me. Maybe it's stress. Maybe it's sleep. But when I close my eyes, I still see that shadow in the doorway, glitching like bad reception, just watching. So, last night was rough. Our puppy Pumpkin passed away from parvo. And just 5 days before that, his brother Nori died from the same thing. I still can't really believe I'm saying that out loud. For some context, they were still a bit too young for their full set of vaccines, and my wife and I had been talking about where to take them for their shots. We had this plan. Okay, next week, we'll both be off. We'll take them in together. But the week we were supposed to go, they'd already started showing signs of parvo. It all happened so fast. Last week, Pumpkin and Nori just weren't themselves. They didn't want to play, they weren't eating, barely drinking. Normally, they were these little tornadoes of chaos in the living room, but suddenly they were just quiet. My dad took them to the vet and came back with a bag full of meds and fluids, and this look on his face that told me before he even said anything. They tested positive for parvo. The vet explained there's no real cure, just supportive care and time, and that it was basically a coin flip, 50-50 whether they'd make it. I'm a nurse, my wife Lena is a nurse, and my sister Mia is a nurse too. We'd been through this before. Their mom had parvo 3 years ago, and we nursed her back from the edge. She's healthy and spoiled rotten now. So we thought, okay, we can do this again. We know what to do. We gave Pumpkin and Nori their meds on schedule, coaxed them to eat and drink, gave them subcutaneous fluids. We watched every tiny change like hawks. One extra lick of water, a slightly stronger tail wag, anything. Over the next couple of days they were weak, but we thought we were seeing little signs of improvement. My wife and I talked about taking them to an animal ER as a last resort, but the closest one to us had shut down recently, and the next closest, we'd had a really awful experience there before. So we decided to keep doing everything we could at home and stayed hopeful it wouldn't come to that. A few mornings ago, I woke up and went to check on Pumpkin. He was lying in his crate, and he was so weak. He tried to lift his head and couldn't, but his tail thumped when he saw me. That tail wag just broke me. We tried to give him his meds, but he couldn't keep anything down. I work in critical care, and I knew, deep down, that we were past what the animal ER could realistically do. So I stayed with him. I sat on the floor next to his crate, talked to him, told him he was a good boy, scratched that spot behind his ear he loved. I stayed with Pumpkin until he took his last breath. Nori, somehow, seemed to be doing better at first. He started drinking water on his own. He walked a bit, even tried to do a little wobbly play bow. We let ourselves hope. Then yesterday morning, I woke up to my sister standing in the doorway, holding Nori in her arms. And I knew immediately. He had that same look Pumpkin had, that same limpness. We did what we could. I sat with them for as long as I could before I had to leave for work. While I was at work, I kept checking my phone. Messages trickled in, updates from my sister, from my dad. Around 5 a.m., My dad sent the message I'd been dreading. Nori had passed too. I felt numb. It was like the house had suddenly gone quiet in a way I didn't recognize. This morning, something happened that I can't stop thinking about. I had this dream, so vivid, which is strange because I almost never remember my dreams. And there was Nori. He was right at our feet, wagging his tail like crazy, spinning in those little happy circles he used to do when he was excited. He looked healthy, bright-eyed, full of energy. It felt real. I could almost hear his nails tapping on the floor. Then my alarm went off for work, and I woke up with this wave of emotion. Sad, but also weirdly comforted. I just started crying. Lena woke up next to me, and I told her about the dream, how I saw Nori doing his happy spins. She got quiet and then said she dreamed about Pumpkin, about him running up to her, all bouncy and goofy, like he used to be. We just lay there, holding each other, both of us crying until we had nothing left. No words, just that shared grief and this tiny thread of comfort that maybe, somehow, they were okay. After I finally got up, I prayed for them. I told them I was sorry, that we loved them so much, that we tried everything. And I asked, wherever they are now, whatever that looks like, I hope they're together, chasing each other, chewing on the same toy they always fought over. So, yeah. Rest in peace, Pumpkin and Nori. Thank you for visiting us one last time. So, I'm just going to talk to you like I would to a friend, okay? Because this story is heavy and weird and honestly still a little raw. When I was 5, my sister Lily was 8, and she died. It was sudden, one of those normal days that just snaps in half. She was crossing the road near the park with her friend, and a car hit her. They said she was brain dead pretty quickly after they got to the hospital. A few hours later, they turned off the life support. I don't remember every detail, just the feeling that the world got really, really quiet. My family has always had a lot of paranormal stories. Like, if you sit in our living room long enough, someone will bring up a ghost, or a dream, or that time the radio did the thing. And I've always kind of liked hearing them. It made me feel like the people we lost weren't completely gone, you know? Anyway, the night Lily died, my mom, Claire, was driving home. She didn't know about the accident yet. There's this thing with her old car, 2 little dashboard lights that are wired together. The mechanic had told her ages before that they either both stay on or both go off. There's no way for just one of them to die on its own. If one goes, they both go. She was driving past the road where the crash happened, still clueless about what was going on just a few streets away. And right as she passed that spot, one of those impossible lights flicked off. Just one. At the same moment, Lily's favorite song came on the radio. Some cheesy early 2000s pop song she used to always sing off-key. Mom says it was Skater Boy by Avril Lavigne, and I weirdly believe her because that is so something Lily would love. Mom told me she just got this heavy, sinking feeling in her stomach, out of nowhere. Like the air thickened. She didn't know why yet. She only found out about the accident later that night. So back then, I shared a bedroom with Lily. After she died, I stayed in that room, but now, alone. At 5 years old, that kind of empty feels huge. My older sister Erin decided she was going to keep me company one night. She brought her best friend over, and they both came into my room to hang out with me. I can't remember what we were doing exactly. Coloring, I think, or playing with dolls. But I remember the feeling. I wasn't alone for once. And then we heard something. A noise from under Lily's bed. Not the house creaking kind of noise. Something that made the 3 of us go quiet all at once. You know that moment when you're a kid and it suddenly feels like the whole room is holding its breath? It was like that. Aaron sort of laughed it off at first, but I was curious. Kids are stupidly brave in the worst ways. So I got down on the floor and lifted the blanket hanging off the side of the bed. And that's when I saw her. There was a little girl under the bed. She was lying there on her side, facing me. She had medium-length dark brown hair, like Lily did. She was wearing what looked like a pale hospital gown, or maybe a white nightdress. I'm not even sure anymore. But her face. There was something wrong with her face. She didn't have normal features. It was like her eyes were just dark holes. Not empty sockets exactly, more like deep black voids where eyes should have been. And on the right side of her head, there was blood, matted into her hair, like a wound. I remember freezing. My brain was trying to decide if I was supposed to scream, or cry, or just stop existing. And then, whatever she was, she looked back at me. I don't mean she blinked or anything. I couldn't see eyes, but I felt her attention land on me, like being watched from inside a dark room. I scrambled back so fast I hit my head on the bedside table. Erin freaked out. Her friend started crying. I think Erin saw a glimpse of something too, because she went pale and yanked me away from the bed. We ended up all running out of the room, screaming for Mum. After that, honestly, my brain put the whole thing in a box and buried it. Grief does that. I forgot about it. The little girl under the bed just stopped existing in my mind. Fast forward a few years. I'm about 11 or 12. We'd moved houses a couple of times since Lily died. Different town, different room, different bed. Life was still a bit messy, but I was older now, more into school and friends and music and all that. One evening, I was sitting on my bed, scrolling on my phone, half asleep. You know that fuzzy time before you really decide to knock out for the night? I got this feeling that someone was at the end of my bed. Not sitting, not moving, just there. I tried to ignore it, like you do. Pulled the blanket up a bit, shifted around, pretended I didn't notice. Then I glanced up. At the foot of my bed, peeking around the corner of the mattress, was a small head, dark hair, pale skin, and those same horrible, empty eyes. It was the same thing I'd seen under Lily's bed all those years ago. I snapped fully awake in a second. My heart was pounding so hard I felt sick. I blinked, looked away, looked back, and it was gone. After that, I couldn't stop thinking about it. The memory of the first time came crashing back like a wave. I started sketching it. I'm not even that good at drawing, but I needed to put it on paper. Like if I got it out of my head, maybe it would feel less real. When I thought I had it right, I showed the drawing to Erin. She went dead quiet. She's a lot older than me. She's 24 now, and she remembers Lily much better than I do. She stared at the drawing for a long time, and then she started shaking her head and tearing up. She told me, "That looks exactly like Lily. The hair, the shape of the face, even the way the head was turned." She said it was like seeing our sister again, but wrong. Here's the thing though. I never saw Lily after she died. I wasn't allowed at the hospital, I wasn't allowed at the funeral, and I never saw her body. I didn't know what injuries she had. Later, Mum told us that Lily had a bad head wound, on the same side as the wound I'd drawn on that thing's head. That was the first time I really started thinking, okay, this isn't just a regular "I saw a ghost" story. I started to feel like whatever I'd been seeing wasn't my sister. It was something else wearing her shape, like it had put on a Lily costume to get close. And honestly, once that idea clicked, I got angry. I started calling it out in my head, telling it I knew it wasn't Lily, saying out loud sometimes, "You're not her. Stop pretending. You're not welcome here." After that, the lily-like version of it started to fade. I didn't see the little girl with the bloody head for a while. I thought maybe it was gone. But then my younger sister, Mia, the one who was born after Lily died, who never met her, started mentioning the girl. That's when the dread came back. And just when I was starting to convince myself it was all trauma and imagination, something happened in my mom's car. I was in the passenger seat, scrolling on my phone again. It was dark outside. We were parked, just the two of us. The car was quiet except for the low hum of the engine and some soft music. Out of nowhere, I got that feeling again. You know when every instinct in your body suddenly goes, "Do not look behind you." It was like that, like my nerves were screaming, but quietly. I ignored it for as long as I could. Then I caught a glimpse of the rearview mirror. There was a black figure in the back seat. Not fully solid, not fully see-through, but there. And the eyes, God, the eyes were wrong. Not glowing or anything cheesy like that, just focused, too intense, like the feeling of being watched from the bottom of a well. It wasn't trying to look like Lily anymore. I just knew it was the same thing. The same attachment, the same presence. And for the first time, I was genuinely terrified of it. Before, it was scary, sure, but more confusing than anything. This time, it felt dangerous. It felt like if I acknowledged it too much, something bad would happen. Since then, I've noticed something else. I hate going near my mom's room or Mia's room when I'm home alone. There's this heavy, awful feeling in that part of the house, like the air is thicker there. Sometimes I'll walk past and feel like I'm about to see something I really, really don't want to see. A couple of times I have seen something. Just a glimpse at the corner of my vision. Something dark, child-sized, near the doorway or standing by the bed, like it's waiting. Mom has her own stories too. She's told me she hears little feet running around her room at night, or feels the mattress dip like a child has sat down beside her. She thought it was Lily at first. Now she's not so sure. The weirdest part of all this? I used paranormal rods at Lily's grave once. I know some people think that stuff is fake, and maybe it is, but that day felt different. I asked if she was at peace. The rods crossed for no. I asked if it was because of the thing attached to our family. The rods moved again, like a yes. I asked if she was trying to protect me from it. And again, yes. So now I'm stuck in this awful place where I feel like my sister is fighting something I can't see properly, and I'm just living with the side effects. I don't really believe in God. I wasn't raised super religious, but I've caught myself talking to the ceiling some nights, begging someone to help. Anyone. Because I'm tired. I'm tired of the dread, tired of seeing it, tired of feeling it. I'm tired of wondering if it's going to show up at the end of my bed again, or in the back seat of the car, or standing just outside my door when I turn off the light. Most of all, I'm tired thinking that Lily might not be at peace, that she's still hanging around, trying to keep this thing from getting to me. So yeah, that's my story. I don't have a neat ending for you. I don't have some big dramatic exorcism scene or a perfectly happy and then it vanished. Right now, it's just me talking to you, saying, I think something attached itself to my family when my sister died. I think it tried to wear her face, and I want it gone. I want my sister to be able to rest. I want to stop being scared of my own house. And honestly, I have no idea what to do next. You know how there are some memories you're sure are dreams? The ones that feel too strange to be real. So your brain quietly files them away under "must have imagined it." That's what I thought this was, until last week. So, rewind about 20 plus years. As a teenager, I spent my summers on this little lake in northern Michigan. My parents had a small cabin there. Nothing fancy, just a cozy place with a rickety dock and a view of the water through the trees. Around the lake there were lots of other cabins, mostly summer homes, and a handful of families who lived there year-round. It was kind of a perfect setup for a kid. A whole pack of us, all roughly the same age, spending every summer swimming, biking, and running around until our parents were yelling our names from porches. This story happens on one of those late summer nights. A bunch of us were hanging out on the deck of our friend Jenna's place. She lived on the far side of the lake from most of us, one of the year-round families. There were maybe a dozen kids at first, music playing softly from a little radio, the lake dark and flat in front of us, the kind of night where the stars feel close. As it got later, people slowly peeled off. Curfews, tiredness, parents calling. By around 3 a.m., it was just Jenna, a friend she'd brought from town, and 3 of us. Me, my buddy Jordan, and our friend Ben. Jenna and her friend eventually decided to call it a night and went inside. The plan was for me to crash at Jordan's place, which everyone knew. Normally I'd have gone home earlier because my then girlfriend, who I'll call Claire, and I had similar curfews. But since I was staying over at Jordan's, I had a little more freedom. Claire had already walked home with some of our other friends. Geographically, here's how it was laid out. Ben's family's place was right next to my parents' cabin, and Jordan's house was a couple of streets over and down the road, maybe a 10 to 15 minute walk from our spots. So the 3 of us, me, Jordan, and Ben, start walking around the lake road back toward our side. The night is quiet, just the sound of our footsteps and the occasional splash from the lake. On the way, Jordan is telling me we're going to have to sneak into his place quietly so we don't wake his mom and little sister. That's when Ben says, "Why don't we just sleep in the tent?" He'd set up this big tent a little ways back on his family's lot, closer to the tree line, where he crashed sometimes just for fun. "Then we don't have to worry about sneaking around," he says. It sounded like a great idea. Jordan and I both said yes. We get to Ben's place, slip quietly across the yard, and climb into the tent. We each pick a spot on the floor. Jordan knocks out almost immediately. Ben and I, though, were wired. We start talking about the night, about people, about everything. Ben had a crush on Jenna's friend, the girl from town, and he's whispering about how he's trying to figure out a way to ask her out, how he's convinced she might actually like him back. We're 2 teenage boys in a tent, talking about girls and futures and nothing in particular while the rest of the world is asleep. At some point, while we're talking, we hear it. A faint rustling outside, like someone walking through grass or leaves. We both go quiet. Then, clear as day, we hear a voice call out all 3 of our names, mine, Ben's, and Jordan's. And the voice sounds exactly like Claire. Now, at first, this doesn't scare us. Claire sneaking out to come see us? That's not totally impossible. Risky, sure, but in our world back then, sneaking around for a few extra minutes together felt like a very normal teenage thing. The voice, still sounding like Claire, asks us to open the tent and let her in. I start to move toward the zipper. That's when Ben puts a hand on my arm and whispers, "Wait." He nods toward the tent wall. The moon or the yard light, whatever it was, cast just enough light that we could see the silhouette of whoever was standing outside. And the shape outside that tent? It did not look like Claire. What we saw was tall, much taller than any of us, and definitely taller than Claire. It looked hunched, like its shoulders or back were curved forward. And the outline of the head, it didn't have the shape you'd expect. No long hair like Claire had back then. The proportions were wrong. The whole thing looked off. Ben and I freeze. The voice, still sounding exactly like Claire, calls my name again and says, "Come on, open up, let me in. I'm freezing out here." Jordan is somehow still asleep through all of this. He doesn't move, doesn't say a word. I whisper to Ben, "Maybe it's just the angle?" But I don't really believe that. The voice calls again, more insistent. "Guys, seriously, let me in." My skin is crawling. The inside of the tent suddenly feels very small. I don't know what else to do, so I say, as calmly as I can, "The zipper's stuck. We're trying, hang on." I start fumbling with the zipper loudly on purpose, but I'm not actually opening it. There's this pause outside, like whoever or whatever is out there is thinking. Then the voice huffs in this hurt, annoyed way and says something along the lines of, "I can't believe I snuck out for you guys and you're just messing with me." It keeps trying to convince us, keeps talking in Claire's voice, complaining, pleading, getting a little more frustrated. But we never open the tent. I just keep repeating some variation of, "It's stuck," and "Hold on." And Ben just stares at the shadow, absolutely unmoving. Finally, after what feels like a really long time but was probably only a couple of minutes, the voice goes quiet. We hear those footsteps again, slow, moving away from the tent, through the grass. Then nothing. No door closing, no car, just silence and the soft sounds of the lake. We both lie there, listening, barely breathing. Eventually, the adrenaline crash hits. I guess at some point we drift off. Jordan never wakes up. To this day, I have no idea how he slept through it. The next morning is weirdly normal. Nobody brings it up. Ben doesn't say anything. I don't say anything. It's like we're both testing the idea that maybe it really was some strange dream. Later that day, I see Claire. I apologize for not letting her into the tent and for messing around the night before. She just stares at me. "What are you talking about?" she says. "I thought you were staying at Jordan's." I tell her, "We changed plans. We slept in Ben's tent instead." And she just shakes her head and says, "I never went over there. I didn't sneak out last night." She says it so plainly that I immediately feel this cold little knot in my stomach. Her sister backs her up later, says Claire never left their room, that they'd gone to bed and stayed there. Back then, if Claire had been sneaking out, she would have told her sister so she could cover for her. They were a team like that. And here's the part that really gets me. The only people who knew that Jordan and I ended up staying at Ben's place, in that tent, were the three of us. This was before everyone had smartphones. No GPS tracking, no location sharing. Texts were expensive, so nobody was casually messaging updates all night. Once we left Jenna's, none of us called or texted anyone. Life moved on. Ben's family lost their cabin to property taxes the next summer. I lost touch with him after that. Jordan and I stayed friends for a couple of summers, then drifted. Claire and I did that on-again, off-again thing for a year or two. We never brought up that night. I honestly stopped thinking about it. Fast forward to adulthood. Most of us from the lake eventually added each other on social media. We'd like each other's posts sometimes, maybe exchange a message now and then, but that was about it. Surface-level contact. Jordan, sadly, died a few years after that summer in a crash that wasn't his fault. One of the last times I saw everyone from the lake in person was at his funeral. That alone is a heavy memory. Then, just last week, I'm messaging Ben on Facebook. We're talking about the Lions, because of course we're still Detroit fans, gluttons for punishment. And out of nowhere he says something like, "Remember that night we were idiots and wouldn't let Claire into the tent?" And I just stop. My stomach drops. I type back, "Wait, you remember that?" He's like, "Yeah, man. When we were up late talking about me trying to hook up with Jenna's friend, you and me whispering about it. And then Claire came to the tent. That was so freaky." So I ask, "Are you sure? I always thought I dreamed that." And Ben goes into detail. He describes exactly what I saw. The height, the way it was hunched, the short hair, the way the outline didn't look like Claire at all. He even mentions how still Jordan was, just knocked out while we were whispering. He says something like, "I always thought maybe I made that up in my head, and I was kind of bringing it up just to see if you'd remember it too." In that moment, whatever comfort I had in thinking it was just a dream evaporates. We didn't share some vague impression. We remembered the same specific, strange details. We are both absolutely certain about two things. The silhouette outside that tent did not look like Claire. The voice sounded exactly like her. We never had anything like that happen again. Not before, not after. And as far as we know, nobody else on the lake ever told a story like that either. If they did, we never heard it. After that conversation with Ben, I started reading up on some of the folklore I'd heard mentioned in passing. Things like skinwalkers and wendigos. I'd never paid much attention to that stuff before. From what I could find, our location and the descriptions seemed closer to the stories people tell about wendigos than skinwalkers, at least geographically and culturally. Do I want to believe in that? Not really. I'm not a big paranormal person. I'm the type who likes rational explanations. But in this case, I don't have one. Something that night knew where we were, knew our names, knew my girlfriend's voice well enough to copy it. And it stood outside that tent, in the dark, trying to get us to let it in. I spent 20 years telling myself it was just a strange, vivid dream. Now I know I wasn't the only one who saw it. Okay, so, hey, I'm Mara, I'm 20, and my fiance, his name's Lucas, he's 21, and we are honestly terrified right now. I'm just going to talk to you like we're on the phone, because I still feel a little crazy saying this out loud. So, a few months ago, we moved into my grandparents' old trailer. It's this beat-up double-wide tucked way back in the woods. There are like 3 other trailers on the whole road, and that's it. No streetlights, no neighbors walking their dogs, just trees and quiet and stars. I grew up coming out here on weekends. To me, it was always just Grandma's place, you know? A little run down, smells like old books and pine cleaner, but safe, familiar. For Lucas, though, this was all brand new. He grew up in a suburb where the loudest thing at night was a car going by. So we move in, rent is cheap, we have the place to ourselves, and for the first week or so, it's actually kind of cozy. Creaky, but cozy. Then stuff starts happening. The first time, Lucas was in the back of the trailer, near the small bedroom window that faces the woods. I'm in the living room, and he suddenly goes, "Mara, I just saw something run past the window." And I'm like, okay, relax, it's probably a raccoon. Because out here everything is a raccoon until proven otherwise. He swears up and down it was bigger, faster, wrong somehow. I joke about him watching too many horror movies and we shrug it off. A few nights later, I'm in the kitchen. Our kitchen is at the front of the trailer, and there's this long wall of windows right next to the counter. They're covered with these thin, white curtains you can sort of see through if the light hits them right. I'm cooking, just zoning out, and our kitten, Clover, is losing her mind at the windows. She's hopping up on the sill, tail puffed, making that weird little chattering noise cats make when they see birds. I think, okay, there's probably a moth or something. I don't even look up. Lucas walks in behind me and his whole body goes tense. I can feel him freeze before he even says anything. He whispers, kind of urgent, "There, it's back. Do you see it this time?" I'm like, "See what?" And as I turn toward the windows, I catch just the back half of something bolting past. And I mean bolting. I only see it for a second, but that second hits me like a truck. All I can make out is this lanky gray body with patchy fur and these long, skinny legs. It's too tall for a coyote, too. Stretched out. The proportions are wrong. And the speed, like, blink and it's gone fast. I just stand there with the spatula in my hand, staring, and my stomach drops. Lucas looks at me and goes, "You saw it, didn't you?" And I can't even talk. I just nod. That was the last time either of us actually saw it. But we definitely did not stop hearing it. At first I tried to be logical. I told myself, maybe it's some big stray dog, even though our landlord is super strict and doesn't allow dogs at all. We're in a southern state, no wolves around here, and coyotes. I mean, I've seen coyotes. This thing was bigger, taller. But you start trying to convince yourself you're overreacting, because the alternative, that there's something out there you can't explain, is worse. Then Halloween night happened. So Halloween, I get home from work around 10:30 p.m. It's chilly, dark, and I'm already a little on edge because, well, Halloween in the middle of the woods? Not the coziest vibe. Lucas and I decide to lean into it and put on a horror movie. We make popcorn, turn off most of the lights, the whole cliché. Halfway through the movie, he suddenly hits pause. I look over like, "Dude, why'd you stop it?" "Shh, listen." At first, I don't hear anything. It's so quiet in the trailer you can basically hear the fridge humming. He waits, then shakes his head and goes, "Never mind, maybe I imagined it," and hits play again. Not even a minute later, I hear it. It's this soft, deliberate sound coming from the back of the trailer, the direction of the mudroom and the back door. At first, it's just a faint metallic click. Then I realize exactly what it is. The back doorknob, slowly turning. You know the sound a doorknob makes when someone tries it and it hits that tiny bit of resistance because it's locked? That tiny clunk? It's that. Over and over. Like something is testing it. I mute the TV. We both just sit there, not even breathing, listening. The knob rattles again, a little harder. I whisper, "We locked it, right?" Even though we always lock the doors. Out here, you just do. There's nobody around, but you still do. Lucas doesn't answer. He just stands up and heads down the hallway toward the back. Our bedroom is right next to that door, and he keeps an old baseball bat leaning against the nightstand, just in case, human problems, not whatever this is. A few seconds later, he comes back with the bat in his hand, jaw clenched, and positions himself by the hallway so he can see down toward the back door. We stand there in total silence. The trailer suddenly feels very small. Nothing. No footsteps, no more rattling. Just that heavy kind of quiet that makes your ears ring. After a minute, he exhales and says, "Maybe it was the wind." I'm thinking, the wind does not twist doorknobs, but I don't say it. We go back to the couch. He sets the bat next to him, hits play, and I swear to you, the second he fully relaxes into the cushions, rattle, louder this time. The doorknob at the back of the trailer jerks like someone is really trying it now. My eyes fill up with tears instantly. I'm not even trying to act tough anymore. I grab his arm and just shake my head like, "Nope, nope, nope." He looks at me and says, "I'm going out there." I whisper, "Please don't." But he's already up. And because I'm apparently a genius, I decide that if he's going, I'm not staying alone in the dark living room. So I grab my phone, turn on the flashlight, and follow him. We step outside through the front door. The back door is the one being messed with, and the air is cold in that way that hurts your lungs a little. The woods are just there, all around us, too dark, too quiet. We walk the path along the side of the trailer, our footsteps crunching on gravel. Lucas has the bat in his hands, knuckles white. I'm sweeping the flashlight beam along the siding, the trees, the ground. We get to the back corner, where the steps are up to the back door. The doormat is slightly crooked from earlier, but that's it. No footprints in the dirt. No broken branches. No sign anyone's been there at all. We do a full lap around the trailer. Nothing. No animal eyes shining back at us. No rustling in the bushes. Nothing out of place. Just that feeling, like something is watching us from just out of sight. We go back inside, lock both doors again, double-check the windows. The rest of the night is quiet, but it doesn't feel peaceful. It feels like the quiet after something laughs at you and walks away. Ever since then, it's been this constant low-level torment. Some nights, there are little taps on the windows. Not big bangs, not branches in the wind, just these soft, deliberate taps. Sometimes it'll be one on the side window of the living room. Then, 5 minutes later, one on the bedroom window, like it's moving around the trailer, circling. Then, last night, it leveled up. We were both in bed, not asleep, just kind of scrolling on our phones because we're too wired to settle down. And from above us, on the tin roof, we hear it. Step. Not like a branch falling or an acorn hitting. A step. Then another. If you've ever been in a place with a tin roof, you know, anything up there sounds way louder than it should. A squirrel running around sounds like a toddler. This didn't sound like a squirrel. It was slower, heavier. The spacing between the steps was wrong for something small. It walks across the roof. We track the sound with our eyes like we can see through the ceiling. It goes from above the bedroom toward the middle of the trailer, then stops. We're lying there, holding hands so tight it hurts, and neither of us is brave enough to move. We don't talk. We barely breathe. Then, right over the living room area, something scrapes. Just once. Like claws or something hard dragging across metal. I wish I was exaggerating. I really do. We didn't sleep at all after that. We just waited for the sun to start turning the windows gray instead of black. I don't think I've ever been so happy to hear birds in my life. So, that's where we are. We're in this old trailer in the woods. We've seen something that doesn't look like anything we recognize running past our windows. We've heard the doorknob turning when no one is there, taps circling the walls like it's playing with us, and now, footsteps on the roof. We're exhausted. We're jumpy at every little sound. And I keep going back and forth between, it has to be some weird animal, and what if it's not? I know this all sounds wild. If someone else told me this, I'd probably be like, okay, calm down. Maybe it's just a stray dog and some raccoons. But I've lived here before. I know what the normal sounds are. This is not that. So I'm telling you all of this because I don't know what else to do. If you've ever heard of anything like this, or you have any idea what could be messing with us like this, and how to make it leave us alone, I am all ears. Because right now, it feels like something is out there in the dark, just waiting for us to let our guard down. So, let me just talk to you like we're having coffee, because that's honestly what this feels like I need right now. Over the spring, I started a new job as a full-time nanny for 2 little boys. I'll call them Jonah, the toddler, and Milo, the baby. Their parents, Emma and Chris, are super kind. The pay is good. The schedule is early but manageable. On paper, it's perfect. But from the very first week, the house itself felt different. I've always been a little sensitive to vibes, I guess. I don't see things. I don't have visions or anything dramatic like that, but I pick up on energy. And this house just never felt normal. It doesn't feel evil, not like horror movie evil. It's more like walking into a room where an argument just ended 10 minutes ago. The air feels heavy, but everyone's smiling like nothing happened. That's the closest way I can explain it. Anyway, the first actual thing happened about a week in. The house is a split level, and the main living room opens into this little play area right by the stairs. That's where we spend most of our day, surrounded by blocks and stuffed animals and those plastic toys that all somehow manage to be loud in their own special way. One afternoon, I was on the floor with Jonah and Milo in the play area. The TV was off, the boys were babbling and playing, nothing unusual. And then, clear as day, I heard a woman's voice coming from the living room. It was soft, kind of like someone talking from another room with the door almost closed. I couldn't understand any words. It was more like muffled speech, but it was definitely a voice. I actually paused and turned, expecting to see Emma back early from work or maybe a neighbor at the door. There was nobody. No TV on, no tablet, no open window with someone talking outside. Just the boys and me in the house. I tried to brush it off. You know how you tell yourself, maybe it was a car outside, or maybe I imagined it. I did that. I wanted it to be something normal. A few days later, weird turned into really weird. In the living room, they had a few of those chunky toddler toys, the kind that only make noise if you push a button. No motion sensor, nothing fancy. They'd been sitting there untouched for a while. One morning, I got to the house around 5:45 a.m. The boys were still asleep upstairs, the whole house dark and quiet. I sat on the couch in the living room, lights off, scrolling my phone while I waited for someone to wake up. It was dead silent except for the little sounds from my phone. And then one of the button toys just started talking. I froze for a second, then told myself, okay, maybe the button is super sensitive. I tried really hard not to be dramatic about it, but about 30 seconds later, it went off again, and then again. So I got up, turned on a lamp, and went over to it. I picked it up, shook it a little, pressed the button myself. It worked normally. It clearly wasn't motion activated. In fact, it was the kind that sits there silently unless you really poke at it. Later on, another toy started doing similar things, but that one was motion activated, which somehow made it creepier. It would go off randomly when no one was near it, no one moving around it, nothing shifting. This kept happening almost every morning for a couple of weeks until the parents rotated toys and brought some up from the basement. Once those specific ones were gone, that particular problem mostly stopped. But the house itself didn't. Here's the part you might roll your eyes at, but I promise you I'm not exaggerating. I ignored it at first. I thought maybe a branch hit the glass, or a delivery truck rolled by and rattled something. But then it happened again. And again. Faster. I turned around to look, and I saw birds literally flying into the window. Not just one confused bird either. Over the next minute or so, at least 4 or 5 of them just slammed into the glass. You could hear the impact each time. Jonah even looked up at me and asked, "What's that noise?" I paused the movie and said, "Hang on, buddy," and went to check. I went outside to make sure they weren't all lying hurt on the ground, because I felt awful. But when I stepped out and looked around, there was nothing. No birds, no feathers, no stunned bird hopping away. Just nothing. That's when all the little things I'd been shrugging off started piling up in my mind. Because since I started working there, I'd been hearing odd sounds all over the house. Some of it is just normal house settling. I get that. Old wood, temperature changes, all that. But some of it is not that. From the top floor, I'll hear footsteps. Not vague creaking. I mean actual, distinct, rhythmic footfalls, like someone walking from one bedroom to the other. Sometimes it happens when I know both boys are right in front of me in the playroom. Then there are the knocks. Random knocks on walls, doors, somewhere down the hallway. Not constant, just often enough that I notice. I'll be in the kitchen and hear 3 taps down the hall. I'll be folding laundry and hear a single knock from upstairs. You'd think I'd be terrified, but after a while, it honestly just turned into this strange background noise in my day. The thing that really gets to me, though, is the baby crying. More than once I've heard faint baby cries in the house. Not a sound machine, not the TV. Actual baby crying. I'll grab the baby monitor, look at the screen, and there's Milo, completely passed out, breathing slow and steady, no movement. At first I thought maybe I was imagining it because I'm so tuned into their sounds. But then their mom, Emma, mentioned it one day out of nowhere. She said something like, "Have you ever heard crying when both boys are asleep? Because I swear I do sometimes." We both kind of laughed it off, but you could tell neither of us really thought it was funny. All of that was unnerving, sure, but I could live with it. I had sort of filed the house under weird but manageable until this morning. This morning is what pushed me over the edge and made me tell this whole story. So, here's our usual routine. I come in early, let the dog out, make some coffee if I have time, and then I wait downstairs until Jonah wakes up. When he does, he always does the same thing. He runs down the upstairs hallway, stops at the top of the stairs, and calls my name so I can come get him. I can hear his little feet thumping as he runs. It's very specific and very familiar. Today, I was lying on the couch in the living room, half watching some show, half zoning out. The house was quiet. Milo was still asleep. Everything was normal. Then I heard it. Those exact little footsteps, light, quick patter along the upstairs hallway. The same rhythm I hear every morning. Then, in Jonah's voice, from the top of the stairs, "Lila!" That's what he calls me. Lila. Clear as day. I smiled, got up, and said, "Good morning, buddy," as I walked over to the stairs. No one was there. The top of the stairs was empty. I stopped. I felt this wave of cold go through me, and not like the AC kicked on kind of cold. I walked up the stairs, trying to tell myself he'd already run back to his room for some reason. I looked into his bedroom. He was sound asleep. I know what Jonah sounds like. I hear him all day, every day. I know how his footsteps sound running down that hallway, and I heard both, the footsteps and my name, as clearly as you're hearing my voice right now. But it wasn't him. Out of everything that's happened in that house, the toys, the birds, the voices, the baby crying when he's fast asleep, this is the one that really got to me. Something in that house knew his voice well enough to copy it, knew our routine well enough to use it, and that, more than anything else, is what freaks me out. I still don't feel like whatever is there wants to hurt us. The boys are happy, healthy, loved. The energy is strange, but not dark. Still, I can't shake the feeling that I'm sharing the house with someone, or something, that I can't see. So that's where I'm at. I'm still going back to work. I still love those boys. I still make snacks, read stories, change diapers, and sit on that same couch. But now, every time I hear tiny footsteps or someone call my name, I have to take a breath and ask myself, is it really Jonah this time?